はい、皆様おはようございます。ジャパニーズリストリームをご覧の皆様、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。ここから3時になりましたので、私、国山が司会を務めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いします。はい。続いてのタイトルが、ファイナルファンタジーVIIということで、こちら5時間半の長丁場となっております作品です。カテゴリー 2% ノーワープス。じゃあ解説の方がまだ来ておりません。常時解説の方は募集しておりますので、このゲームをプレイしたことあるよといった方がいらっしゃいましたら、ぜひ、解説をご応募していただきますと助かります。一応このゲームだいぶ前にプレイしたことがあるし、ある程度もちょくちょく見たことあるんですけども、さすがに全部覚えてるわけではないので、もし解説に来られなくてコメント等で何か補足していただけますと助かります。はい。というわけでもう何日目ですかね、このイベントも。3日目にしてこれだけの作品が知られておりますが、この前に走られた奇跡シリーズなんかはワイワイにぎやかにやってたのでちょっとここから静かになるかもしれないです。はい。FF はね、リメイクも出てるからやってる人が多いと思うんですけど、ちょっと私はまだやってないんですよね。FF7 リアルタイムでやってた人はどれくらいいるんでしょうね。なんと作品が1997年なので、29年前ですかじゃあそう、無事完結するのだろう、それはすごく思いますね鋭意制作中だろうということで。ノーワープスって何なのかはちょっとわかんないですけども、別物だった。あ、そうなんですね。ストーリー的には変わんないけど、なんかゲーム性がガラッと変わってるようなイメージだったんですけど、なんか追加ストーリーとかあったのかな。アクション寄りになってきましたよね。一応ここから3時から5時間半なので8時半過ぎぐらいまでですかね。過去に見た 2% だと7時間、EST が7時間超えだったので、5時間半ってなると何をどうしたのかちょっとわからないですけど。 画面来ましたね。
Little countdown
はい。
here, and then I'll transition y'all over.
Yeah, sounds good.
So let's count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kicking y'all to live. Good luck on your run.
Thank you.
Don't forget the Discord stream again.
あ、年末にはお別れできてて、クオリティアップの段階、あ、そうなんですね。
Oh, hello,
びっくりし
hello,
た。
everybody.
なんかディスコードの音が聞こえた
My
の
name
は
is
こっちか
Doumeis.
と思っ
I'm
たけど。
gonna be playing Final Fantasy VII.
ちょっとファイナルが出る前に、ちょっとリメイク私もやっておこ
That's me. Yep. Hello.
Gonna be doing the good old commentary. So yeah, I can do. Do you wanna do a countdown, Dash?
Yeah, sure. I'll just start at 3, 2,
う。あ、また
1.
熱い FF7 ですが、これからランが始まります。グッドラック。
So while we watch the first classic cutscene, I'm gonna be explaining a couple things about the category. I am running 80% no warps.
あれ、向いて飛
That
ばせ
means
な
I
い
cannot do
か。
any wrong warping
はい。
because that's a glitch exclusive
感
from
じ
the
です
PC
が、
version. I'm
クリ
playing
と
on
見て
the
いきまし
Steam
ょう。
version, and this is essentially the same category as the PlayStation 80%, right? The same route essentially. There are a couple differences about the PC version to the PSX version. I'm sure Dasher is gonna go over all those differences, so you guys will hear about it for sure. But yeah, thanks for the good lucks.
All right. So yeah, as Doumeis mentioned, the PC version
イン
does
ター
have
ナ
some
ショナル版
differences,
が
and as far as
97
routing
年の
goes,
10
there's
月
kind of a
に
big difference that happens
発売されてる
somewhere
ので、
in the
一応
route.
1
One
年
big
みっ
thing
ちり使っても良さそう。
the PC
来年
version,
中には
he
出るといい
mentioned
か
that
な
this
って
is
と
no
ころ。
warps. The PC version has some weird things that allow for wrong warping, and while we're not going to be wrong warping, we are going to use some PC exclusive quirks in order to make the big new skip a little bit easier. I don't know how new the new skip is anymore, but it is one that still I feel like people don't see super often. So is there anyone here who has not yet seen Disc 1 skip? The new big skip.
FF が海外知名度を得てるの7から。そうなんですか。私が初めて FF を知ったのは7からなんで。確かに結構、ここから知ったっていうか、話題になった知名度が上がったっていうのは分かるかもしれない。はい、というので。
Is the ability to
いつものオー
close
プニン
and
グを終わっ
reopen the
て、
game pretty quickly. There's going to be a couple parts where Doumeis will actually just like Alt F4 the game and reopen it after saving, and that kind of zeroes out some RNG values, and that'll be used. That could be done on PlayStation also, but PlayStation boots up so slowly that it's not worth it.
コンフィグ実
you
フィ
know,
ッ
but
ク
on
ス
the
度
PC
何を
version,
固
we
定
can
し
do
たん
that
だっ
right
けあれっ
away.
て。
So
It's much slower.
yeah. So that'll actually cause some pretty significant differences on the step route. But at first, it's going to look very similar to what we already see. First thing to do is just to kind of max out the different speeds, right? Battle speed affects how quickly characters gain ATB.
これ自体は、私 PS でしかやったことないんですけれども、PC 版と PSP もあるんですかね。そこのあたりはわからないんですけど、結構ね、PC だと設定いろいろあるみたいですね。すごい。
Throw a grenade or whatever. The speed of that message is affected by the battle speed, and then field message is how fast these text boxes type.
あるけど、なるほど。
Speaking of how fast the text boxes type out, you'll also see Doumeis will
残念ですね。
reduce each character's name to as few characters as possible in order to make the text boxes type out in fewer frames. So that way, every single text box can be cleared, you know, just a little bit faster. Well, not every single text box, but you get the idea.
Yeah, most of it.
Here, we're going to be going for a battle skip. We'll see if he gets it first. Okay. So if you are able to open the menu on the same exact frame in which the game attempts to generate a random encounter, it'll actually make the game not generate the random encounter. and then
ち
you
ょっと
can
まあ
go
今日本で
on
も買え
from
る。
there.
7だけ
It
おまくになんです
has
か？
some pretty
なぜ
significant
でしょうね。
implications on what happens after, though, because the way that random encounters work in this game, I mean, we're gonna have to just go through the whole thing. They use a system called Danger, where as you
その
are
代わりリメイ
running
クが出
around
てるから
through
そっ
a
ちをやるってこと
hostile
かな。
area, that is
今
an
チラッと見
area
たらセール
where
中なんです
random
ね。
encounters are possible. The game increments a value called your danger, and every time that it does that, which is every 8 frames of movement, it increments your danger. It then checks your danger against and there's big air quotes here, random value. And if your danger is high enough, you will get the encounter. And then after an encounter finishes, your danger resets back to 0. And then the process starts over. So, the couple things to say about that. Firstly, speaking of the battle skips, is that when you do that that menu open in order to skip an encounter, since the battle never actually occurs,
今はあれかな？
your danger doesn't reset to 0.
タイマーの
So
話して
then
たの
that
かな？
like greatly impacts when your following encounter would occur. And just the way that it makes things work out as far as like whether you should or shouldn't skip an encounter, it actually sort of makes it so that you almost never should skip an encounter, because it almost always creates a situation where you don't gain anything out of it because your danger didn't reset and you just wasted time skipping the encounter. And then also it screws up something we call formations if you are willy-nilly skipping encounters. So that's why you don't see that's why you don't see encounter skips all over the place, but it is important to talk about right away, because on this route they do attempt
うん
one
まあ
right
ジャ
away.
パンというか基
And
本
sort
的
of
に
the
なんか
nature of what makes a
雑魚
battle
戦は
skippable or not, you
逃げ
might be asking
て
like, well, he
ひたすら
didn't
進
skip
ん
the
でい
battle,
く
so why am I talking about it so much? Or is that a problem? If a battle is skippable, it basically means that you can either skip it or not skip it, as far as the route was created. And so, yeah, that's basically it, where you can benefit from the battle skip and it doesn't, the non-danger reset doesn't screw you, or you can get the encounter and the danger reset doesn't screw you. And either way, the rest of the step route remains the same, and that's what makes a battle skippable, if that is true. But okay, enough about that.
I didn't open the menu in time. I opened it slightly too late, so that was my issue.
Yeah, I should point out, like, it's frame perfect, and every frame of your movement, accounts toward where exactly, on what exact frame that the battle is going to occur. So they're really, really difficult to hit in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, so we have Guard Scorpion now. Basically, how this fight works is he search scopes the character that
なんか
he is
PC 版だからかもしれないですけど、なんか結構綺麗ですよね。画面なんかすごい綺麗な気がする。
And what active means is that the game will never freeze the character's ATB from advancing. So during one character's turn, every other character is gaining ATB at all times, basically. And that allows us to do a limit jam if we get lucky enough, but also it just makes the turn order a lot easier to manage. So basically, as you can see with our characters, like Cloud's ATB just reset, and his ATB is already full again during the next character's turn, right? And that happens on everybody. So essentially what that means is if you have maximum battle speed and you have ATB active on, it basically makes it so that every character regains their ATB during the next character's turn, which means that the speed of our characters is no longer relevant. Because it's just a round robin turn.
はい、はい、こんばんは。はい、FF7 始まりました。3時から始まっております。はい、こちらですね、解説の方がちょっといらっしゃいませんので、もし応募していただける方、あるいはコメントで補足投資していただけると、助かります。
such as weight tricking, which we'll get into later. It does allow us to jam limits, though.
ただまあ序盤は特になんか
And the reason
や
for
るこ
that is
と
that
な
limit
か
breaks
った
are
気がする。
prioritized in the turn queue. So after Barrett went, like the turn queue was Guard Scorpion, then Barrett, then Cloud. And so as I've been describing, that means that during Barrett's first turn, Guard Scorpion would have queued his next turn.
そうですね。
And then Barrett finishes his turn. During Cloud's turn, Barrett queues up his next turn, Big Shot, which you would expect to go after Guard Scorpion, but limit
結
breaks
構
get
マップも多いから
prioritized. And so
これだけ
that's
高解
kinda
像度
why
で
I
見れるの
mentioned
いい
the
かもし
search
れない。
scope thing early on, is that because Guard Scorpion search scoped
ノーマッ
Barrett,
プってこと
that
は
meant that Doumeis
ミ
could
スマイン
Barrett
カット
first in the Cloud and Barrett turn order, and then that
とか
allows him to have the time to queue up
やら
the
ずに
limit
普通にや
break
る。
during Cloud's turn, thus get that extra turn. So here we're going to be doing a movement setup.
どこまでやるんだろ
So we got to talk a little bit more about preemptive apps is a thing, right? On this route.
Oh, for sure, yes.
Okay, just making sure. So I mentioned earlier that like the game will compare your danger against a random value when it checks for an encounter. Another thing it does when it checks for an encounter, though, is it checks for whether the encounter that you would get, the hypothetical future encounter, should be preemptive. Every single time that it checks for an encounter, which again is every 8 frames, the game checks should the hypothetical following encounter be preemptive, then it checks whether you get the encounter. So we're going to exploit that a little bit. And the way that we're exploiting it is you saw after you
前
got
まで
to
一
the
昨日
top
から
of
記
the
念した
ladder,
タンプラー売り出して
you
る。
move
そうなんですか。
in order to force an encounter. And we call that forcing
あ
an、
本当だ。
encounter when we stop in one specific spot and then just move until we get
FF7
into an encounter.
デザインの
The reason for
真空
that
断
is,
熱タンプラー。
well, I guess we have plenty of
あ、
time
め
to
っ
just
ちゃお
talk
しゃれ
about
ですね、こ
stats
れ。
because
へえ。
when I put big air quotes around the word random earlier, let's talk about that. So every 8 frames, the game increments your danger, and every 8 frames of movement, pardon me, the game increments your danger and then checks a random number on whether you should get an encounter. But actually, the number that it
はい、
checks
次は
is
ここから抜け出し
it's
た
the
とこ
same
ろ
list
で
of numbers
画
every
面が
single
転換。
time. Anytime that you boot up the game and you hit new game, you get the same list of random numbers that the danger checks are put against. And so that means that if you move the same way, then you get into the encounters in the same places. And furthermore, then, that means that A, we know when we're going to get into the encounters, and then because of the way that formations work, we also know what the enemies in the encounters are going to be. But then that also lets us do little setups, such as we also know where those preemptive flags are that I mentioned, right? When the game checks for a preemptive and then it checks for the encounter, we know just due to prior research and reverse engineering and whatnot, where those preemptive flags are. So in order for a setup for a boss that's coming up later, the reason that he stopped and forced an encounter in a certain spot is because we know that as the danger increments and as we move, we know that an encounter occurs on a certain step ID. A step ID is what we call the different numbers that are on that list, right? As you go down that list of numbers, you have like a bookmark on that list, right? Where the game is keeping track of where you are on the list of numbers so it can continue to check the next number, right? It has to remember where we were. We call that bookmark your step ID. So anyway, forcing that encounter in that specific spot is important because we know that that encounter happens on a specific step ID. And that specific step ID is a certain number of frames of movement essentially back from the next preemptive flag trigger. And so the spot that he forced the encounter is that many frames of movement back from the apps fight. So that it's a little difficult to just put forth without like visuals and stuff, but essentially it means that, like, to wrap it all up, if you force an encounter in that spot and then move in the exact way that he did, escaping the reactor, it sets us up to where, long story short, we're going to get a preemptive encounter against the next boss, which is going to save some time and some grenades.
Yeah, and saving grenades in this category is extremely important. You guys will see why.
Yeah, more so than in categories that don't do the disc 1 skip.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the other thing about it is that now, even though we can move around in these screens, the whole movement setup is unaffected by these screens because the way that steps work is it essentially pauses when you leave a dungeon and then resumes the next time that you enter one. And by a dungeon, that's just a shorter way to say hostile areas. All right, we gotta talk about paralysis. So
many things right away.
at any time in the game, there is whether or not you can move or not. Here, Doumeis is doing a setup in order to talk to Jesse and make this reactor or this guard angry at the same time. So now it allows him to move during this cutscene, which he can't usually do, and then he can leave the room in the middle of the cutscene, and then when he comes back, the game thinks that we already talked to Jesse. So I kind of
ポーズ
started
と
that
か
explanation a
マッ
little
プ移
bit
動
too
で
late
カットシーンとかして
to
たっぽ
really
い。
get what was going on. But essentially, there is a single bit in memory that controls whether or not Cloud is movable. For example, right now, Doumeis cannot move the Cloud around because he's paralyzed. And what causes paralysis? Generally, it's the beginning of an event. And what unparalyzes you is the end of an event. So a very, very obvious and simple example of this is anytime you talk to an NPC, right? When you talk to an NPC, it paralyzes Cloud while the text box exists. And then when you finish the dialogue and you close the last text box, then it unparalyzes Cloud so that you can move again. And the thing is,
あ
though,
あ、
it's
海
only a
歩くル
single
ー
bit
ト
in memory. And
か。
like every
はい
event
はい
is
はい。
programmed to just paralyze him at the
そ
start
れっ
and
てあれでしたっ
unparalyze him
け
at the end. So by talking to
沿
Jesse
岸沿いで
and
なんか
making the
セー
guard
ブリセッ
angry
ト
on
繰り
the
返
same
して
frame,
やるやつ。
both of those events paralyzed Cloud, and then when the guard's dialogue ended, it unparalyzed him,
カッ
even
トして
though
る
the
けど
Jesse cutscene was still
聞いたことにしたからよし。
That's what allowed him to move during that cutscene.
It's
And
also
so-
very funny because there are two events that do not paralyze Cloud, and they end up being very huge skips later in the game.
Which ones are they?
Hojo skip and or Midgar raid escape, I guess, and the FMG skip.
Yeah. The ones where they forgot to paralyze him. Exactly. So yeah, that paralysis
来ました
dodge
ね。
trick is going to be used several times in the run. Here he's just leaving the room and coming back because otherwise you have to stand and wait at Barrett here for a moment before he lets you in. You have to wait until like that cutscene has progressed far enough. But if you just leave the room and come back, it loads it back into a state where you can just go in right away. So saves a little bit of time to do that, especially with the very
私は
fast
PC 版でしか無理だって思われてたチャートっぽい。ああ。なんか今はあれなんですかね。頑張ればというかもう PS 版でもできるような確立されたんですかね。まあ、今回 PC 版ということで、それが見られるかもしれない。
If you menu too quickly, essentially, like long story short, if you menu too quickly, the game will put extra inputs into what you've done compared to how it works on PlayStation, and it's very, very, very annoying. And it kind of means that menuing needs to be done sort of extra slowly on PC. And also there might just be parts where the cursor kind of goes a little bit further than it's supposed to go. So I'm just throwing this out there for any time that the menus look a little wonky, it's probably that happening. But yeah, here we have another paralysis dodge right here.
I tried to do it, but failed. I didn't talk to Marlene, unfortunately.
もう29年経ってるんですよ。まだルートあれですかね。
It's like 0.5 seconds.
改善できる余地があるんですかね。
Yeah, you just fade out from the elevator. I mean, not the whole elevator. You skip the bottom screen one, but you still have to watch this screen, the elevator.
Yeah.
97年ですよ。
Not like a huge time save.
All right, I'm I'm gonna try to explain something before it happens this time because I keep being a little bit late on them. But coming up, basically, we're just first there's shopping, right? We have to buy a bunch of grenades. So we'll buy a bunch of grenades on the way out. The reason that grenades are really good is they do a lot of damage.
これだけあれですよね。アクティブがずっといる作品もなかなかすごいなと思います。やっぱり国内じゃなくて海外まで見るとね、ソースがたくさんいる分それだけ開拓されていくので、前回見たことあるけど、今回はまた違うランっていうのがいっぱい毎回あるので楽しみですね。まだその6年しか経ってない。
And it involves the two guards that are at the bottom. Basically, well, I don't know. Now this is too early to talk.
作品内では年を取らない。
Sure. First of all, I want to thank for all the good luck in the chat. I appreciate you guys. And also,
いいね、ここのシーン。
technically, we both throw grenades at different Genovas, so it's like it's still the same fight, kinda, but not really, because one takes a lot more grenades than the other.
That's true. Their AI scripts they've got some weird similarities to each other. Genova Birth, Life, and Death all have like similar but different AI scripts to each other, you know? Same, but different.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, another thing about this category, I'm gonna be trying to dodge a little kid on the weapons shop because I need to grab an eater on the second floor. However, that kid is very annoying. It's very hard to dodge him properly.
Oh, yeah.
That's coming up about now. Get more gameplay.
Do you mean on the way back down?
Yeah, the way...
Because I've basically accepted that you just have to kind of wait a second.
Yeah, you just walk and pray, pretty much.
Alright, here it's very important not to take this materia tutorial from Barrett. After Cloud makes that little adjustment on his pose there, you know you gotta take the second option, because that materia tutorial is like over a minute long. But if you ever do find yourself in that tutorial, remember, all you have to do is hold circle.
23タイトル出て、まあ、他のハードでも出してますけど、23発売タイトルありますね。すごいね、FF7。
You get an extra all materia here, but then more importantly in this chest is an ether, which sells for 750 money currency. And then there's the dodge for the kid back. Yeah, that's what makes grabbing that ether so annoying, is the fact that kid is there, and it feels like you should be able to get past him more quickly. So here's these guards. If you just move the correct way, you can run past them, and that's really all that needs to be said about that, I guess. Is they're not quite placed correctly, and behind them is a doorway that never actually gets used in the game proper. But it is active and it works. So you can go down to the playground through it and then run up to Wall Market, and that skipped the entire second reactor, the airbuster fight, meeting Eris in the church, right? All that kind of stuff. Just got skipped in a moment there. And kind of an interesting side effect of that is that because we skipped meeting Eris, that also means that we skipped naming her. And so her name just remains Aerith, which is extra interesting because when you do name Eris, the default text that's in the text box for you to name her is Eris with an S. However, if you never get that naming screen at all, and you just keep what her name is in the ROM before you name her, apparently it's Aerith with a TH. Which, yeah, that's just an interesting difference. There's a couple other differences as well. Like Red 13's name in the ROM is just Red without the 13 on it. Kate Sith's name is actually just blank because Kate Sith is an extra special case because his character sheet is used for young Cloud during the Calm flashback. And so in the ROM, his name is just a blank space. and then when you name Cloud, it actually names both Cloud and Kate Sith, so that they can, so that he can be young Cloud during the flashback, and then later, if you get to the point where you meet Kate Sith, at that point his character sheet gets updated for Kate proper. However, little spoiler for this run, we're gonna skip over the
ああ、
part
そう
where
っ
that
す
even
ね。
happens.
なんか、
And so when Kate
と、
Sith eventually does
ル
get
ー
into
ル
our
を見
party,
てるんですけど、
he's still going to be using the young Cloud character sheet, and it's going to be really weird. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, it is.
Anyways,
Different. There is a couple other things we're gonna be doing later in this the run that would not happen in a regular playthrough.
ロングワーピンググリッジを検視する、such as Yuffie
Yeah,
Warping
yeah.
and Extended Battle
so
Mode Warp。
there will be some wacky stuff. Definitely, definitely don't miss this run. This
ロン
this
グワー
route
プグリッ
is
ジを
really
除い
cool
た
to see.
N2%。
Oh, well, that's why we safety saved.
That's why. Exactly. That's why. That was a slight mistake there. I did do a safety save for a later trick.
それが使えるようになると、1時間30分台で
The reasons I did it.
クリアできるらしいです。
Yeah, this section of the game,
こ
like
れの3分の
there's
4分の
no
1?3
R&D
分の
to
1
worry
くらい
about
で終わる
for
らしい
the,
ですね。
really for the
まあ、デバッグを使えたら
dress
そうですよね。
However, it is still a really volatile part of the run just because there's a whole bunch of these selections that you have to make, and if you make any of them incorrectly, your run is just literally instantly dead. So yeah, very, very in a marathon setting, really good idea to make a safety save here.
Yeah. Also, I was expecting to get a paralysis dodge on that dining screen, which I didn't get, so it kind of threw me off because I'm kind of used to it at this point.
Oh yeah. And we
So-
can't blame double input glitch for picking the third option either because it doesn't exist on field selections.
No, it was just my
デバッグを使うとめっちゃゴニ
I
ャゴ
was
ニして
trying
一
to
気に
say
ラスボス
something
撃
and do
破。
the trick at the same time.
それは
I got confused.
ぶっ飛んでますね。
Yeah. To speak slightly more on the double input though, just in case any of you have ever played FF7 on PC,
や割
and
と
you
スト
feel
ー
like the
リー
menus have a mind of their
細
own
部まで見
sometimes,
れる感じなんですかね。
we actually learned
このノーワープ
exactly
スは。
why the glitch happens. The reason is any keys that are repeatable, right? Like for example, when you're on the menu, if you hold down, it does one down input, then it waits a moment, and then it starts repeating the down input automatically, right? Just like holding down a key on your keyboard in Notepad. However, what we found is that if you press another key during that delay
はいはいはいはい
period,
一部のストーリー
it
はカット
will
されます。
it'll
ありがとうございま
instantly
す。
repeat the key that you're holding, even though it's in the middle of the delay
まあ
period. And so when does that happen? Well, it
さっきの
happens
ALS じゃない
every
ですけど
single time that you want to press like down and circle very quickly, right? If you want to
そ
get
う
to a menu option that's
だからもう
directly
チャート
underneath
という
the
か
one
も
that you're currently
うぐちゃ
on,
ぐちゃですよ、
you
もう内
press
部でも。
down circle in rapid succession, right? And that's
あれでで
naturally
すのが
going
ノーワー
to
プで
mean
した
that
か。
you're
なる
still
ほど、なるほ
holding
ど。
down when you press circle, which satisfies this circumstance of pressing another key during the delay period of the down. And so when
あ、じゃあそれが、すみません。それが N パ
there's
ーか。
a
はいはい
second
はい。
down input, and so you end up going instead of just down
夏
circle,
のやつ
you
か
end
な。
up going down circle and ending up in the menu option below the one that you were aiming for. It's very annoying.
Very annoying. You can use it to your advantage in a couple of scenarios. Like when every time I'm gonna change from ATB
あ、
Ah,
そっか。
active,
めちゃくちゃ
I'm
カット
actually
してま
gonna
すね、
use
したら。
that on purpose. But other than that, it's just annoying.
Yeah, and so specifically, what he means is you have to press right in order to move your ATB from active to recommended to wait, but instead you can just press right X in rapid succession, right? Which is to go right and then to exit the menu, and when you press X to exit the menu, it'll register an extra right input and put you in.
バ
Or
ッ
left
クルーム
if
プラ
you're
ス
going
ウェ
back
ポ
to
ン
active.
ゲストカ
So
テゴ
yeah,
リー。
that's kind of
途
a
中
neat
ムービー35僕は死んだの CM 流れ
some
る。
other really weird stuff about menus in the PC version versus
突然
like,
流れるの面白すぎ
like
る。
for example, when you open the regular menu, you can exit the regular menu at the same time that you open a sub menu, like the config menu. And then when you exit the config menu, it goes straight back to the game, which is just bizarre. But you can use it to go just a little bit faster because it's one less menu that you have to exit out of. the PC version is strange, but one thing that I've really enjoyed seeing lately is I've actually been seeing a lot, like the current PC runners, like Doumeis here, but also like Zergu, Matt Davis. I'm seeing these guys actually utilize the PC quirks to their advantage a little bit more, right? Like what we talked about using double input glitch on purpose for your what do you call it, ATB changes and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And then there's also there's some paralysis dodges that can be done a little bit more quickly than usual. Like, I didn't really call it out during bar skip, but I noticed you did the faster version of bar skip, which is not possible on. I don't think it's possible on PlayStation, or it's just a lot harder on PlayStation or something like that.
I'm not quite sure if it's possible. I know the diner skip that I tried to do.
Not possible on PlayStation to do bar skip that way. But yeah, so it's been cool to see, like,
なんか途中ちょくちょく止まりますが、大丈夫かな？あれあれタイマー動いてるけど、ちょっと画面止まっちゃってるね。おーっと
doesn't look
大丈夫？
the same.
あ、よかったよかった。頑張って。
So if you trigger a fade
はい、
out
以上。
while the game
で
is
す
still
ね。よかったよ
fading
かった。
in, it does
はい。
it kind of interrupts the transition out, and so for
応援で
PlayStation,
カンパを
what
吹き
you'll
飛ば
see
しま
is
しょう。
it'll freeze like in the middle of the fade until the game is done loading, and then then it'll put you in the new room. But yeah, on the PC version, since there basically are no load times, it just instantly puts you in the next room.
It seems I'm having a bit of trouble connecting to the stream key, the stream server.
Yeah, I'm seeing the stream and it looks like it's gone back to normal. At least for me, it looks normal again.
Hopefully, sorry about that, guys. Living in Brazil is not easy.
Is it true that you guys still are making Master System games and playing Master System all the time?
Oh man, I wish. Funny thing, I actually saw a Master System on a bar that I went the other day. It's like a retro gaming bar. There was a Master System, but the CRT was not working, unfortunately.
Oh yeah. There was a place around here that had it was like a burger place and bar that had a bunch of NESs and CRTs.
このイベント
I
印
haven't
象
been
的
there
で
for
すよ
10
ね。
years though, so I wonder if they're still around. But that was fun.
Yeah, it was a fun
Back
time.
before my streaming days, even going there with like work buddies and playing retro games.
Good stuff.
But all right, so here, the reason that we did all the stuff in the wall market that we did in order to get the best gear for Cloud to dress up as the prettiest girl makes it so that Don Corneo actually chooses him instead of Tifa or Eris, which is a little bit faster because here we just go straight into his bedroom. If you don't get picked by him, you go into
踏み込んで力入ってた。そうなんだ。
slowly follow you around. You have to do several encounters and stuff, and so all of that takes longer than it does to just get the better dress stuff. So yeah, there we go. It makes this sequence go quite a bit faster. And now we're coming up on the spot where it's finally going to pay off everything that I said about the reactor and steps earlier. So remember, what I was saying is that at the end of the reactor, an encounter was forced in a specific position. So that achieved two things. Firstly, the encounter existing tells us what step ID we're on. and then the position that we forced the encounter in was a specific offset back from the next
羽太の孫。
preemptive step ID.
それが3種類もある。そうなんですね。
Apps fight. Then, because everything that we've done since then has been not in a hostile environment, that means that steps have not been active, so nothing's been moving, right? Even though we're running around, the game isn't incrementing our damage. It's not moving our bookmark on the random number list because the area isn't hostile. So that is that. And so now when we drop into the sewers, that is going to be when we're finally in a hostile environment again. Steps are going to resume from the spot where they left off on the reactor. And so Doumeis is going to do a little movement, the rest of the movement setup in order to hit that preemptive. And so what that means specifically is that the final time before the apps fight, or before he triggers the apps fight, the final time that the game checked for an encounter, what it's going to do is increment his danger. It's going to say, yes, this should be a preemptive encounter.
だいぶ
And then
進んで
he's
地
not
下
gonna
下水
get
道
an
まで。
encounter. But the preemptive flag is still set. So that's what happened. The game just set the preemptive flag and then did not trigger a random encounter. Now he's triggering the boss fight. And just like that, voila, it is a preemptive boss fight. So not only so the boss is looking the wrong way. That gets all three of us to be able to get our turns before the boss gets a turn, because everybody starts with full ATB. And it makes this braver, boom, do 4 times damage. It did quad damage than usual. Now, normally when you hit an enemy in the back from a preemptive, it only does double damage. But Apps is specifically programmed to take quad damage from his back instead. I believe the developer intention, the reason for that, is because of his Sewer Tsunami move that he can do in either direction, right? He can do a Sewer Tsunami, a wave, that either hits the back of the party or it hits his own back. And I guess the designers just wanted that move to do quad damage to him. And so in back attacks in general do quad damage to him. So yeah, it makes the Braver very, very strong against him. Now you might have noticed also. Oh, go on.
No, I was gonna say I'm just curious to see how the step route is gonna
おそら
affect.
くはさっき7番街スラムで勝った手榴弾がメイン戦力。
Yeah, because your formations will be different from the reset.
I'm gonna force it here. This. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I was just gonna say the Braver looked like it hit Apps in the front, but the reason though is that. Or the reason that the Braver still did the extra damage is because hitting the preemptive enemy with a grenade does not benefit from the grenades don't benefit from the preemptive, and so they don't take him out of the preempted status. However, the fact that getting hit by the grenade has the animation engine visually make him flinch, then when he comes out of the flinch, the game doesn't check whether he's preempted and put him back into facing backwards, it just puts him facing forwards. So even though he's still eligible to be hit by an extra powerful preempt attack, he still he's... Hang on, I kind of got away from myself a little bit there. He's facing forward. Even though he's still eligible
ちょっと
for
久
a
しぶりに
bonus
チャートを
attack
なぞって
damage,
いたん
he's
ですけ
facing
ど。
forward at that
う
point.
ん。
So that's why that happens.
Yeah, I'm just a bit
But yeah,
scared.
一応、画面の方はそうですね、左側のタイマーが動いてれば、まあ、リストリーム側の配信は止まってないということで、ちょっと少々お待ちいただければと思います。復帰するまで。
That we know what encounters battles are, or we know what the enemies are going to be in the encounters that we get, and that's due to something called formations. However, having to exit the game and
あ、手榴弾なんだ。知らなかった。へえ、ありがとうございます。
That actually made it so that that number got the game is hard reset. And so that means that now this
まあ、
encounter
タコ
is
戦
gonna
は基本的には逃
necessarily
げ
be what we have
て、
scheduled
Yeah,
it to be.
that's
そうでもない。
Oh, and it's
あ、
not.
逃げますね。
So yeah, this Usually, this would be an encounter with 2 Dean Glows, in which we would want to steal a couple ethers, and those couple ethers is going to give us a ton of money to buy more grenades with, but we're not going to be able to buy those grenades this time. Right? It's just for the grenades, right?
It is just for grenade, yeah. So the Genova Life fight is gonna be a bit slower than usual, but it's fine. It's totally doable still, so no problem. Just unfortunate. Doesn't matter for the long run because we are gonna reset the game a bunch of times anyway. The formations here are not a big deal.
Yeah, for formations, there's a couple parts in the PC version where we just Alt F4 the game and then reload it, and that zeroes out RNG values. So that means that anytime where one of those occurs, then a problem like we have with the formations right now disappears because to 0 again.
Yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna change my I'm gonna swap my string key real quick. My string
人が
server.
戦ってます。
So give me just a second.
大丈夫かなお待ちくださいと言ってもちょっと心配ですね。よかった。
We talked about how every 8 frames of movement the
はい、
game
じゃあ登っていきましょ
moves your
う。
bookmark on the random number list, right? And then it checks your danger against that random number. So what that means is that if you move the same exact way every time, then you get into battles in the same places. However, what that also means is that if your movement is a little sloppy, that means that you will spend more frames getting to the same position in space. Or a better way to say it is that by the time that you've exhausted the usual number of frames that would occur before a certain fight happens, you might not manage to get your cloud as far into the game, as far into space as usual because you were a little sloppy, right? And so we call that being behind. If your movement is a little sloppy, we start to get the encounters just a little bit earlier along the route than we expect. And so that's something that you have to be worried about, and it means that your movement has to be very good. Like, this is a game where
現在は
if you're following a step route,
フ
you need to
ァイナルファンタ
actually
ジ
practice
ー
your movement
7
through
2% のワープ
every
数
room,
が進行
not
中
just to
です
be able to make it through fast, but because any mistakes actually then compound on you and start causing a problem with your entire route, because you start to get behind the steps. And so hopefully we won't have to talk anymore about that, and instead we'll have to talk about getting ahead. But here we can see the power of grenades right here. 8 grenades just takes care of Reno, no problem. For a very quick
平
fight.
均140ぐらいっていうのが
And
や
then
っぱり
he
普
doesn't
通の攻
even
撃
get
と
to
か
the, doesn't
より
even
も
get to the point of
軽く
being
出るん
able
で
to
すね。
pyramid a second character. So yeah. But yeah, just generally a very big deal where anytime that we're on a screen that is live, movement has to be very tight. And I bring it up there specifically because that train graveyard is just a very weird room that's difficult to get through optimally and takes a lot of practice. And then the Reno stairs as well. Going up that spiral staircase is actually a lot harder than it looks as far as doing it optimally and staying on your route.
Yeah, absolutely. The train graveyard is like one of the hardest screens to learn early on. The cool thing about this category is since we have to force... Oh, we got the slap skip. I already got slapped by nothing, but anyway, doesn't save any time. The cool thing about this category is that we have a forced encounter with a specific enemy that we need to steal an item from. And that encounter is very, very, very lenient. So reaching that point on step route should be no problem at all.
All right. And then after this cutscene, though, there is one more room that's pretty tricky, and then it needs to be traversed. Like the junkyard screen that we're going to is not only tricky, but we need to go through it. You need to learn it in both directions.
ガートのエフェクトこんな綺麗な
Yeah,
んだ。
exactly. Gotta go through it a couple times. Even more if you're playing other categories that don't skip the second reactor.
Yeah.
I am taking a look at the damage here with all the eaters. I'm gonna have a lot less grenades. So the Genova Life fight's gonna be a bit slow.
And yeah, it might be the first time seeing a run that isn't super broken. This run is going to get super broken, just in a different way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you're used to seeing runs with wrong warping, then yeah, it's not gonna have wrong warping, but it's gonna get wild.
Yeah, we definitely do. Like, it's hard to say or hard to play FF7 without
第
glitches.
3次です
We
ね。
don't even have a glitchless category, like an official one, because this game is a walking glitch. Like on PlayStation, some stats don't even work properly, so they are already glitched by default. Which I know it's not like what do we mean by glitch in speedruns, but it's just a funny remark.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a no major skips category that just avoids doing the 4 biggest skips. Well, 5 now, I guess. Because yeah, basically there's 4 skips in the game that save more than 10 minutes.
いや
And
ー、ここ
no
ね、
other
すごい
skip
感情入る
saves
よね。
even
ここのブレッド。
2 minutes. So there was kind of a very big gap right there that kind of pretty clearly defined, these are the 4 major skips that we should have a category where we don't do them. But yeah, getting into like what's a glitch and what's not is it gets very much into the weeds. And you know how much speedrunners already like to argue about things like what is a glitch and what's not. Imagine JRPG speedrunners.
I think the funny thing is, if we were to define a glitchless category, guard skip would not be banned because it's not technically a glitch. So
Right. Well, that's exactly the kind of topic that comes
that's
up.
a problem. That's a big problem because then glitchless is more broken than no major skips.
Yeah. Right. And then we
snowball.
start talking about like developer intentions,
Yeah,
well, it's a glitch because it's not what they intended. And now it's like, well, I don't know. I wasn't in the room in 1996 when they were making the game.
Exactly.
But all right, so here's the other room that I was talking about where the movement is just very weird. This is a pretty tricky room to learn to get through optimally. And yeah, you have to learn it both directions.
Oh, nice side attack. At least we got that from the reset.
Oh yeah, and we haven't talked about walking steps. So so we're taking walking steps here, and so what's the deal with this? The reason is I keep talking about, how do steps work, where every 8 frames the game increments your danger, and then it checks your danger against a random value. But again, the random value is actually a set list of numbers that we know.
今のはエン
and
カウン
we're able
ト
to route around.
調整いわゆ
So
る。
here's the kicker,
なんか、
right? Here's the big difference, and the reason for walking is that on those 8-frame increments, when the game increments your danger, it first checks whether you are
後
walking
に判定
or
を行ってるん
running.
ですかね。
And if you're walking, you only get 1/4 as much danger as if you were running. And so, but you still churn through the random numbers at the same speed. It's still every 8
なんで忘れてる
frames
の
that the game
カ
is
ットしたか
checking.
らかな。なん
So
でやろ
what
な。
occurs very frequently is there will be an encounter check relatively soon after an encounter that has a pretty low danger threshold, where if we were to run, we would have enough danger and we would get the encounter pretty quickly. But if we instead walk for a certain amount of time, for a certain number of danger checks, then that 1/4 danger incrementation will allow us to remain with low enough danger until we have gone past that single encounter check that was kind of low, and then we can start running after that, because at that point we've gone underneath the low danger threshold, we've gone underneath the certain battle check that was a problem, and then the battle checks after that are going to be higher numbers again, and so that allows us to just run at that point. And so yeah, that's the reason for That's the reason for the walking versus the running. It can sound very complicated when we talk about it that way, but it's actually quite easy to actually do as a runner. The most important thing as a runner in order to follow the step route, number one most important thing is you got to know how to get through the rooms efficiently. Because if your movement is sloppy, you'll get behind on your route, and then there's no reason to memorize a step route if your movement is sloppy, because you'll get too far behind and it will stop benefiting you. So, number one thing is just to practice every room and get good at moving through it without wasting fractions. And by that I mean without spending any extra frames of movement. As far as the walking steps is concerned, that part's actually really easy. All you have to
という
do
話
is
があり
just
まし
remember
て、
that after certain encounters, you have to take a certain number of walking steps, and that's it, right? Which you can have written down. You know, it's something that most runners will start out with notes, or you know, they'll have like a note document next to them while they're running that just reminds them. You know, after this encounter, 6.5 steps. After this encounter, 8 steps, and so on and so forth. And then at some point, you just have it memorized.
It is
there
very
are-
simple until you encounter someone that counts differently than you, and then you have a discussion.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, is that so there is a big difference between a step and a step ID. And what I mean by that is the what you are achieving when you're walking is you want a certain number, a specific number of danger checks has to have occurred while you're walking. That's technically what's happening. And those danger ticks are occurring every 8 frames of movement. But when we're running, when you are the runner, you're not counting frames in your head. We need an easier visual indicator to tell us, right? And so we look at Cloud's walking animation, right? So when we say 4.5 steps, that means 4.5 Cloud walking animation steps, because that's what we as a runner can very easily look at and measure. But what we're actually
ボールマーケッ
achieving
ト。
is
はい、話でした
however many
ね。
frames of movement that ends up encompassing, which is the appropriate number of ticks of danger to be lower, to be low enough to not get the encounter that we're trying to go under. So yeah, so you'll see walking steps a bunch of times. That's the reason for that. And there we bought 62 grenades, and that accounted for the lack of ethers, right?
Yeah, I was gonna buy 81.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we had to buy 19 less,
Yeah,
or am I
19.
dumb? Yeah.
そこ通れるんだ
Thing
ね。
is,
さっきも折れてたけど、
Toru
普通に。
had a good idea.
あ、今何個買って
I
ました？
could
ち
do
ょっと見
like
逃して
an
た。
extra comment on the life, but
リパラクワーテ
sometimes
榴弾
like,
戦法。
the fight is not dangerous, so like it's a guarantee you win. It's gonna take a little bit longer, so I don't think it's a problem to have less grenades. Not really a big
Yeah, I would
deal.
say so for sure.
お金の余裕があるってことですね。
But yeah, it have to be as far as changing how many grenades you
Terrorist.
buy. You don't just buy the maximum. You need to have 300 Jill remaining because you need to buy the batteries here. So that's
60
why
個ぐら
he
い。
made sure to buy
あ
the maximum number of grenades that he could while still having
10
300
回。
left over, so that we could still buy the batteries here.
Hey man, I'm not okay with that Jill remark, okay?
また買い足しそうです
I'm
ね。
not fine with that. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we need a specific amount of money because later we're gonna buy the Chocobo lure material, which is a 2,000 gil if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
And
And the funny thing about the Chocobo lure is that if you're short, you can't even sell stuff because you can't access
Oh.
the shop until after you've paid the 2,000.
exactly.
僕登るよなーって
Punishing
思い
if
な
you
がら。
don't go there. I don't even think it's punishing. I think it's just run ending.
見てた記
You
憶
don't
があ
have
る。
enough money at that point.
Yeah. Like you could go outside and win an encounter and then go back in.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Thinking about shops, like you can't go into Calm, because otherwise you're stuck there.
Yep.
Yeah, encounters works. But if you guys are familiar with the nose lots runs that people do usually, it's very popular now. On the PlayStation version, you would be it would require much more precise movement here. They count the waterfall section on the Ares house. You have like a bunch of things you need to track in order to do the elevator manip. However, on the PC version, it's quite simpler to do it.
Yeah, so we gotta talk about elevator manip. So there is another RNG system going on in this game, which we refer to with two values called list and stone. Those are just the names of the things that we're gonna talk about. It's actually the same RNG table that Steps uses. It just uses the same table in a different way. What it does is you've got a bookmark on the RNG table, which we refer to as your list. Your list is your bookmark position on that table. And then stone is another value that decides every time where the game wants a random number, instead of incrementing your list by 1, just moving you to the next position of
あ、なるほど、なるほど。アイテムがもらえるだけだっ
it
た。ありが
increments
とう
your
ございま
list
す。
by stone. So if your stone is 33, for
受けて
example,
新ラビ
then every time
ル
the。game wants a random number, it moves your bookmark on the RNG table 33 positions and then gives you that new number. So what are we talking about with this? Is in the elevator, we're about to do the elevator, and here you're gonna see before he goes into Shinra HQ, Doumeis is gonna pop over here and save the game. So this achieves a couple things for us. Firstly, the Alt F4 and then reopen the game. This zeroes out our RNG values, meaning list is
戦
back
闘
to
回数
zero.
が
So
変わ
we
る
are
んでした
on
っ
the
け？
zero position of the RNG table now. Stone is back to 1. However, that doesn't even matter. But that's the big thing. And then the other thing that achieves is formations also just got put back to 0. So the problem that we had earlier of getting into encounters that were not what were routed is no longer a problem. We're back on route because we've zeroed it out once again at a time this time where it's been routed to do so. Anyway, so we're about to go into the elevator, and how it works is every time that you hit the elevator button, it moves you a random number of floors upward. And specifically, we want to hit floors 29, 38, 47, and 59. Because 29, 38, and 47 do not produce random encounters. You might want to deafen me for this, Doumeis, because I'm going to be yapping.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Okay. So how it works is every single frame that we're in the elevator here, it's counting up a number. And when we hit the button in order to send us up a random number of floors, what it does is it takes that counting number and it uses that to determine what our new stone value should be, which determines how many positions on the elevator, how many positions on the RNG table to jump forward, and then that determines how many floors we go up. So what he's going to do here, we got 15, which means he knows now what the elevator counter is at, because floor 15 means we were at a certain count. Now he's going to use a series of visual cues and timing. So he's going to walk up toward the button and open the menu.
階段より先頭挟んででもエレベーターの方が早い。
And then when he walked up to, when he hit the menu, what happened was he looked at the positioning in order to figure out whether he was ahead or behind.
29、38、40まで引きたい。ああ、ありがとうございます。めちゃくちゃ助かる。
Once again,
さあどうでしょう。
figuring out if he hit the button right on time or a little
最
bit
初の
late.
15は
And then each one of these menu buffers that you see passes exactly 1 frame. So here he has to do a certain number of menu buffers. Each one of those passed exactly 1 frame.
あ、
Oh, unfortunately, I didn't get to the neutral one. The final one is tricky because if I open the menu on the neutral position, oh, I missed it. Oops. Okay, got 1 encounter.
57。 あ、で
So
も
yeah, the
結構良かっ
strat is
た
that if you buffer
感じ
walking
なの
up
かな。
toward the
2回
button,
だけ
you're always going to get control of Cloud on the same frame,
平和。
which then is going to let you hit the menu, and then as the game fades into the menu, first going into the menu freezes the elevator counter, and then you look at the position of Cloud, how he's positioned, in order to figure out, okay, I hit it on exactly the right frame, or maybe I was a frame late, I was 2 frames late, something like that. And then from that
59 に
position,
到
you need to
着。
pass a certain number of frames in order to get to the elevator counter up to the number that's going to produce the
このエレベー
the
ター
result
は
that you want.
上に
And
登る
so
ので
let's say
待ってて
that
ねっ
like
て。階段
um,
で下ってね
what。we have written down for the manipulation is that it's 5 frames past the neutral, and then when he hits menu, he
こ
saw
こは変わるっ
it
つっ
was
てる
1 frame
なんで、
Well, that means that 1 frame late means that one of those
できます
5
ね。
frames already passed. So then he needs to do 4 of those close and reopen menu buffers in order to pass 4 more frames. Now we're in the right elevator count, so that then as he exits the menu, he can buffer circle to then hit the elevator button on the perfect frame in order to get the on the perfect frame for the elevator count to be correct. Thus, it's set stone properly. Thus, we hit the exact right number on the RNG table in order to hit the floors that we want. And so, as you saw, successfully hit floors 29, 38, 47, but then didn't quite jump all the way to 59 from there because there was just a miss menu count. But then that's fine. You just move on from there because that extra encounter isn't going to cause any problems.
Mm-hmm. Just honestly, I just lost 1 grenade to that. It's not a huge deal. The funny thing I could have done there is could have stolen an echo screen from him. I should have tried that.
I think a bolt and a regular attack gets rid of one of those hammer bros. Like, because you did the bolt from Cloud, and then I think a regular Barret attack finishes the fight from there.
Oh, I wasn't aware of the regular attack strat. I thought you needed a grenade. I think the grenade is for the
spiky dudes.
The spiky, yeah.
And then here, this part is exactly what it looks like. You know, there's just these guys always move in the
忘
same
れちゃった
pattern.
な。
So
この後、
we've got it mapped out
かくれ
right
んぼ
where
といけなかったよね。
that's the fastest and safest way to get through.
Mm-hmm.
And then here we're about to do the mayor password. So the password puzzle is a little funny because what your password is actually depends on your IGT. So here he's going to open his menu and look at his in-game time. And the second digit was on 15. And so if I'm not mistaken, that means that King is going to be the puzzle, the answer, right?
For PC, it's King, yeah.
So what you do there is it cycles between 4 possible answers, and so and it cycles through them in the same order. So what you can do is just take your since 60 is divisible by 4, that means that we don't need to worry about the minutes or the hours digit. We only need to look at seconds. And so take your seconds digit, divide it by 4, and take the remainder, right? You're going to get either 0, 1, 2, or 3. And in order, the 0, 1, 2, 3 that you get is going to line up in order with the password either being best, bomb, Mako, or king. So his second digit was 15, divided by 4, that's remainder 3, so that gets you the last one, king.
It is extremely important to hit that, because we do need elemental to run a lot. One of the most important materials.
Yeah, it's of course it's fastest to get the password on the first turn, or on the first try, but only if you get it on the first try do you get the elemental materia. You were told there'd be no math in a JRPG speedrun?
This game is all math, pretty much. No, I'm just kidding. Later we don't have to worry about it that much. A couple of stats here and there. Also, since I had to open my menu, I put the ATB on active, so I would have an easier time escaping from that encounter. And the next one too. That encounter was still kind of slow.
Yeah, that one can be very rough.
Also, that's something I think we didn't talk about, but when you're escaping an encounter, if you're on ATB wait, while the enemy is attacking, the game will stop trying to escape. You're like trying to allow you to escape. So it can take longer, and potentially be way longer if you're on ATB waits.
Yeah, and it's been kind of revealed more precisely how that mechanic works. Where, actually, I think I need to formally apologize to Dino Bambino, who's been telling me for like years that you shouldn't do row changes on ATB wait. And I finally agree with him because now I understand how the mechanic works better. Where if you have row changes queued, that's what then causes the wait frames for you to freeze into wait frames during the enemy's turn. While if you don't have anything queued, then it'll stay in active mode.
Someone asked if, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say it's situational, but I think he's actually right.
Someone asked if this is gonna be a slots percent. Unfortunately not. I would love, honestly, to play as Skate Sif and slots, because I am a big fan of the slots categories. But unfortunately, by doing the big skip that's coming up after Midgar, we never actually recruit Kate Sif. We never even see him. I mean, we see him on cutscenes and stuff, but we can't even use him in battle.
And yeah, to talk about it a little bit more, So how it works in ATB recommended or on ATB wait is that there are two things that can happen that cause the game to count down a 1 second timer and then trigger wait frames. And those two things are either something existing in the turn queue, anything existing in the turn queue, or one of your characters striking full ATB. If either of those things happen, then the game counts 1 second and then puts you into wait. And that process starts over every turn. And also the 1 second is based on what your battle speed is set to. If your battle speed is set to minimum, it's like 5 or 7 seconds or something. But yeah, it's 1 second. However, what that means though, is that if your battle is against 3 enemies, then you should do row changes. Because if your battle is against 3 enemies, then one of them is always going to be in the queue behind the one that's currently going, right? So it'll be triggering wait regardless. But if you're against only 2 enemies or 1, then you don't want to do row changes. Because you don't want to be triggering, or you don't want to be putting anything into the queue yourself, right? If that makes sense, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, we will be doing the disc 1 skip, the largest. Also, yeah, I think it is the largest skip in this game, if you don't count the warps. We will be doing it after Midgar. And the cool thing about this category is that by the end of it, you're essentially playing no slots again. We end up buying all the stuff that Tifa needs to be strong. He's just the fastest character to use by the end game if you don't have access to slots.
Yeah. Oh, and I agree with the 1 row change idea too. And here's the other reason, is that if you don't do any row changes, the other thing again that triggers the wait frames is your character striking full ATB. So if you've got one character who's like preempted at the start, then what happens is like you've got the first turn available to you. What can happen is if you don't do a row change, then the enemy's turn might begin before your second and third characters strike full ATB. then them striking full ATB will trigger the 1 second timer. But if you do a row change, that might get the other two characters to fill up their ATB during your animation, and then that won't be a factor when the enemy's turn begins during the row change. So yeah. Anyway, this is very nitty gritty.
At the deep mechanics of FF7. I saved again, but this one was not safe to save. This one is actually a required save that we're going to be using later in the game. I didn't save on plot 1 specifically for that, because I'm going to be coming back here to do some glitching. Then I'll let Dash explain what's happening.
For sure. For now, though, we've got the sample fight. You put it back on ATB weight, right?
Yeah, I did.
Perfect. So,
一体どうなっ
this
ちゃうん
is
だ
kind
ろ
of
う
the first
な。
fight. I guess it was actually on the guards, but anyway. This is when we start to more see use of ATB weight instead of ATB active. This fight would be very bad to do on active because there's 4 enemies and only 3 of us. So instead, we use ATB weight. How ATB weight works is anytime that you're in a sub-menu, it stops anybody from gaining ATB. And ATB, of course, is the value that once it fills up, that's when the character queues up their turn. So what we'll do here is basically control the flow of ATB to only allow time to flow when it most benefits our party. And in this case, what that means is when at least 2 of our characters are gaining
で
ATB.
はい、It's 13.
So what you'll see here is we've got 3 characters. If all 3 of our characters are gaining ATB, great. First guy, he'll send in the grenade. Second guy, send in the grenade, sure. Third guy here, he's waiting on targeting. So the hand is on sample because he's targeting, which is holding time still until both Cloud and Tifa have finished their turns, and that makes it so that during Red's fire animation, both Cloud and Tifa are gaining ATB, right? Otherwise, if he didn't do that, then only Cloud's turn would go off, then only Cloud would be gaining ATB, then Tifa's turn would go off, and so on and so forth. So here you just kind of see that combo happen. Whenever possible, time is being held if not at least 2 of our characters will be gaining ATB. That seemed like a really good fight.
It was a really good fight. I messed up because I accidentally released Cloud Grenade, but I made it up with the limit. It ended up being really fast.
Yeah, characters gaining their limit bar can be really helpful in a fight like that, or it is really helpful in a fight like that because it makes them gain their next ATB very, very quickly.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
with the way that we do that fight, it's very beneficial. With the way that we do a lot of future fights, though, they're sort of planned out not around the limits, and so you just kind of have to ignore the fast ATB if you get it. Like on Motorball, for example, it doesn't help you at all because you just do the fight the same way regardless.
I need to put it back on ATB active now, but I'm gonna be doing that menu specifically later to try to set up a glitch. Other paralysis dodge. One that's very tricky. It doesn't save a lot, but since I have to open the menu anyway, might as well open there. The prison skip.
Yeah, and kind of the reason to do that is there are certain skips where what you need to do is, for example, press up, left, and circle all on the same exact frame. And so the most consistent way to press 3 buttons on the same frame is to open the menu and then close the menu, and as the menu is closing, you hold those buttons down, buffer all 3 of them, right? And then the game behaves as if you hit them all in the same frame once it comes back. So yeah, menus are used for setups.
プリズムスキップみたいな単語聞こえたけど。
Yeah, good calls. I could probably do that. I am playing slightly different than most Nose-Lost runs, because I am leaving everybody on front row. Because for Motorball, it's kind of a scary fight, because he actually back attacks you, so your row is changed from what it is. So I'm gonna be on the back row in that fight, which makes it a lot safer. So no crits can actually kill my characters. and change that for safety on Rufus. Rufus can be a bit tricky.
All right, and here we've got the short jail sequence. All you have to do here is talk to Eris, and then you're able to go to sleep. Talking to Barrett and Red is totally optional and just waste time.
Yeah, and you can move here, so you can keep yourself entertained by just spinning clouds for no reasons. Not much else to do here.
I am always a little superstitious that, like, if he's not facing left, then it's gonna take him longer to turn toward her on certain text boxes. But I'm not sure if the game actually waits for him to turn.
Yeah,
it depends on how they scripted it. Like, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, sometimes he looks like on diagonal towards her, and I kind of wonder if I need to just keep looking that way to be faster. Sure. But I do have a little setup here. So just stand in the corner and then move towards the door.
Oh yeah, speaking of frame rate, we can also talk about speed square, just that the PC version, just kind of an aside, the PC version of this game, we also do run with like a mod that was made specifically for the speed run that makes the game run at a consistent speed. Because without it, everybody's hardware actually runs this game at a slightly different speed, and it's not just simply like better hardware equals faster speed. It's like more weird than that. So yeah. Mav in the community created a mod called Speed Square that just it makes everybody's PC run the game the same way. So it is a godsend for the speed run.
Oh, for sure. He also created another mod that allows us to do like save states and change all sorts of values in the game. So he basically saved the PC speedrunning. No way.
Yeah, the save states on PC are really cool. All right, here's the menu for that skip that we talked about.
I need to. Yeah, I needed to move one more fraction to the left, but I was in the right position, but that's fine. Such a minor skip, like, you only skip the little turnaround from Barrett's and then his text box.
There, it's a little bit faster to go around Red, but it actually costs a little bit of movement. Luckily, the route allows for it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind now on steps, but it's really not that big of a deal. You guys will see how insanely lenient this no encounter actually is.
いや、こんだけ結構あると怖いっすよね。
One that you have to force? I guess it's not that far away.
It's not actually. Good points. About it. Yeah, I think the one you force is no encounter, and then the step route remains the same. And then you have to force the Geiger's encounter after, which is also very lenient. So then the step route ends up being the same afterwards. We catch up. Yeah, the thing about PC is people with very, very old hardware ended up having like, I don't know, 36 FPS gameplay, which is insanely fast. I remember there was like a very old, I don't know, probably 12, 13 years at this point, record that had 36 FPS. The game is supposed to run at 30. It's wild, the difference.
So we're coming up on a little bit of a boss rush here, and then, I mean, buckle your seatbelts, because after we get out of Midgar is when things get kind of wild. And not like usual. PC runs, a lot of the categories you'll see wrong warping. With this category, we're not going to be wrong warping, but we are going to be cloud surfing, and it'll be very fun.
It's much cooler, honestly. The wrong warping is a cool concept in this game, in this version. But it does make the speedrun very trivial, because we finish Midgar and then we wrong warp to the debug room and finish the game. So it's like a 1.5 hour speedrun. And Midgar is not the most interesting part of this game, so it ends up being not the most fun speedrun in general. It's a good starting point. Playing the quote-unquote full game, it's more fun.
Yeah, Midgar is very dense with a lot of tech. But yeah, it's funny being someone who, runs PlayStation no slots. It's like it kind of feels like as someone who does a lot of runs of the whole game, it sort of feels like the run starts when you leave Midgar.
Yeah, pretty much. It is like not the tutorial section, but it doesn't feel like the start of the run. Oh, that's perfect. Gonna have all the limits to save a couple grenades.
Yeah, so this boss is just throw grenades at him. However, as you mentioned, the limit breaks are going to be able to replace a couple of the grenade throws, but really not a ton happening, especially not on the first phase here. Character turn order is a little bit important because of the way that the second phase spawns in.
通常プレイでは手榴弾にいることになる。
Yeah, you guys will see I will take a lot of damage here because I am on front row.
一番攻撃が通るんですかね。
Things get
ハンドレッ
critical, I
ド
can
ガンナ
just do a limit break. The healing wind. It's not optimal, but it can save me in a critical situation. But it's good to
So
have
after
you on
this-
front row. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. So after
ああ、
this,
エレベーター
grenade right here is when
間の移動
phase
で
two
き
is
ない
gonna
から
begin. And here's what's kind
ア
of
イテムと
weird
かに
about phase two
頼るしかないの
is
か。
that Red and Barrett
なるほど。
already
あ、でもリミットは
used
取
their
ることか。
turns before he
あ、また来ましたね。
So that's cool. He does get this sneak attack right here. That means he gets the.
じゃあここでアイテム持ってなかったら結構戦闘長引きそうですね。
ATB in the turn queue. He just gets it when he comes in. Then Red and
まあ、魔
Barrett
法で
get
ボコスか
their,
やるしかないの
get
か。
their turns that they already had queued. Eris, however, was not fast enough to
Oh.
get a turn in, and so that's part of what makes it really good to have her be the character that got the
Gunna.
killing throw on
あ、そうかそうか、通常、そうだね。そうです
what's
ね。
his
そう
face
かそうか。
on phase one.
バレットの通常も届くけど、そんな火力届かないから、結局は手榴弾が強い。あ、手榴弾が強い。
Those two limit breaks, because like we talked about earlier, limit breaks are prioritized in the turn queue. So yeah, they were able to go grenade, grenade, limit, limit, all before he got his second turn, which is really nice.
I was a bit scared of Red dying here, but it didn't happen, so good.
お、倒しましたね。
We do need Red to have as much EXP as possible early on.
All right, now we come up on the Rufus fight. So Rufus comes
お、
with
今度はクラウド側に移
he
っ
comes
て、
with his
ルー
Daug.
ファッセン
What are these things called? Dark Nation. That's what it's called.
Yeah, they're
He comes with a dog. It has a 140 HP, and what's really annoying is that grenades have a non-trivial chance to do 139. They can even do only 138. So we just hope that this grenade kills.
Oh, easy.
All right. Yeah, that was a good roll. And then just 4 grenades on Rufus takes care of him.
Yeah, I could do this fight on front row and use a limit break. However, if I miss the
リメイク版だと強化されてたりするんで
Rufus
しょう
starts
か。
treating me, which happens quite frequently. There is a non-trivial
あ
chance
ショ
to
ットガン
die.
しか撃っていきませんが。お、
Yeah, no warps is
結構
not the
タフ
same
で
as
すね。
no
3
warps.
発撃って、
No
やっ
warps.
と撤
The
退。
run is the same as any percent in the PlayStation. I'm gonna be using the new big skip. It is similar
You
to
just-
Noise Lots.
Did you intend to reject the drops there? Your protect vest and guard source?
Did I do that?
Yeah.
この後下ってい
Oh.
くのかな。
Not really.
リメイク版のルーファスとショットガンとコインでレールガンしたり、ショットガンやダッシュしますね。めちゃくちゃ多彩になってる。
Thankfully, I'll do something. I do have a safe to save here, ready. How did I even do that? Sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna loading a convenient save to save that I have here, because I did make the save to save before, because this minigame that we're about to go on can actually crash my game, and it is. It happens very randomly. Sometimes when I input something before the game loads.
Yeah, it
あ
can
れ、今
happen
なん
pretty
でロード
easily.
したのかちょっとわかんないけ
The
ど。
rejection, if
なんか、
because
ス
I
ロ
think after those
ッ
rewards,
ト
you're
1に
probably
セーブしてた
intending
気
to
が
run
する
up
け
and
ど、なん
right,
かス
and
ロット
so if
10
you
のロード
buffer
した
up too early, it will
のかな。
wrap the reward
で
screen
も多分
cursor
な、
down
乱
to
数調整っ
exit
ぽいですね。
without taking all items. So yeah, that's how that can happen pretty easily.
Oh, I actually didn't even realize I did that. Thanks for calling it out, because that would have been a real problem later in this run. So I'm glad I had the safe to save ready, just in the same section,
Yeah.
just after the Rufus fight. Yeah, now we're gonna have more grenades than the other one too. So
あ、ルファスのあっても断った。はい、ありがとうございます。
not ideal, but kind of necessary. Because since we're about to skip essentially 2.5 hours of gameplay,
なんで全然燃料入ってる。確かに。空っぽにしときなさい
we
よ。
don't have a lot of money to spare.
All right, so here we're putting red 13 into the party.
こ
For
の
a
区間
few
結構長いです
reasons.
よね。
One is that because of what's going to happen after the motorball fight, we're not going to have the chance to change our party again for a very long time. And red 13 is just he is better than Barrett for what's coming up. For one of the reasons, for example, is that he throws grenades much faster, and we're going to be throwing a lot of grenades. So having red in the party actually saves a bunch of time just because of that. But also his magic is very good, and that's going to be important. For this minigame, red bikes.
あ、本当だ、これ全員に顔柄ある。
Bikes actually have different AI behaviors, and red bikes are more cautious. They don't try to get past you during an attack. And so if you just sit there spamming attacks, red bikes will never try to get past you. And the game will only spawn up to 3 bikes at once. So kind of a easy strat here is just to spam attack the whole time.
赤3になる
and
まで切る
kill
よ。
non-red bikes until you get 3 red bikes, and now you can just chill.
And unfortunately, on the PC version, you can't just hold square or circle. You can do that on the PSX version, the PS2 version.
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, there's a couple things like that. The submarine game is like that too, where on
で、
PlayStation
また
you can
ひ
just
たすら
hold
進んでいく
square
だ
to
け。
fire missiles, and on PC you have to mash it.
なるほど。
Coming up, we have the motorball fight, which is very, it's, like it's not complicated, but we have to do a very specific turn order and damage rolls.
Yeah. Yeah, we will be talking about motorball. I mean, yeah, we can just talk about it. He is weak to lightning is really important. And so we're going to be using grenades, but also Cloud is going to be casting bolts on it in order to do some extra damage. But yeah, we're going to come up to, he's got 2 different phases of his fight where he's standing up straight and when he's hunkering down. And there is a certain spot when he's hunkered where we don't want to pass a certain damage threshold on him because it will affect his AI behavior in a way that is good for us.
さあ、道が途切れ
if we
て、
don't. So we'll see that pattern right here. Oh, nice crit on
Yeah, that's great.
whoever was in the back row. Yeah, so this is kind of a counting boss where here comes our bolt, and so we have to count the damage a little bit. 196 is actually really low.
It is pretty low, yeah. That's because I don't have I don't have 4 green materials. I only have 2.
Yeah. And so here's the second bolt. Queuing, third bolt is queued up now. fourth bolt queued, and then this is what I'm talking about him being hunkered, right? Is that he's about to ram the party, and that's the last thing he does. And now on his next turn, we
名
need
前
to defend
ART
the
がじわじわ来る
damage threshold, where if this bolt were to put him over the damage threshold, he would counterattack
メ
by
イク版
standing
だと全部
back
バイ
up,
クでこいつ
and
だと
then it's his turn,
ー、
which he would do a very long
タイヤ
attack
トゲトゲ
animation
で
that would almost kill everybody.
倒すの大変そ
Because
う
we stayed under the damage threshold, he used
ART
his
が無視されてい
turn
る
to stand up, and then we just get to go and we can finish him off.
やっぱりセーブデータ違
I
うの
thought
か
I
な
was not gonna be able to finish with the last bolt because the damage was kind of low. But
なんかセーフティー
we
セー
do
ブ
queue
うんたら
up
かんてる
the
したから
FIFA limit break just in case. So we actually get turn priority and finish the fight in case the bolt doesn't do it. And now I'm gonna be quiet for a while, so do your thing. That feel free to explain everything.
We are gonna have to talk about disc 1 skip. And before that, even, we have to talk about world map RNG. So we talked all about steps earlier and how the step route works. The thing is that the world map runs on an entirely independent system from that, where the world map RNG actually reseeds every single time that the world map loads. And
ミッドから
so
脱出
what does it seed based on? It seeds based on your in-game time. So first, here's a paralysis dodge where he talked to Barrett and hit
時
the
間
edge
は
of the screen. at
1
the
時
same
間
time.
半早くない
And then that allows us to leave during this cutscene instead of watching the whole cutscene. And then right now, what he's doing is looking at his in-game time and waiting for a IGT that has optimal RNG. So we've got whole notepad sheets, just whole documents of all of the different IGTs that have good RNG, and then these little tip taps that he's doing, these left taps, and then opening the menu this many times. Each of these things that he's doing are adjusting RNG a little bit from where it's seeded based on that in-game time. And what all of that did is it made it so that now he's not going to get a encounter for a pretty significant amount of time here. And that's going to be
なん
able
か
to
エン
get
カ
us
ン
all the way to
ト
the Chocobo
初世の
Ranch
話してそうですね
probably
ゲーム内タイ
only
ム
one
とあ
encounter.
とポーズバッファで
If you don't manipulate, you usually get at least 2 encounters
バッファ
here.
じゃないのか
3 is
まあ
not
何
a
かしら
problem
する
at all.
と
But
いい感じになる
here,
よ
yeah,
って感
didn't
じ
get
の
an
ことを
encounter
言
until
ってる
all
気
the
がす
way
る
down here. Also, the encounter is not a pincer. It's possible to get pincered here, and the RNG manipulation also
あれじゃあユフィが出てこないあは
avoids.
そういえば
And so then
もう固
there
定
we
メン
go.
バー
We
なん
got
で
to
す
the
かね
Chocobo Ranch in only 1 encounter. So then that same thing is going to be used in order to manipulate a specific Chocobo encounter as well. So that's going to be like a different sheet that we're looking at, right? Like a notepad document, for example, is what I use. That just has a whole bunch of in-game times listed. So here we have to buy the Chocobo Lure materia, which is what we were talking about earlier, where you have to have 2,000 Jill in order to be able to afford it. And then here we go. So now, again, for the world map RNG to seed to something that we want, we got a menu. We have to equip that Chocobo Lure that we just bought. Cure up the party in preparation for what's next. And then here we go. So now, once again, looking at that
Calm cut.
in-game time on the bottom right.
おなんかまた調整してますね
128.40 is an eligible time in order to seed world map RNG properly.
あ
And then also the movements that you do are important as well. So the manipulation also has you just hold down right and R1, which just runs in circles, and then that consistency of input then
ほぼ
also
出すための
doesn't negatively affect your
調整だったの
RNG
かな
and allows you to make sure that you know the manip won't get thrown off, and you'll get this fight that you're expecting. So there we go. There's a
ごめんか
Chocobo.
でしたね
Now we're gonna do a special trick. This trick is very difficult and kind of RNG heavy.
おこれは見たことありますよ
When you step onto the grass here, it activates okay. When you come out of a battle, it sends you back to the last side of the grass that you stepped off of. And when you step onto the grass on the left side, it activates this property that allows Cloud to get off of the
なん
Chocobo.
か
and
こ
he'll
のチョ
actually
コボ
ask
と
us to stay.
ヘビさんを使っ
It's something
て、
that the developers coded in as a
この
soft lock
外
prevention if you
外
haven't
側
been
を
to
歩けるよ、山を歩けるようになるん
So
でしたっ
we're
け？
gonna abuse it here because
で、
normally that flag that
海を歩
allows
く。
Cloud to ask the Chocobo to
海歩くの
stay
まだ？
instead of running away. Normally it clears when you run back out of the back off to the right, but instead of run it, where is this guy right now? Oh, there he is.
He is trolling me really hard right now.
So what we're trying to do is we want to step onto the grass in order to activate that flag. And then we want the Midgarzolem to get into an encounter with us, which is going to warp us back to the right side of the marsh when we come out of the encounter, which is going to teleport us over the trigger that turns off the dismountable chocobo. So there, he nailed it perfectly that time. I mean, honestly, he was doing well the entire time. It's just RNG whether the Midgarzolem curves away from you or not. That time it didn't curve away, and so it hit us while we were standing on the grass. So that achieved two things. A, he was on the grass, meaning the chocobo flag is set in order to have the chocobo be dismountable. B, having the last side of grass that he stepped off of was on the right side, meaning it teleported us to the right side of the marsh. Meaning now we have a chocobo that we can dismount wherever we want. And again, this only works if you haven't been to Calm yet. So he's going to dismount the chocobo in this specific spot, and then he's going to save the game. Careful not to save over the sample one. Perfect. Now we're going to do another PC specific trick. So the PC version doesn't do as good of a job as it needs to do in some regards when it comes to carrying information between save files. So this is the save file that was created earlier in the run. On the way to the sample fight, he stopped and made a save file. Remember? The reason is so that now we can save on the world map on a different file and load this file. And the reason is that this field that you're looking at right now does a special thing where it disables encounters. Encounters are like specifically flagged to be disabled right here, right now, for some reason. So that you don't get into an encounter when you're grabbing the enemy skill later or something like that. However, that flag can be carried over to another save file. If you game over on this screen, what it will do is it will send you back to the title screen.
一体何が行われているんでしょうか。
you will still have no encounters until you enter a field that doesn't have this flag. And that is going to be really, really, really important because the trick that we're about to do has a extremely significant amount of world map movement that needs to be done. And during that world map movement, we cannot get into encounters so we're going to use the no encounter flag here to work for to do that job for us. So here, we use the sample boss fight to game over on this screen, and then we're gonna load the world map in order to not get into any encounters, and then the real trick starts.
ゲームオーバーになってセーブデータをロードするとエンカウント調整ができている。
Yeah.
I'll tell you why later, Zergo, don't worry. I had some issues with my video. Well, fun fact about this marathon is that I actually PB'd yesterday using marathon threats, but yeah, I'll do the trick here.
Yeah, so now we have loaded this file and we still have the no encounters flag from that sample room. Now what's going on is we saved standing on the ground. So he loaded his file and he stood on the ground, and then he mounted the chocobo. Now, something very peculiar happens with chocobos in this game, and with hit detection. So basically, what's going on here is the world map is made of triangles. Some of those triangles are scripted to allow you to stand on them, and some of them aren't. And
なんか今、よくないのが見えたな。
right? And the three vertices define the area of the triangle, and then the game can run its collision
あ、
detection.
海やってる途中に塩化するとスタックするから儀式が必要。ああ、なるほど。
Now, here's the thing,
ありがと
though,
うござい
is
ま
that
す。
the developers
そうさ、
coded
なん
in
かソフトロッ
shortcut.
クというか、そうそう
First
そう
of
なんか
all,
それで
it
スタ
only
ッ
checks
ク
the
するよっていう
triangles of the
話は
current chunk that you're standing in. The world map
どっ
is
かで覚え
made
てたんで
of
す
a
けど、そういう
grid
ことだ
of
ったんです
chunks
ね。
which load in and out as necessary because the entire world map can't all be
お
loaded
お。
at once. Some crazy stuff is happening here right now. You'll understand it in a minute. So the thing about those chunks is that
わか
instead
ってお
of
り
so
ます。
first of all, the game only checks the triangles of the chunk that you're in to determine to look for Cloud's hit detection. But then furthermore, it also only checks first before it checks
た
all
だ、
the triangles of the chunk.
す
First,
ぐには
it
移動
checks
し
the
ない感じ
last
か？
6 triangles that Cloud has been standing on. Now, here's the deal, though: is those 6 triangles that Cloud has been standing on do not update while you're on a chocobo, and they don't point to a chunk specifically. They point to a spot of RAM. So what that means is let's just talk about what Doumeis is doing right now. He's gonna go bump into a certain triangle. So a bunch of the trick is already done so far, but what's happening right now is there's a chunk off in the distance that he wants to be able to get into, and so what he's gonna do is approach it right now and then bump into it. So right there, he just bumped into a certain triangle that was on that chunk that's up there. Now that triangle is loaded into Cloud's 6 triangles. And so now what he's going to do is
あ、
get
なん
back
かめ
on
ちゃく
this
ちゃ詳し
chocobo.
く解説してくれてるっぽい。
And now this particular pattern of chocobo movement, including swinging the camera, what this is doing is it's unloading and reloading chunks into a different order. So that next time that he reaches that chunk, the game is going to look at Cloud's last 6 triangles. It's going to see the one that he just bumped into and loaded in. Except now, when it sees that triangle, it doesn't see the data of that chunk.
高さの判
Instead, it
定もあ
sees
る。
the
あ、確
data
かになん
of
か
a different chunk that
段
is
差みたいなのある
now
から、
in that
もしかして
spot
と
in
思ってた
RAM.
ら。
And what it's going to see when it looks at
え
that triangle is it's going to see 3 vertices that are all in the exact same
あ、
place. And because they are all in the exact same place,
もう
that
こうなる
means
と
that
目
the
印
triangle
で
or at
移
least
動
from
す
a
るしかな
bird's
さ
eye
そう
view.
ですよね。だから
And
ト
what
ライア
that
ングルって言
means
ってたけ
is
ど。
that the triangle essentially has an area of 0. When a triangle has an area of 0, that then activates another bug in the game's coding, which is that they just never bothered to account for because they didn't think that it would ever matter, which is that if the game runs its collision detection against a triangle that has 0 area, it always returns true, or it always returns, yes, Cloud is able to be standing there. So what all of this movement and getting on and off the chocobo is achieving is one chunk at a time. What we're doing is we are storing one triangle into Cloud's 6 triangle stores, and then we are corrupting that triangle with chocobo movement into a form that the game always allows him to stand on, and we are making a pathway of chunks that now all contain a triangle that we can always stand in, which creates it builds a bridge and creates a pathway where we can cloud surf all the way to City of the Ancients.
There
And
we go.
that's disc
あ
one.
あ。普通に入れるんか。
Yeah, that's a lot of info. Thanks
す
for
ごー。
recommendation. It is a lot of
So-
stuff happening at the same time.
Yeah. So that way we
ああ、
skip
やは
all
り
the way to
生
City
存
of
ル
the
ート。
Ancients, which is basically logically the furthest that we can go in the game where the game still knows what to do. And so the way that the game knows what to do is when we sleep on this bed right here, sleeping on this bed right here, it updates a value that we call
い
your
やいやい
game
や、
mode.
ワープはしてないからね。ちゃんと道を
which is
道を歩い
basically the game
道を歩いて
keeping
きました
track
から
of
ね。
where you are in the plot. And whenever a room has to load, the game looks at your game moment in order to determine how to load the room, right? Because different rooms are different depending on where you are in the plot in the game.
ど
right?
こまで飛んだん
And
だ、これ
so
は。
sleeping in the inn right there, that updates your game moment. And so now, as far as the game is concerned, we are at this part in the game. Before, we were just in City of the Ancients for some reason. Even though we were still supposed to go to Calm, but then after we slept in the bed, the game updated that game moment to say,
あ
okay,
あ、
we are
サガ
now
フロの
at
ディ
this
スク使う
point
こと
in
で
the game,
似たような
so
ことがで
everything
き
is
たから、
dark,
サガ
and
フ
we
ロ
can
ワープ
go
なんて呼ばれてた。
fight
へえ。
Genova
確かになんか
Life.
別のディスク使うっていう
But first, we're going to do a
のあ
little
っ
bit of
たな。
backtracking.
あんま
Because
り
there's
覚え
a
てなかったで
very
すけど。
important item in this chest right here, which is the water ring. The water ring makes the wearer absorb the water element. So you might be wondering, okay, so if we only just got out of Midgar, how are we going to manage to defeat Genova Life, who is, you know, essentially a mid-game boss? Well, the reason is with the water ring. The water ring makes the wearer absorb water elements, and every single attack in Genova Life's arsenal is water elemental. So we literally cannot lose the next the next boss fight as long as one
こ
character
れもしかして
has
め
the
ちゃくちゃ
water
飛ん
ring
だ
equipped. But we're
めちゃく
also
ちゃ飛
coming
んだ
back
な、
here
こ
in
れ。
order to stock up on some items conveniently and grab that Kiata materia that's going to be used for our stats a little bit later.
そうですよ
Yeah,
ね。
with the magic
う
stuff.
ん、レベル
And,
低す
also
ぎ
as a
て
backup
買
for
ってないですよ
like
ね。
for diamond weapon stuff. So it's a very useful
な
material
るほ
to
ど、なるほ
have.
ど。装備取りに着想してる。そっか、装備でなんとかなるんですね。
All right. So yeah, now a lot of the
すご
rest
い
of the
な
run is going to be just
何回見
dealing
て
with
も
being an
今度新しい
extremely
技
low
見れるの
level,
楽しいな。
also not having any stuff, you know.
ディスク
On
H の
a
方も
run
全部
that doesn't do disc one skip, by now you would
す
have
ごっ。
Tifa and the Power Soul. Or you'd have the Power Soul online, you know. You'd have the Power Soul weapon. You would have Death Sentence in order to power it up, and you would have like laser E skill to get her into critical HP easily, or you would have Molotov items that you were able to buy. You'd have the Big Guard E skill by now. We don't have any of that because we just came here straight from Midgar. So yeah, the strats that we now have to use in order to deal with how under-equipped we are pretty interesting.
これ
But
逆に
for
PS
Genova
版
Life, it's a
3枚組でや
little
る
bit
と
of a
どうなる
slow
んだろう。
period because it's really just tanking her damage with the water ring.
マ
But
ップ
we'll see how
遷した
that
時
plays
点
out in a
で
minute here.
Yeah, we only have
交換になるのかな。
that's it. And the commenter I'm gonna be grabbing here.
逆に
Yeah,
PC
this
版
comment you
と
can
それ
grab
こ
from the
そ
bottom shelf. It's pretty
これ
easy to
PC
do
版でし
that.
かでき
Try
ない
that
と
on
か。
your own game. It's very easy to do. Oh, here's the menu that's on a threshold, by the way. So when he exits out of this menu,
時計も足りてないのではあ、でもいろいろあるね。
boom, instant transition.
I even got confused a little bit with the inputs because I didn't switch them fast enough.
And so a lot happened on that menu. Like, for example, equipping both all materials just links to each other simply so that they can gain AP. But tell us more about that menu specifically and like what material.
レベル11ですもんね。
So the materials that I need for this fight, I have some extra materials in my character.
フューチャーとから2時間ぐらい縮んだ。へえ、すごい。
So the money route in this category was a bit tight early on. So it's fine now. So that's the reason I needed those items from Rufus as well. We need those Phoenix Downs. We need a lot of resources that we don't get on the entire of the disc one that we skip. We also need the enemy skills on red.
の
I put it on
Ops.
red, but can be anywhere. I need to be hit by Aqualung in this fight. That's one of the reasons I saved the game. We need Aqualung because then we can actually learn that skill on the enemy skill and use it to farm some levels and fight some bosses. And like Aqualung is one of the strongest spells in the game. Is one of the most useful we
あ、
get.
なるほど、なるほど。3枚ともゲーム分同じで、ムービーだけが違
Other
う。
than that, it's just
はいはい。なんか別に 進行できなくなるとかないんですね。
And also the Kuyata Kohata, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Ah.
But the summon material to increase the magic a little bit. We're playing with low numbers here because we are very underleveled at this point, which is going to change. Ironically enough, this category ends up being like Tifa ends up being over-leveled by the end of the category. Also, yeah, spoilers on the FMV. She never dodges, I swear.
Yeah, I heard that there's a bug where she has a 1 in 256 chance to dodge that for some reason, but I've never seen it happen.
Oh, I tried so many times. But the fun part of all this category is that she's not gone. We actually are gonna be using her. She's just pretending here, okay? She's just like doing a little bit of theater. If you guys played the Rebirth, you can see she's very good at singing and theater, so just playing. Don't worry.
All right, so yeah, coming into the fight, once again briefly, so yeah, Comet for some damage, E-skill to learn Aqualung, and then the rest of the materia essentially was just to gain AP, because we're going to need to sell them for a bunch of money later, so that we can buy some stuff. But for now, she's got a 25% chance to just open the fight with Aqualung, which is nice. It's nice that she did that. That kind of speeds us up a little bit.
For sure. It is a bit unfortunate because I did want to hit her with a magic skill before having my party down, because if we do use any magic at her, she's gonna counter with Reflect. And Reflect is a very high MP cost skill, so it's essentially another Aqualung.
Yeah, that's kind of a...
Oh, sorry.
It's kind of a good reason to have Comet on the same character that you have Watering on, if possible.
Yeah, for sure. The only reason I do Watering on red instead of Cloud is because Cloud has a bad tendency of missing attacks a lot in this fight.
あ、なるほど。
And he can,
だからさっき道中でウォーターリング拾ってたんだ。なるほ
Cloud
どね。
missing in this fight is annoying as well.
Very true.
So yes, what's happening here is just like I was saying, even Blue Flame, even the Flame, every single one of Nova Life's attacks are water elemental. So the Watering allows us to just stand here and be healed by all of her attacks. And she actually has a finite amount of MP, and all of her attacks cost MP as well.
なるほどね。
After she's done enough attacks, she's actually just going to run out of MP and not be able to do anything for the rest of the fight. And we want that to happen as quickly as possible, because once that's done, we can
どれぐらいあるんだろう。結構かかりそうですね。このレベル帯でこのダメージ。
So that's why, as we mentioned, we would like to be able to Comet her at the start so that she counters with Reflect, because that just drains her MP a little bit. And then that's also why we want to see as many Aqualungs as possible here. Aqualung costs a lot of MP.
手榴弾戦法は使わないんですね。ここは通常攻撃だけで。
So here's Blue Flame. So after Blue Flame, she has a chance to either Aqualung or go back to Blue Light. And she went back to Blue Light this time. But yeah, the more Aqualungs, the better, because that drains her HP, or her MP, sorry, a little bit more quickly. And then we might as well throw these red attacks out there, because if we weren't attacking red, we have to wait for her ATB to fill up anyway, so we just get the free damage. It's just a little bit of damage to get in there free each time.
It is a funny scene to watch in a speedrun, like a guy attacking for 45 damage a boss with 10,000 HP.
222回攻撃しなきゃダメで。
But it is unironically the fastest way to do this fight at this point. And this is the reason
1回の攻撃8秒だとしたら。
Explain later.
Yep, there we go. So she is now out of MP, so now instead of her turn going off, it's just gonna say she used up her skill power.
30分弱ですかね。あ、光らしてる。
we get to get the lazy bones up.
あ、なるほど。
Now is when now is where you see
本当
kind
だ
of the reason for why we bought so many grenades earlier.
Nice.
501
Comment
高い
didn't miss.
I'm gonna be doing also elixir here to do a second comet. There's just speeds up the fight a little bit. Unless,
Yeah, and
you know,
it-
he misses.
もう何もするこ
As
と
far
が
as,
ありません。
as far as why enemy skills
かわい
cost
そう
MP, I can only imagine, like, because many attacks in this game don't bother with MP. I imagine the reason that they would make them is so that if you're using like MP damaging attacks, they would actually be effective.
やっ
What's
ぱ
kind of
デル
annoying
ーダンが
about
最
that
強
though
ってわ
is
け。
that like I feel like the most prevalent MP damage attack at this point in the game is Mind Blow, but Mind Blow is gravity elemental, so like all the bosses are immune to it anyway.
Another reason we need a lot of grenades here is that if we didn't have any grenades, attacking with Tifa is
なんか
actually not worth the time spent because
リメイク版だと
they intercalate their
敵は
turns
MP が
in,
つけるこ
like,
と
perfect
ありませんみたいな
pretty much.
仕様になってたりして、
As Cloud is
そもそもこの
finishing
戦法
his
取れなさ
attack,
そうです
Red is
ね。
already queuing his. So if we
効
would
果って
add
なかな
Tifa
か、
in
効
the
果という
middle
か、
of the fight, like her damage
む
is
しろ
not
ゲー
worth
ム
the
回復
time.
してたからな、さっきので。
But the grenades are, for sure.
ダメージ経験とかになってそう。
Yeah, it's nice that Cloud and Red's attack animations are both pretty fast, especially Cloud's.
Now it's just an auto scroller at this point. We just gotta spam attacks until it's gone. We will probably run out of grenades. Really, it's very hard to
ああ、
keep any by the end of the fight, especially with those low roll comets. It's also fun to note that we're gonna get a lot of
優しさってことですかね。
EXP here. I think we get like 5 levels each.
あ、どれくらい削ったかな、ちょっともう途中から計算してなかったけど。
Yeah, it's 4 or 5. It might be different per character also. I think all 3 characters gain 4, if I remember right. Yeah, it's funny how the 2 comments that she did, that did 10% of her HP.
Yeah, that's true. It is. It speeds up a lot because if we wanted to do 10% only with red and cloud attacks, it would take 2 turns.
And so there is another route for this category where you steal a hard edge in Midgar, and then that has Cloud doing quite a bit more damage in this fight. About double, maybe a little bit less than double, or a little bit more actually. Yeah, a little bit more than double damage from Cloud specifically. But yeah, this route deemed that unnecessary. Because it does come at a bit of a cost, where it's like, firstly you have to steal the hard edge, which is a difficult steal, and by difficult I mean it can screw you. It can take more time to steal the hard edge than the hard edge saves, if you're unlucky. And so, yeah, it also changes the step routes in a way and stuff. And so, right now what we're using is the step route that Zergu made, yeah. And so, yeah. And so, yeah, this particular variation of the route, it was Zergu's routing to say, nah, we're doing it
Oh.
without the hard edge.
倒しました。
Yeah, we would have, instead of the hard edge, we usually steal the 2 eaters. So this run already has a lot of stealing. There are a couple steals still, or a couple steals
なんだかんだ
that we're still gonna do later in this run. And they are, one of
時
them
間
has a very low
49
chance
分ぐらい
to
から
actually
突入して、
steal the
57分だ
item,
から8分
so
で倒しきったね。
very annoying.
すごい。いやー、強敵でした
The more
ね。
steals you add, the more time variance and RNG you add to the run, so it's only like if it's actually required to finish the run.
just like that, disc 1 is already over. Or on PC, it's part 1.
Yeah, another very cool thing that Zergo came up with is there's gonna be a save prompt on the quote-unquote disc swap, on the part swap. And we actually are gonna save the game and close it again to reset our formations. So then we actually are able to find the encounter we need in order to steal an item.
よいしょ。ああ。
This cutscene, we're just waking Aerith up. Trust me.
It's funny with disc 1 skip, it's like I barely even know who this lady is.
True.
悲しい
Barely
な
talk to
あ。
her. It is funny also to finish the first disc of the game in less than 2 hours. It is very, very fast. Now after the save, I'm gonna do a little menu to adjust some material around, just the ATB, stuff like that. And we're gonna start killing stuff, actually finishing, winning encounters instead of running away. Usually in these speedruns you run away from almost every encounter. But we are very low on both money, EXP, and resources, so...
Yeah, in the route without disc 1 skip, we
さ
never
て、
kill a random encounter that
ラン
doesn't
が始まっ
provide us
て
with
2
some
時間
other
が
benefit.
経過
As
する
in
ところ
like
です。
the only random encounters I think in the entire run that we finish are the ones that we learn Big Guard, learn
この後どうなるでしょうね。
Laser, and learn Magic Breath, right? Other than that, I don't think we finish a single fight that's not required.
Yeah, I don't think so. You as well. You can see the effect of the double input sometimes where I aim towards the wrong characters because my input got doubled.
All right, so yeah, here we're getting toward Gaia's Cliff here. We're not there yet, but yeah, start of disc 2. I always kind of refer to this as the hardest part of the run or of the game in general. I think that this dungeon that we're coming up on is pretty tough. Yeah, here we get the Bolt Armlet. Bolt Armlet is very good. It allows us to absorb Lightning Elemental, and then there's a Mega Elixir in that chest, which is very convenient. But yeah, so here's what we were talking about. So here's an example of an encounter where we're actually going to stop and kill these enemies because there's 4 enemies. We can one-shot 4 enemies using Aqualung. This is why it was so important for us to learn Aqualung.
Yup.
Because now, yeah, we can use it to one-shot those dudes, and that's just for how under-leveled we are. It's a very good amount of experience and money for us for the part coming up.
Exactly.
お、いいですね。
I'm gonna be walking a bit more up here. That kind of splits the walking into sections.
アクアプレスが結構強い魔法なんですね。なるほど。MP も結構消費してそうでしたね。さっき見たところ。
Your many attack.
Oh, yeah.
パワー、
So
なんだろう。
this is actually the final world map traversal of the game in which we don't have the high wind. So we use a world map manipulation here as well.
$47.
Yeah, these
ま
ones
た
are a little
演歌調整
scarce
な。
because it's a long.
インゲームタイムの時間と照らし合わせながら演歌調整してるっぽいね。
And there we go. So once again, leaving
Ah,
on that
なるほど、
specific
なるほど。
IGT
敵のさ、
and then
そんなあっ
opening
た
the
な、そういえ
menu a
ば。
specific number of times
はいはい
affects
はい。
RNG in a way that just allows us to get a large amount
今
of
後はそ
traversal
れを利
here
用していく
before an
形かな。
encounter happens. And once again, just like the Midgar world map world map manipulation, it also avoids pincers. So here you got to be a little bit careful with your movement. You can stop moving just to, and then turn around just as long as left was the last button that you pressed, and then you can start moving right as long as right is the first button that you pressed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just got the habit of keeping going. Like I keep going into the encounter because usually it's very close to the corner. I wasn't expecting this one to be so far away.
Yeah.
Usually just go into the encounter and then.
Yeah, that way you're very, very likely to only get into that one encounter for the entire traversal here.
It is a very good encounter to farm. So. Very beneficial.
強いですね。あ、ウォータリング打った今。
Alright, so there we sold some stuff, and
ウ
then
ォータリング打ったな。
and then purchased the organics, which is a new weapon for Cloud. Very good on attack power and very good on what do you call it? Magic. And yeah, the deal with so there's a weird thing about how your inputs affect world map RNG. So I mentioned that world map RNG. Oh, first of all, actually, here's another paralysis dodge. This is using the door. Every time that you open a door in this game, it actually paralyzes Cloud for 1 frame and then unparalyzes him. So by talking to the girl and opening the door on the same frame, the door then instantly unparalyzes us. And now we're able to carry this paralysis dodge into this cutscene. So this is very similar to Jesse's skip from earlier, where we are now going to advance this cutscene just until the point where the game updates our game moment, right? I mentioned game moment earlier. So what we're doing here is game moment gets updated right when this text box comes up, and so we're able to just leave the cutscene at that point, because now when we come outside,
そうね、ス
the
ノー
game
ボーリン
behaves
グっ
as
てなん
if
か
we
聞こえ
saw
ま
the
したね。
entire cutscene because we have the appropriate game moment. So that skips the rest of that cutscene. Pretty nice skip there. I think it's like 17-ish seconds, right?
Yeah, I think it's around that. I heard 15, but something like that.
Yeah.
おなんか今目標タイム言ってたかな。さあ。
Oh yeah, and so what I was saying about
時間
world
だ
map traversals is that so the RNG seeds based on what your in-game time is as the world map initializes, but then there's kind of a weird quirk where, well, first I should say then world map RNG continues to move based on what your inputs are, and one of those things is that if you're holding left or right, it'll advance world map RNG every single frame. While if you're not doing that, then it only advances it when it uses RNG. But then the weird thing is, if you enter the world map holding movement, like you're moving as you enter the world map, it allows you to move for 13 frames before your fractions start moving, which is what controls when battle checks occur. So if you're doing a manipulation, it's actually very important. If you're moving left or right, it's very important to control whether or not you buffered your movement into the world map or not. Because the left or right inputs will still advance RNG every frame, even if they're not advancing your fractions, which then throws everything off if you do the incorrect one. So for a world map section like the one that we just did,
oh boy, this is just killing me right now. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's fine. On the PC version, there's a lot because you instantly load into the world map with no loading time. It makes it so that there's a few manipulations where on PlayStation you can either buffer your movement into the world map or you can delay until you can see, and that'll give you 2 different
いや、確か
RNG
に
patterns.
画面綺麗です
And
ね。
so some IGTs are going to use one and some are going to use the other. But on PC, because there's no load time to give you that chance to release the buttons and do the delay, there's only hold times available. So yeah, just kind of
当たってないんだ、あ
an
れ。
interesting difference between PC and PlayStation that is
まあ、ク
solely
ラウドレベルになると
remade
ね、
because of the fast load
ちょっ
times
とや
on
そっ
PC.
との
And
衝
it's
撃じ
also
ゃ
it's because of that
何も
transition
ないっ
thing
す
that
よ。
we talked
大
about
丈夫、大丈夫。
earlier, where if you trigger a fade out during a fade in, it skips the fade out, which so Doumeis was saying that's why he intentionally menus next to screen transitions because then it skips the transition. That is what then makes the world map manipulations a little bit more complicated in that way, is because the transition is skipped. That means that it's not feasible to do a delay manip. So yeah, just another very nitty gritty thing about
Sure.
running the game.
Yeah, I think it's things you need to keep in mind when making the manips and actually running the game. So it's very good, good info for sure. I just wanted to say that my snowboarding mini game was really bad. 'Cause it is tricky on PC. It is like the frame rate and the zoomed in screen look kind of weird.
All right, so here we are in the snow fields. The route that you take during the snowboarding actually affects where you spawn on the snow field. And so it's important for the step route to spawn in the right spot. And then we got the added cut materia there. Added cut is very good. So added cut is the materia that when you attach it to a command, it makes it so that when you use that ability or command, you then follow it up with a regular attack. And so that's going to be used quite a bit, just to get those extra encounters. And then yeah, here is where we have a big deviation once again from what the PlayStation route is here. So with Zergu's step route here, we actually get to go into the cave. We never see this cave on other routes.
Return. Here, okay. So here's what I mean with snow being very lenient. This is all the movement I can do. I can't mess up until I get here.
あれ今、マップの外を歩いてた。
And here we have the big steal. I think it's 1 in 16 chance to steal this thing. This item. Not entirely sure.
And yeah, this is so this right here is like the worst steal in the route. To some degree, kind of the worst thing about this route in general, and about doing disc 1 skip. When you do disc 1 skip and how like under leveled we are and stuff, one way that we have to deal with that is by getting this accessory here, the circlet, because it gives us a gigantic boost to our magic stat. Oh my gosh! Yeah, so that was really good.
That was really fast.
一瞬だったけど、
So,
さ
yeah, this
くれ
gives
と
us a big boost to our magic stat, which we're gonna need for the rest of the route to work properly. And yeah, that exactly. I mean, it's not uncommon. Like if you're trying to optimize this run and get a really good time, you're gonna get here and just have it take so many attempts to steal the circlet that your run is dead. So it's a little bit of a annoying thing, but hey, yeah, that was a really good one. So that's great.
Is this category version of the bio on Materia Keeper pretty much? But of course you have like a much lower chance in general.
And yeah, to finish the discussion about the world map manipulation with those Bandersnatches, I feel like if you were to do something in order to
あれ自由に立てれるポールか。
that manip, it would be to implement arm swings. It would be to start doing it like, okay, so you can do this IGT, but you have to do a menu, after class 10th arm swing or whatever.
ここのとこ寒いですから
It would be a
ね。
little risky, but it would be
30度切るのもおかしくない。
Definitely doable. Now we're back on step route as well. catch up in snow.
And yeah, so Guy's Cliff here, this is what I was saying, where I commonly say that I think that this is the hardest dungeon of the speed run. So there's organics on Cloud, so that's going to be a huge boost to his attack power as well as his magic attack. And then yeah, this dungeon, it's just steps are a little tricky because of the navigation, but then also just a lot. It's pretty dense with strats as well. So here's another part where we want to learn an enemy skill. So the bolt armlet on Cloud is very important because it makes him absorb lightning. And we want to learn Magic Breath here. Magic Breath is a fire, ice, and lightning elemental attack. So because we absorb lightning, that means that Cloud absorbs the entire attack. So we have now learned Magic Breath, and it's just it's a super powerful attack that costs 75 MP. So it's pretty expensive. It's more than twice as expensive as Aqualung, but the extra damage that it does is going to be necessary in some spots. We're still going to see plenty of Aqualungs, but sometimes we're going to need the Magic Breath.
Also, you can see how much damage Cloud is doing now with the organics, and Comet gonna be doing a lot of damage. These upgrades.
プッシュって書いてるのに蹴るんだね。
Oh, and to answer the question about passing out in the snowfield, it's not actually based on time. It's based on steps. So every 8 frames.
あ、なるほど。じゃあもう
specifically,
マ
you
ジカ
can
ルブレス
stand in the
使って
snowfield for forever
でいくの
and you
かな
won't pass out. But every 8 frames of movement, when your step ID increases, that is when your snow step counter increases, and after a certain number of snow steps is when you pass out.
Gonna be winning a few more encounters here. Get more EXP.
It's
Unfortunately,
very satisfying. That's one thing that I like about 100% runs a lot as well, is getting to actually win encounters every once in a while.
True. It's cool. Being able to see a lot of different
Nah.
enemies and actually use your skills to win the encounters is very satisfying. Unfortunately, the winning animation is a bit slow. A little bit of healing here, please.
「再び外出ましたね。
It is very important in this section right here that I don't forget to hit up Cloud. You can press square here to heat up your body temperature. If you get 26 or lower, you pass out and go back to the cabin, which is pretty much a run killer event.
Yeah, because it takes a long time to get back here, and it kills your whole step route. So right here usually is where you'll see runners heat up. Technically, you can heat up. I think you can save time by heating up earlier. Because there's actually a threshold where when you're at a higher temperature, your temperature drops slower. And then when you go under a certain threshold, it starts dropping faster. So that would mean that if you heat up earlier, you have to spend less time heating up. But yeah, I don't know if anybody's bothered to actually like do it that way. Because it's a lot easier to warm up as the last thing, because that way you can like make up for any mistakes or whatever, right? If you warm up right at the start, then you make a mistake, then you have to like warm up again to make up for it, you know?
Very easy to bonk and take up a little bit to grab the ladder or the sliding, the climbing mountain. Getting some not great ATBs, but that is faster than expected. Here I'm gonna walk and then force an encounter, because the next encounter I would get if I was already off the screen would be a Stilva back attack. And if Stilva decided to do Magic Breath, it's just really bad for my resources. It's gonna cost 2 extra Phoenix down for no reason. I'm gonna heal though. Penguins hit for a lot.
And then the nice thing about forcing an encounter at the edge of the screen here like this is that this
あ、これ
also
変化調整か。
allows you to do the screen
NP
transitions.
がないけ
Now,
ど。
it looks like he just
え、
loaded
ど
back
こだ
into this KO. But that's because he buffered his movement out of the fight into the screen transition, which then just instantly loaded in. Alright, so here we gotta fight these icicles. Each icicle comes with 4 bats, and the bats are pretty nice experience and AP. And so what we'll be seeing here is Aqualung takes out all of the bats.
Yeah, ideally
then-
you want Cloud to be the first one. Like you want a good ATB on Cloud because he can actually get silenced. He's gonna clear the icicles in only 2 Aqualungs. So if he does get silenced, then we need to do it with red, a bit more messy.
Yeah, and this is an example of, like, this requires that circlet to be on him,
Yeah.
so that he can have enough magic power to do only 2 Aqualungs. But yeah, that's what's really annoying is that there's 4 bats, they're really fast, and they all
まだ続くのかなって
they
思わ
all
せて
have
お
a
いて。
chance to do a move that silences. And yeah, 255 steps would kind of make sense. If it was counting up by 1 every step on a 1 byte value, it would make sense that after 255 steps, then it rolls over at 256, and that rollover back to 0 could be what triggers you to pass out. I think that would make perfect sense.
I did it with red this time, because he got the first ATB. So I wanted him to do it as fast as possible to have a lower chance of Cloud getting silenced. I can just finish with a regular fire.
Yeah, because these icicles, they are weak to fire. They're also weak to gravity, though, which is kind of a funny thing. Gravity.
It makes sense.
So, yeah. So a skill like Demi 2, which does it does 50% of the enemy's HP in damage, that'll just one-shot an icicle because it'll double the 50% to 100% and just instant kill him.
あと2つ。これ全部落とさなきゃダメなんですよ。
So far, pretty good icicles. This section can throw you a lot. This run. I have yeah.
すごい綺麗だね、こう見ると。
Spoke too loud or too early. This Cloud got immediately silenced. Which is not bad, honestly, because I was gonna need his mana
いや
anyway.
普通に超音波が痛い。
As he
200
died,
弱から
Oh my
やばい
gosh, they all ultrasounded him.
every single one, they wanted Cloud silenced like ASAP. I'm actually gonna go quick just in case.
確かに。つらら自体魔法使うの不思議ですね。
Yeah, each time that you
None
hit
of the
this
missing
icicle,
meat
it has a, I think 50-50, but it's a random chance whether it counterattacks.
There we go. It was worth it. And now we have mana on Cloud, which is good, because I'm gonna do one more encounter with Cloud. A preemptive.
あ、ここで。マジか。頑張ってくれ。RDMP 君頑張ってくれ。一応タイマー動いてるので、レストリームの方は多分問題ないです。 多分奏者さんの回線の方がちょっと途切れてるようなので、しばらくお待ちください。多分割れて落ちてると思います。さっきと同じであれば。
So yeah, you have to kill the three.
バフってるかな。戻ってきましたね。はい。
There we go.
We're back?
All right. Yep.
Oh,
Looking,
there we
looking
go.
good now.
Okay. So it was probably my connection with the server because my internet is fine.
はい。
The bitrate is
無事
fine.
進ん
Sorry
で
about
い
that,
るよ
guys.
うです。
Just having some trouble connecting. Well, welcome back. I stopped in the menu real quick so you guys could catch up. Nothing really interesting happened. Apologies for the delay.
Preemptive there, super convenient for getting the Aqualung.
Oh, absolutely. That's one thing about having to win encounters. If you get a bad starting ATB, which is random, the enemies are gonna attack. Every attack is gonna waste you a lot of time. And potentially like force you to heal later, so the less attacks you get, the faster the farming is gonna be, and the less you're
いろ
gonna
ん
have
な
to
プラ
heal.
ットフォーム
It
で
does
出てい
add
る
up a lot of
FF7。
time over the course of this whole section.
Yeah, like when you run away from an encounter, the escape can be triggered on any turn, no matter what the enemy queue is. So you just get away as soon as possible. But yeah, when you have to actually kill, that means that you need to reach your character in the queue.
PS、PS4、Android、ゲームプラス。
All right,
ス
we're
イッ
coming up
チ、
on the
Xbox
Schizofight,
One、
or Twin Head.
リメイクで
Is
PS4、
a really interesting boss. So he's got two heads. One of them
PS5
does all ice attacks. One of them
インター
does
グレード
all fire attacks.
と PC と
However,
あるみたいなの
when
で。
they also have a hit counter.
あ、今 PC 買えないんですか？
Counter attacks after you've hit
あ
them
ら。
enough times. So the ice head counter attacks every
で、スティー
time
版はちょっとお
he
まく
gets
に
hit
というこ
6
とで、
times, and
ちょ
the
っと残
fire
念
head
ですけれど
counter
も。
attacks every
本
5
当
hits.
に
And there's the
PS 版
counter
買う
attacks
ぐらい
of
ですか
Earth
ね。
Elemental. Then, when you kill
ただ
each
Android
head,
iOS でも
it
あるのはちょっと知らなかっ
counterattacks
た
with
で
a
すね。
powerful
なん
lightning
か、
bolt.
1、2、3とか
So,
昔のや
in
つは
order to get through the fights,
できるイメージあったけ
you
ど、
need to be
7もで
wary
きる
of
んだ。
a lot of different elements, and set your party up
これ
accordingly.
だけのボリュームあるから、
And once again,
大変
we
そうな記憶 イメー
we're
ジあったけど。
still under-leveled, we're still under-equipped, and so we're doing Aqualung
あ、でも、
strat, right?
Yep, we're doing Aqualung, but I'm doing a slightly slower
話題が
ending
尽
so
きない
that Cloud
FF7 で
actually
す。
lives
今から
and
始め
gets
て
the
も
XP.
Yeah. So Cloud
本
has
当にね
the
と思います。
organics once
やりま
again,
しょう。
which gives him a nice
私もちょっと
magic
だい
attack
ぶ忘れてるので、もう一
and
回
he's
やろ
got
う
the
かな。
circlet. He's wearing the circlet, yeah. And that, so yeah, so his magic power is like mega boosted right now. On top of putting a
だって、
bunch of
ボス
materials.
戦入って
So
た。
he's
ちょっと
not
なんか
doing
調べ
this,
てたら。はい。
he put a whole
ツイン
bunch
ヘ
of
ッド戦
materia
か
on
な。
him. That is because green and red materia both increase the character's magic stats for each one that is equipped, or like each one has its own kind of stat effects, right?
Yeah.
So each of those also good for powering him up, and he's also got the fire armlet on, which makes him absorb fire attacks. So as long as the fire attacks keep hitting him here, like we don't care about Tifa dying, we don't care about Red dying. And so now each of the fire attacks that hits Cloud is going to heal him. So that's going to keep Cloud alive even through the Earth attacks that are going to hit. So since each of these Aqualungs are hitting,
これ大丈夫なのかな？
each of these Aqualungs are hitting both heads, that means that it's triggering both counters. So that means that the 5th and the 6th. And Sleepy Jake, were you accounting for the fact
Oh,
that step ID
okay,
increments
good.
by 2 every
特
time?
性
So
の
you'd have to take 512.
回復あったん
Step
だ。
I or like step ID will go up by 512 by the time that you've done 256 steps. But yeah, so because we're hitting both heads with every hit, that means both the 5th and the 6th Aqualung is going to cause an Earth counter, as well as the 10th and the 12th. So we know that we've hit him. Go on.
The cycle is a bit weird here. Gonna wait for the ice head to attack. Okay, we're fine now. Is this because the ice head got an attack that I was not expecting? But the cycle was kind of weird.
はいはいはい。
It seems to be fine now.
ローテーション
Yeah,
な
so
の
we
か
know
な
that we had just hit them
炎を
with
吐かな
the
かった
5th
時は
because
ちょっ
the
と怖
first
い。
counter happened. Now we know we're hitting them with the 6th because the second counter is happening.
いいあ
And then
大丈夫だ。
As you can see, the firehead is keeping us alive here, and then the amount of damage that we're doing with each of these aqualungs is enough to where I think we're gonna hit them with 10, right? And then switch to Tifa, or is it 11?
No, it is 10, but that was a very weird. I hope the firehead attacks here. Kinda seems like he went off script. Okay.
Oh yeah, this is the double attack.
This is weird. He's a little bit off script. Like I'm not counting properly his turns, but things are fine. Just one more Aqualung in there.
霊気は失礼。はい、すみません。霊気は属性マテリアルセットで半減してる。はいはいはい。
But then the firehead's gonna save me again.
マテリアでなんとかなるんですね。こんだけスキップしてても戦闘では。
And so that's what created the double attack.
Yeah.
考えますわ。
Okay, this is a very weird cycle, but I am gonna be killing the Ice Head with Braver here, which is not the usual strat.
Oh.
This allows Cloud to tank one Thunder counter or the Dying counter, because usually he would get
Oh.
both at the same time and not survive. By only being hit by one of them, you can actually tank the other.
A レベルクリア、一人旅。
from the fire.
すごい。
By doing the regular strat, I'm just
本当
gonna
にい
wait
ろい
for
ろ
one
と
more attack. I'm gonna do a
対
little bit
策
of a
すれば
gamble here
できるんですね。
because I don't know which character he's gonna target.
起こしてますね。
Hopefully it's not Tifa.
Nah, this makes perfect sense.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Now you finish off with Tifa. Tifa's got the bolt armlet on, so she will survive the killing. She'll survive the death counter because it'll heal her. And then, as we just demonstrated, Cloud will also survive. So yeah, that's neat. The fact that Cloud leveled up here is going to give some marathon safety to Genova Death. I'm guessing is the idea.
Exactly. Actually, he's not gonna level up all the way that I want yet. The next encounter that I'm gonna kill is actually gonna level him up to 25. And then he's guaranteed to survive a triple red light from Genova Death. So that's the only problem with that fight, is that if she decides to target Cloud with 3 red lights in a row, which can happen, she can actually kill Cloud on level 24.
Yeah, so then like the fast strat, or the non-marathon strat is we don't kill the one head with the Braver. We just get Tifa up and then have her Aqualung kill both heads at the same time. She gets and then but because we kill both heads at the same time, that means that both of their lightning counters go off at the same time, meaning Tifa is definitely going to be the only one who survives with her bolt armlet.
Exactly. And she needs the XP. There was one run that I saw Zargo killed both heads with Cloud, and if I didn't get the EXP, and it does, like, it hurts later on. So she's definitely the one to have both armlets.
And that's funny because in the no slots run, where we don't do disc 1 skip, Tifa is usually the only character who dies on the schizo fight, and it's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh,
that's parallel.
You want Cloud's limit to not die here, right?
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I'm actually
お、
I'm
起こ
gonna
し
do a
て、
little safety strat here. Instead of healing, I'm gonna go all the way to the save point because we need another encounter on that screen. We need to encounter the big shoes, the Gaiga's enemy. There's a popular Final Fantasy VII enemy. We need to steal the Gaiga's armlet from him. However, there is a chance he's gonna just use Quake 3 and wipe my party. Oops, didn't mean to go back here.
Yeah, I've done that so many times. If you buffer up and right, he jumps back.
So annoying. Better we're gonna save the game here, because every single screen after that one that Gaigas appears on is not hostile up until this point. So we can just run all this way without ruining the step roads.
Let's see if you get the funny thing here where you run.
Oh,
Oh, yep, you ran past the transition. Now you have to run left.
I did the same
Yeah,
thing yesterday.
That particular gateway is really weird. I think it's only on PC that you can do that.
I'm gonna do this to have a better chance of outspeeding him with red.
So yeah, the Gaigas armlet that we're going for here, it is a piece of armor that gives like, is it like 30 strength? It gives a ton of strength. And normally in a run without disc 1 skip, this weapon or this armor drops from Demon's Gate. But because we skipped Demon's Gate, didn't fight him, now we have to steal it from this guy because it's real good. It's very, very good. We need it for later game strats, and so we're gonna steal it here. And yeah, as he was describing, the risk is that this enemy is able to do Quake 3 and wipe the whole party. So yeah, we want to steal it and run away as quickly as possible.
I would appreciate if he would stop critting though. It was like 2 crits in a row. Getting some bad luck here. This still is not nearly as bad as the circlet one. This is very unlucky.
Yeah.
The cool thing about outspeeding him is that I get 2 turns for every 1 turn of his, so less chances of seeing... There we go. Less chances of seeing Quake 3.
Yeah, and I suppose at some point I should have talked about the
なるほど。
weight trick, because you know, there you go,
そういうこと
we're
に。
weight tricking now. But we'll get into that next time. It's a little bit more.
そんなのでトンズラしますと。力30でかそう。
Do a little menu after the next battle. Whip some stuff. Gonna help me out. And prepare for the Son of a Death fights coming up.
You know, I just thought of something. So I remember Ace telling me that the reason that Battle RNG moves every single frame in battles is because of the escape checks. Even if you're not holding R1, L1, the game still checks for the escape. I wonder if that's true on lower, if that's only true on maximum battle speed, and if lower battle speeds change that, because I know if your battle speed is lower, it takes longer to run away. Meaning it's at the very least using fewer of those checks. I wonder if it actually makes fewer checks.
I don't remember if I saved before Gaigas. I know I used Stent, so I just went to save again, just in case. Especially because we got the steal, so... I got stuck on the little corner there because I didn't release up properly.
Yeah, there you have cloud movement before the camera goes down to him, but it's a little tricky to keep him moving.
It's actually pretty low. Or up quickly. This is the last fight I'm gonna actually kill. Oh, I forgot to do battle speed back to normal. That's a good reminder for JDEF. These enemies can hurt a lot.
They just yell big 3D curse words at you. Like that guy from Lollipop Chainsaw.
Just emotional damage. A bit of me. Got a bunch of material to gain AP. Important to have fire on the elemental, and then... Oh, never mind. Got confused with the Kaiser Knuckle. A bunch of green material on Tifa as well. So that she actually heals more.
うん。固めてますね、一人に。二人か。
Yeah, so from what it sounds like, this is going to be a completely different form of this fight than I've ever seen.
A little bit. I did a little mistake here. I did not walk instantly, so I should have done the 7 steps instantly to avoid this battle. But that's really not a big deal. I'm just gonna get one extra encounter. The way I'm gonna do this fight, usually people can do 2 types of fights. You can either do physical fight or the comet fight. The comet fight is a bit faster, but it's also more... I don't want to say dangerous, but it's a bit sketchier. You can get silence turn 1 on Cloud, which makes it very much like slower and more annoying to do. You also need a lot of mana recovery items. You need to use elixirs and ethers and stuff to do the proper strat with the battle speed.
Oh yeah, that's
Very important.
loses a lot of time to not be on full battle speed.
Mm-hmm. So the way I'm doing this fight is I'm going in on front row and hypered already. The goal for this fight is to get hit as many times as possible with Cloud. Because I want to do every turn, the ideal turn is to do an attack with Cloud, a heal with Tifa, and then a Braver with Cloud. We're going to be using the limit break priority to do 3 attacks each turn. If she doesn't target Cloud, that's not a problem, we just get a regular attack off. It's just slower. The regular attack does not do nearly as much damage as the Braver. And also, since we have Hyper, we have... I think it's a 25% chance to miss the attacks? Or 30%?
30%.
Yeah, so relying on regular attacks is not a good idea. We are pretty much relying on Bravers to clear this fight as fast as possible.
Oh.
Yeah, like Zargo said on the chat, I got that Kaiser Knuckle just to sell for money, but we actually have an advantage equipping it here to have beefier heals. Cloud still gets hit by a lot of damage.
Well.ゲノバ決戦かな。
I don't have Cure 2, unfortunately.
さあ、ここはどういう戦法でいくのか。まずリミット。2315いいダメージ。
We need Red to die as fast as possible here, so she has a higher chance of targeting Cloud. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then are we supposed to be on HB weight?
Yeah, it does make the fight a bit less scary, because
Okay.
inputting fast on the 15 FPS menus is rough. Especially if I need to heal and then lose a turn. Just not ideal. Well, the silence won't affect Tifa because she has the ribbon. Just gives us an extra turn.
イベントシー
Yeah,
ン
as we
も
talked
そう
about
だし、
earlier, how limit breaks
マ
are
ップも、フィー
prioritized
ルド
in
も
the
そう
turn
だし
queue.
戦闘も
That's
そう
what's
だし、
kind of enabling this.
BGM
So
いい
we've
です
got
ね。
a regular attack queued up with Cloud, and then we're able to send a cure on him. Actually, this didn't even matter that limit breaks are prioritized because his ATB goes so fast from gaining a limit as well.
Yeah, that's true. The ATB would be enough. These turns are ideal, except she's doing way too many red lights. Ideally, she only does one. But that's
そうです
essentially
ね。
one every time.
クラウド、一撃食らうだけで、
Tifa, and then
リミットゲージ溜まるんで
Finish with a
技打ってで食らっ
Since
たら
Braver is doing a lot of damage.
HP で回復するっていうループかな。すごい。
That's the perfect turn.
通常でも800入ってるからだいぶ強くなりました
This
ね。
is almost
さっき
the
取った
Doumeis gate
腕輪の
of
力
this category
なのかな。
because If you're not on this
装備の
level 25,
画面の
you're just praying for no
操作が早すぎ
crits,
て
no
何やってたか分かんなか
critical
ったですけ
lights.
ど。
There we go, another attack on Cloud, that's good.
単純に火力が高くなってるんですね。武器のこともあって。なるほど。
And yeah,
よ
it's,
く
it's
考えられてま
crazy
す
to think
ね。
that, like,
す
you
ごい。
still don't have big guard, so we still don't have the ability to haste our characters, which is partly what makes that limit ATB so remarkable.
Big guard would actually be super ideal here, because then we would never die to any attack because of the protect and the other thing.
Would Cloud still get a limit in only one hit though?
Oh, that's a good point. Maybe we would do combat strat then.
あ、調べたら体力25000。
Fortunately, Cloud cannot outspeed her unless I get a limit, or unless she does silence. Oh, there we go.
お、
That's a good
ち
fight.
ょうど出しま
Yeah,
した
very
ね。
nice.
素晴ら
And
しい
yeah,。it's important to note when she does silence, she skips her next turn. So that's why on those turns he was able to get 2 attacks from Cloud out.
Mm-hmm.
なんか知らんのいるな。誰？
All right, and then here's where we have a pretty long break. There's a pretty good amount of downtime before we kind of get back into the gameplay here. Genova Death is sort of the last boss of that act of the run.
端っこの二人誰？誰だこいつら。
I'm doing slightly a few mistakes by holding turbo in the wrong positions, on the wrong spot.
You don't need MP turbo?
No, I don't need it. Turbo.
黒い人らの中にかな
All。the good stuff from our characters.
こんなとこ解除するの。
Little bit menu for later.
まあ、
Yeah, so right after this part, Cloud is about to
Rito wa
leave the party, and then
順番にやろうね。
Tifa is about to
Discord
leave the
からね。
party shortly after. Spoilers. So yeah, that would be the reason to get all of our good stuff so that we can use it with Sid on the next part of the game.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna be selling out those equipment pretty much. We're only keeping a few key items for later in the game. We're not going to be using organics anymore, Kaiser Nako or Bolt Armlet, Fire Armlet, all those stuff. They were good for this section of the game, but they are not really necessary anymore. No, I did remove
then-
all red materials before on the menu.
And yeah, so the reason that Sephiroth like turns into Genova is because that isn't Sephiroth's real body that you're seeing. It's Genova cells that you're seeing, or you know, like a what do you call it? Like a homunculus or whatever.
The parts of Genova.
Made out of parts of Genova, yeah. The real Sephiroth body, I think, is the one that we're about to see in the crystal in Northern Cave here, or Northern Crater.
Yeah, now it's a great time to talk about the story because
もう燃えている。
huge downtime. We even see Tifa's like teacher, I guess, or sensei.
Oh yeah, Zangan.
for the first time here. The only thing you need to be worried about in the speedrun here is you need to be watching for Cloud when he does the shrug animation. It means you're gonna have to move and talk to somebody. After 3 times he does that, then you're free to just hold or mash the dialogue button, circle or X depending on which one you prefer. Although playing with X is very difficult.
朝は冷えるから助かる。
And if you're
暖かい
using
どころか
turbo,
暑いですよね、この環境。
if you're using turbo, which can just mash for you, then this is like a 15-minute break that you get right here.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, speaking of, I gotta grab a snack real quick. I'll be right back.
Good. Yeah, there's one like minor frame saver that we can do if you're not just holding turbo and taking a break. There's one spot where Cloud is gonna fly upwards and glue to the ceiling, and if we move him just a little bit, he was gonna get into position faster. Which it is a time save.
めっちゃ笑ってる。
Yeah, so that's a funny thing about this category. Usually you have Sid here. And usually you deliver the black materia to Red. But since we're using him in our party, we actually can't and deliver it to him. We have to deliver the material to Barrett's. So the problems we face by doing the disc 1 skip is that, first off, Sid is level 1. We never actually encounter Sid, he never gets the proper party leveling. So he's not very usable, very useless for us. Kate is not Kate Sith. Kate is just a past Cloud, the boy Cloud that we play with on the flashback. So anytime
こ
he
の
enters the
カ
battle,
ットシーンっていう
HP
のかな、
goes to
まあ、結
0.
構長めだから
We cannot see him in the battle.
休憩ゾーンかもしれない。さっき
Unfortunately,
テイキング
Kate
ブレ
is
ス
not
みたいなこと言ってた
usable.
ので。
He would be really useful for us, especially because we have to kill all those battles. So farming this lots limit break would be a given. It would be very easy. Unfortunately, we cannot use him. The counterpart to all that is that we get to use Ares. Ares does not have like any dialogue programmed to her, because she's not supposed to be here. So there's a couple sections that we skip 1 or 2 attack boxes from not having, or from having her in the party, which is useful.
今度はなんだ、バレット一人になってる。
All right, I'm back, but temporarily snacking.
Welcome back. Yeah, and here you get a little bit more exposure in the fact that Genova can pretty much, or as Genova being controlled by Sephiroth, can pretty much morph into anything, can do like illusion tricks. So it's kind of hard to tell what actually happened and what was just an illusion throughout the game in terms of the Genova.
ああ、吹き出しも出なかった。誰だったんやろな。はい。
Story in this game, it can get very confusing, but I think the baseline of the plot and the lore is very, very solid. Just the details can spark a lot of discussion. It's
こ
very
の二人、いや、
say,
本当はもっ
uh,
かなり前に見るはずなのに。
like each person
さっき見たな。
interprets the lore in a different way, or the plot in a different way. So I think that was what they were aiming for. A lot of the Square games have like vague endings, right?
Come on, the black material.
That allow the players to just think about it on their own. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the post-credit sequence of this game has that a lot as well.
Yeah, exactly. At the end, any of the game, this game is fantastic in my opinion. Even if it's a bit fake. Open to interpretation, thank you. Yeah. You guys can tell that English is not my first language, so sometimes I have a bit of trouble finding the right words. There we go, now Cloud is just flying around. And here's where we can save, I don't know, a few frames. By just moving Cloud a bit closer to the trigger.
すごい逆さになってる。
One thing I love about this game, especially about this game in relation to the other PS1 titles, is the backgrounds images or the pre-rendered backgrounds. I think they look fantastic in this game. They did a really good job. There we go. Moved him just a bit closer. Did a little pin there to adjust into position.
お、ムービー始まりました
I'm
ね。
gonna grab his neck myself, so
え
be right back.
Yeah, if you're not running turbo, coming up in just a moment here is one of the it's the part where you actually get a bit of a bathroom break and you don't have to keep mashing. Because people ask pretty often, you know, like, what do you do if you have to go to the bathroom, right, during a long run and that kind of thing. And the answer, one of the answers is that right here, this text box that just says, like, C. Coming up. Oh, it already passed. Oh, because I think his name is A in this and not C. So when I saw the A, I was like, oh, it's not that one, because I'm used to it being C. But anyway, yeah, that last text box that happened, you know, right when you clear that one, you can run off and you know, do what you need to do for a minute.
Wow. そんな勢いある
Okay, I'm back.
間に合うかな間に合うかなうわー
I think it is very important in these games to take your cutscene breaks and go to the bathroom and everything. Stretch your legs a little bit. Stay healthy during the run. So. Always a good idea.
Yeah, sometimes I skip one and then I big time regret it because then the second one is, you know, a nightmare.
Yeah, for sure. Have to wait all the way to the next break.
And then, like, by then you've stored
あ
enough.
インター版で追加されたムーブへえそうなんだ
To
オ
where
リジナル
then
版
you
はない
can
ん
even
ですよ
get it
ね
all out fast
あ
enough.
これある方がいいね絶対
This game has a lot of
ここで4体のウェポンが解放される
It's
って
not
こと
quite long enough to go to the bathroom,
あ
grab his neck and refuel your water and everything. You have to choose which action to do at a time. So good to use all of them.
かっこいいね
The
今
cool
の
thing about this game, especially or this category, especially if you're doing the turbo, or if you're using turbo, is that you actually have a lot of breaks back to back. Because you have this whole section, and then you have the whole live stream section, and with the giant cutscene.
はいということで
Then you're almost at the
あ5体か
three
失礼
breaks.
しましたはいというわ
The
けで
Tifa dialogue.
いい感じのムービー見終わったと
A
ころ
lot
で
of breaks back to back.
6
We
時に
skip
な
a
り
lot
ま
of
したので
things.
司会の方交代いたしますじゃあ平井さんよろしくお願いします
はい、皆様、おはようございます。朝6時、日本時間でございます。ここからの司会進行は平良木が担当いたしますので、よろしくお願いいたします。現在のファイナルファンタジーVII、私は、プレイしたことがございませんね。 まあ、正確にはあるんですけど、一番最初の魔航路の爆破ミッションで時間切れに失敗して、自分が怖くなってやめたのですが、まあ、アドベントチルドレンとクライシスコアはやったり見たりしたから、それでなんとかならないかな、という感じです。バカミッションができないって、私、この私一体、まあいいや、そこはね。
The Sid section is a bit different, especially because of what I mentioned before, that Sid is level 1, so he is completely useless to us. So we're essentially using red and Ares
まあそういうわけなので、今の
on our path.
このゲームがどこまで進んでるのかに全然全くピンときてないんですけど、今どの辺
So it is a
なん
bit
だ
different.
でしょう。メテオは発動したんですか？
Thank you for the good luck. And thank you everybody for the good luck that I didn't catch during the 3 hours that I've been playing. This game, especially that snow,
中盤
the
か。
Gaia section,
中盤
there
か。
is a lot
で
of
もま
things
だ
that I need to pay attention to. And
あと
in order
2
to
時間
not do
半。
like a wrong menu or forget an
ノ
item,
ーアッ
because
プ。
like if I forget boat armlet, then
なかなか
just
長いですね。
there's no way around it. It is
65%。65%。
very
じゃあ
scary
まあ、
section.
じゃあこ
I
んな
like to
もんな
call
の
it
か。
the graveyard of this
なるほど、
category.
なるほど。
A lot of runs just
まあ
die there.
皆様に本部に
Either
抱っ
to
こで
sword
ござ
plate
い
or
ます。
to a bad boss
あ
fight.
あ、今のが竜巻の迷
It
宮
is
か。
very
はいはい
difficult.
はい。
Yeah, I think on no slots it's one of the hardest dungeons. On 100%, I think it's the hardest dungeon. Yeah, that section is very tough.
A lot of walking and battles back to back and boss fights. This high wind section is much more chill, especially because you have the world map around you, so you can save a lot of the time.
あ、
This
そうか。
part right here always freaks me out
し
a
ば
little
ら
bit
くは
because the white screen takes
クラウド以外の
to
仲間たち
clear.
で
I always think my game for
話を進めるパート
Oh, yeah.
なんですね。
especially on the PlayStation.
I also saw one time, I think it was Caleb running the game, where Barrett walked over and hit the button to unlock the shutters, but the FMV just didn't play. Like he walked over there and hit the thing, and then just nothing happened ever.
行方不明になっちゃったクラウドを
Okay, we're safe
探す
from
と、
that.
なんかクラウドがゼノギアス
I
の
know a
宣
classic
伝を
one
し
is
てくれる、 そんな
Heidegger
前のところですね。
orders to shoot the cannon.
あ、
And
あ
if you have
空が赤い
anything
です
to
ね。
there, like
なん
if
か
doesn't
落ち
play,
てこよう
it
としていて、
never proceeds.
とても危険ですね。
There I stayed a little bit away from Barrett on purpose. Because if I am very close to him, sometimes it takes a while for him to trigger the dialogue. Just a little tiny
あ
setup
の
that
で
I
っ
do
かい
to
赤い丸い
guarantee.
岩がメテオ邪魔ですね。
And speaking of Barrett,
なる
I'm
ほ
gonna
ど
be
ね。
moving with him for a bit. And
ま
there
あ、
are
あ
a
ん
couple
な
of
サイ
things
ズ
with
感
the,
のものが
the
落ちてきた
movement is
ら、
actually
そりゃ星も大変でございまし
you
ょ
can save a lot of time by avoiding the guard and Tifa.
Yeah, like right here, you kind of see it pretty clearly, just running ahead of them. But this one's a little tight. Whoop, going right on the stairs right there. You have a pretty small window to do that, and if you don't, yeah, getting stuck behind Tifa all the way down the stairs loses you quite a bit of time. So that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting the way that like you play as Cloud, and then there's a section where you play as Tifa. There's a section you play as Sid. But then also, yeah, there's this part where you play as Barrett. There's the part where you run Eris around in the Shinra HQ. I think that's it, though. I think it's just those 5.
う。シンラの偉い人たちと
It would be really funny.
バレットとティファトで
He and
お話し合いですか？
it just seems like their running animation would be a little weird to like funny to control.
Oh, for sure. Imagine having to walk
そういうわ
fast
けで
as
も
that.
ないのか？
Would be kind of weird.
Yeah. And then Vincent and Yuffie are optional.
科学開発部門的な
Really.
お名前の部署の、なんだっけ、スカーレットですか？この人は。 ビンタバトルの人ですか？
This part is a bit chill because there's a lot of dialogue.
あ、全然処刑
happening in the
か。
story, but
ダメか。
as soon as we get to the high wind, we can just zoom around the map and do a lot of stuff. The very like open part of the game is very enjoyable in the speedrun.
All right, well, here's where we get to wrap all the way back to what I was talking about during Wall Market, about how we skipped the part where we named Kate Sith, or where Kate Sith's character sheet gets updated from Young Cloud. So Kate Sith's name
キットシーの
is
正体
A.
である
Why is his
リー
name
ブさん
A?
が
Because Cloud's
助けて
name
くれ
is
た
A.
のですか
When we
ね。
named Cloud, it named Kate Sith also. And then we skipped the part where that gets updated. So that's also
まあ
why
兵器
Kate
開
Sith
発部門の
wasn't
人だっ
in
たら
that fight, and
学
his
術室
health
という
was
兵器も
drained to
使いこ
zero.
なせるでしょう
Because the
ね。
game still like sort of thinks that he's young Cloud from the Calm flashback, but for some reason it doesn't fully work. What I mean is I'm not sure why young Cloud himself doesn't just appear in that fight or whatever, but it doesn't. Instead it behaves that
ノ
way.
ーアップといえ
So
ど、今回
it's actually it's
2%
a
です
little
から、
dangerous because
一
it
体
means
ど
that
こま
like
で画
Barrick
面を
is
信じていいか、
solo on
ちょ
this
っと
part.
私には
And
わかれないですね。
I've had him almost die to these escapes because of it.
Yeah, it is pretty scary.
さすがにこういうムービーシーンでやってることは信じていいと思うんだけど、
Like after
バ
done
ト
a lot
ル中の
before going to the cutscene.
画面とかは果
There
た
we
して
can
ど
have
こ
a
まで、
cleaner escape there. Also, I'm gonna be putting Barrett on back
ま
row.
あ、見たままを信じるとしましょう。
And one funny thing about the Cloud from the past is
あ、
that
なるほど。さっ
he
き
has
の
a power
竜巻の迷宮
that
の
you
後
can
に
steal from him.
そういうされたムービーで、なんか
Yeah,
かっ
his
こいい
power wrist and
でっ
his
かい
free
怪物みたいなのが
Calm
いっぱい
flashback
出
we
て
can
ました
use
けど、
it now.
それが襲ってきたの
It's
か。
useful.
なるほどですね。
And here's one of the skips that I mentioned. Where the invisible Barrett should be locked, but it's just not. You would have to watch like a whole extra FMV. But instead I can just move down and exit this screen right here by adding down left here. There we go.
Yep. We just walk out in the middle of the cutscenes, and now we don't have to watch the rest of them. Yeah, that saves quite a bit of time. It does make you have to run through this screen right here, which is live on steps. So the step route does have to account for doing it, but I mean, you just do that. You just route. I mean, everyone just routes the step route to account for it. But yeah, pretty interesting thing there.
Like more than a minute time save, I think.
And yeah, that skip works on all versions. All right. So yeah, now we just have the rest of the escape sequence. Pretty
Oh, I am on back
simple.
row. Come on. From my safety save, I had him on back row.
Was that menu also like a sort of attempt at a battle skip here?
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
Would have been a good one though. I'm not sure if the battle skips are doable here in this world. I never tried. Here we have the classic "Damn Man" from Barrett. Very iconic line.
シンナの科学力はサファイア iPhone に
It is a shame we
太
don't
刀打ち
watch
できるのでしょう
the
か。
FMV because it is pretty cool. And a cool thing about this elevator is while the FMV is playing, steps are actually not increasing in value. We get a little bit of a free movement.
These like stationary turret things always have a like deceptively long wind-up
バトル
animation.
メンバーの名前は2つあるけれど、バトルの画面に出てきてるキャラは1体しかいない。
There were
It's
a
getting
lack
low.
of steps taken in the windy screen.
が起こっているな。一方、ティファさん、
Maze.
Yeah, I didn't walk the 7 instantly. That I ran a bit, which was just enough to give me an extra encounter, which is not really a problem anymore. Go by, please.
Oh yeah, here you can free her left or her right arm first. Just whichever way you choose.
I never thought about that. I always do the right arm first for some reason. Just learn that way. This whole section is very convenient plot points with the key falling and the husk here getting lasered by the weapon. But it is a bit goofy. Like this game does a good job balancing the serious part and the goofy part.
あ
I feel like
サファイアエポンさんの
made
口からビーム
that
で
right there also free Tifa from the shackles without having to do the mini game. But I guess they wanted to do the mini game.
Yeah, true. I feel like at least the guard should have been Yuffie or
ちょ
something.
っと傷がついてしまいましたが、
Less convenient.
どうでしょう。撃退できたのでしょうか。
It works.
There is the thing where if you have Yuffie recruited, then the damn man cutscene, she's there like
Yeah, the reporter.
like disguised as a reporter. Yeah.
It is really funny.
これは
I guess,
ティファさんのね、腕の力がすごく強いんじゃない？
need to be recruited for that to work.
あるいは足場がいっぱいあるぐらい
Now we have a
ボコボコ
different
と
kind of battle
作られているのかな？
that usually we lose
ど
on
うなの
purpose
かな？
because it's not really faster, it's just more consistent. But for the marathon's sake, I need to try to win the battle. Just on the contract.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, moving on this cannon is a bit weird. You need to know like where the walls are, but it's pretty simple.
お、かの有名なビンタバトルですかね。
So let's see if I get this. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Didn't look like she even went for the second slap.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
No, I think I'm gonna lose this.
She's not even trying.
Oh man, that was a very bad attempt. That's the reason we usually lose the fight. Is like it takes a I don't know a random amount of time for the inputs to be registered. It's just very weird. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
proper-
were you using turbo?
I was for the first one, but then I changed
Okay.
because the turbo doesn't work properly.
Yeah.
「飛空艇に乗って脱出しよう」
This is a funny inconsistency about this game. It kind of bothers me a bit now that I watch the cutscenes over and over. Some of the FMV cutscenes actually have the chibi models instead of the full, like, regular models.
Yeah, actually, like if you think about it, very few scenes have the full models.
Yeah, that's true.
Like very few. It's like the opening, the motorcycle scene from the HQ escape, the ending,
Yeah, that's true.
the weapons coming out. I think that's all of them.
I didn't realize how few scenes there were with the full models. This part is also
Bear throw a rope when they have a perfectly functioning rope ladder. They might not have a rope ladder yet, you know? I imagine that Tifa came up and she was like, bro, we need to get like a ladder on this thing.
that was awful to climb. That's a good point. I need to be very careful here to not talk to Sid. Otherwise, I would have a very long extra cutscene.
All right, and so one of the funny things about Disc 1 Skip that you might not have really noticed yet is that we never got access to our PHS menu. So this is like one of the first times that we
あ
had
れ
a chance to
エアリスがいるけど、
since am I crazy or is the
これ
button
は
the
普
last
通の
time
こと
we
な
recorded
んです
manually?
か？
Yeah, it might have been actually. I think so.
あ、
That's the reason we
リ
put
テオが
that
落ちてこようとしてますね。
as well.
Yep.
So safe to save here.
All right, and so here, just like any percent, we're going to grab the Curse Ring. It's a secret little side quest here that you activate by trying to open this door back here. And now, after you've knocked on that door, it then allows you to come over here and pick up the beat up old key. Beat up useless old key. Excuse me. And then, yeah, bring that on back. Next to that guy that kind of looks like a wizard.
Kind of does actually. Good point.
And here, very importantly, you gotta tell the truth. So very careful text box in here. Tell them the truth, and this gets us the Curse Ring. So the Curse Ring is an accessory that gives a ton to each stat. I can never remember what the exact stats are on this thing, but they are extremely good. But it comes at the quote-unquote cost of putting the character into death sentence automatically. That has it equipped. However, that's totally fine because
ワープしないってだけだから、
none of the battles
エアリスさんの離脱がスキップされてて、
like we even use the curse
死んでいるけど
emerald weapon fight
生きているね。
and you know we can
そんな感じなんですかね。
before the death sentence timer even runs out. So yeah, it's not much of a detriment to have it on. In fact, it's even a huge benefit because when we have the curse ring on Tifa and she has the power soul weapon makes her do quad damage if she's under death sentence. So yeah, the curse ring just not only gives her a huge stat boost with like no downside, but then also automatically puts her into quad damage status.
Yeah, it is a hidden huge buff. Very useful for us. Especially because we never learned the death sentence enemy skill in this category.
But yeah, generally the way that we allow ourselves to not get killed by it is by
クラウド。
the death sentence timer doesn't tick down if you're in wait mode on ATB, and so yeah, we just do careful ATB management to keep it from draining too much. Which, if you're interested,
クラウドは
I have a video
ゼノギアスの宣伝をする状態になってしまったみたいですね。
and the
ゼノ
wait
ギアスの宣伝しか
check that out.
できない。
Hear more about
ゼノギアスの宣伝をすることは悪くないけど、
Please go follow that.
もちろんね。
Both Twitch
でも
and YouTube.
それしかできない状態になっちゃったね。
This whole game essentially. Now we have the very sad part with one of my favorite musics in the game, favorite songs in the game. What I did in that shop, I sold a bunch of useless weapons at this point, and a bunch of material that I'm not gonna be using anymore. And I bought 3 HP plus material. Those are gonna help me get the HP that I need on certain characters. Mainly Red and Tifa later on, so that I can survive certain fights. I had to be very careful to not sell. I almost sold the Gaga's Armlet by accident. That's why I saved. Yeah, the elemental material is gonna be used on the Ultimo weapon fight. It's gonna happen a bit later when we come back here. So there's still a couple sections before that. But it was already pretty useful for us. Otherwise, we could not survive Schizo, I don't think, in head without Elemental. Or even Genova that well.
Yeah, fun thing about elemental material also is that generally, or on this route, you never use it on your weapon. But I was talking about stealing the hard.
クラウドと仲間たちは大変だけど、まあ、死んだも大変ですよってことですかね、このシーンは。
Super fast with regular attacks. So that one of the big hard edge benefits is having a really fast motor ball fight.
It is a bit scary because you can also miss your attacks with a hard edge.
Yeah, that's true. And then on no slots where we don't do disc 1 skip, you can also use it on Materia Keeper if you want to be able to either damage him for 1 or heal him for 1. You can put elemental fire on one of your character's weapons to help damage fix for the quad 7s a little bit easier.
Here we have the boat song. It is a shame to skip a few sections of the disc 1 that are very fun to play through in a speedrun.
Yeah.
But this category is nice because it has a shorter duration.
Yeah, it saves like an hour off the run in all. So, right, if you're someone where like 6.5 hours is just a little bit too long, well, hey, there's a 5.5 hour run as well now. All right, and yeah, now we're on the Sid portion of the game. I remember the first time I played through the game, I thought it was wild that we actually got to play as Sid for a while. I don't know why it really stuck out to me. But okay, so now we're gonna do something not also, you know, that is very new to this route, having done the disc 1 skip. Shout out to this guy who doesn't look at you while you talk to him on the PC version exclusively. But anyway, we're going to be purchasing 1 Chocobo stable. And this is not something that is done on no slots. And then, actually, we have Eris in the party. I guess someone caught it. So because we did disc 1 skip, first, before we talk about that, let's talk about this Chocobo that we had earlier so that we could do disc 1 skip. Now, we can send it to the stable. Now that we've purchased a stable, we can go collect that Chocobo.
For friends.
And, send it to the stable, and now we can go retrieve it. And so now, the cloud surfing that we were doing earlier, you can only do it if you're able to dismount and remount a Chocobo, meaning that's why we had to do that weird Zolom setup, you know, in order to be able to dismount it and remount it at that point in the game. And then after that, you can't dismount a Chocobo without it running away until you own a stable, which you can't do until you have the High Wind. So now is when we can finally go get that stable. Now we have a Chocobo that we can mount and dismount.
昔なじみのチョコボですか？
Great, because now we can do more cloud surfing.
We're gonna, instead of leaving him stuck there forever, we actually take care of him and use him for other skips. So that's pretty nice. Although he's gonna end up being on the same spot pretty much later in the run.
So as Sid, we have to do a couple huge materia quests. We got to do 4 Condor, and we got to do the trains. So 4 Condor's happening first. The thing about the 4 Condor game is you have to have at least 4,000 Jill in order to start the game. But beyond that, we want to have pretty minimal, or at least some kind of multiple of 1,000.
あ、なるほど。海を歩いて渡るために使ったチョコボ。まだエアリスが真の意味で生きていた頃に使ったチョコなのかな。それはまあ確かに前だね。なるほどなるほど。で、今はコンドルポートか。
And we skipped the part where we would have gone there earlier. So we didn't have those two. Destruct, you just have to purchase, and so we purchased it here. And then yeah, so then the rest of that shopping kind of sets us up for the rest of the run, and also like I was saying earlier, it fixed us to a certain amount of money, which is the minimum amount of money that we need to start this game without too much extra money that is going to make it take longer for us to lose this game as quickly as possible. So losing this game as quickly as possible is the goal.
Also, a funny thing, I purposefully don't do the... Oops. Wait, let me do this properly and then I'll talk. Otherwise, I'm gonna mess this up.
ミニゲームが始まった。
If you build a structure, you can then delete the structure. And this way we can just lose as quickly as possible. If we had humans, the humans would have to die. So that's why the amount of money is kind of particular, is so that you can spend your money only on structures, and then you can delete them quickly. If you accidentally leave yourself with the amount of money where you can't afford a structure, but you can afford a dude, then you have to build a dude, and then the dude has to die, and it takes forever. So
it's
yeah,
like a minute.
that's the reason for all that. Oh my god, double input glitch killed you?
Oh, dude, I can't believe it. It happens every single run, man.
敗北。
Oh, and you got the silly Sid jump there.
Yeah, the zombie Sid.
But yeah, gaming over there is actually the fastest thing to do. Now we just teleport out and we can continue.
Sorry for
So
the little
you were
theater.
saying?
I actually forgot. Just,
It's all right.
No, it's my fault. Too many things
No,
to
you
pay
got
attention.
you got a menu to do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now we got the big guard
フュ
finally.
ージマテリアは取られ
Yeah,
て
so the
いいのか？
reason you may have noticed that he swapped his
負けた方が早いならいいのか。
with
じゃあ
putting
いい
Sid
か。
in the middle. So the reason is because Sid does not have the enemy skills equipped. The enemy skills are equipped on Eris and Katesith, and there is a chance for this beach plug fight to be a side attack. Which it's not, but if it was a side
it's an
attack...
egg! No!
Oh no!
I never got egged in this category before.
If you do get a... Oh yeah, not Katesith, but Red. It's faster to get on the Chocobo and then get back off. It's not going to be any more, but it would have been.
Oh, I forgot about that. I didn't know it actually worked with the Chocobo, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. It's the side attack. So notice that Sid is the character who's isolated from the other two. So that means that when we learn Big Guard here, we can only hit 2 of our characters with it. So we needed to put Sid into the middle because, like, obviously, if Sid is not in the middle, then our 2 characters holding the E skills would have been split up on the 2 different sides. And so then we would have had to have cast Big Guard 2 times. But it's faster to just swap Sid into the middle real quick. And then if you get this fight, then you still only have to cast Big Guard 1 time. So that's a funny little detail.
We're gonna do a tent to have enough MP for the train section. I'm gonna do a little setup here.
Yeah, so we're getting ready for another cloud surf here.
Not sure. Yep. Here again. You need to get into a very specific... There we go. That's the position I want. Just a little safe to save because the train section can be very tough.
So the reason to put that chocobo there is because normally at this part in the game, the fastest thing to do is to go into Coral and then run to the reactor. However, and then the reactor sends you on the trains, which sends you back to Coral. Problem is, because we did Disc 1 skip, we never lowered the drawbridge. So we can't reach the reactor from Coral. We have to come in from this side to reach Coral. Problem is that after we go through the section, after we do the reactor and do the train segment, again, it's going to put us out on the Coral side. And we can't go back from the Coral side because we didn't drop the
でっ
drawbridge.
けえ魔航路。
So we have to do, we're going to have to do another cloud surf after this sequence in order to get back to the high wind, and we'll see that after. But for now, we just do the trains as normal. We just had to come from this direction.
ここコレールでも
Fortunately,
兵士マテリアの争奪戦をしま
part
す。
where like his ATB just gets in the way. We don't really do anything with him.
I think both
Oh, boy.
your dudes got put to sleep.
Can I wake him up with a flap? I think so.
ここはどうなんだ
Never
ろ
seen
う。
before.
ここはクリアするのかな。
None of them
But,
has the ribbon, so
敗北なのかしら。
there we go. Yeah, it's tricky because with the curse ring you can't see that Red is asleep. His model is like blinking a little bit, but it's very minimal. I had that with the Hojo fight the other day. If I was put to sleep, I couldn't tell. And now there's a rhythm minigame, because this game loves to have a bunch of different minigames. And this one is fun. It is somewhat difficult to get the correct rhythm, because if you press too early, you're just not gonna, like, you can't buffer the press. You're just not gonna do anything. Let's see how fast I can do this. It was not terrible, but it was not perfect.
Yeah, pretty decent.
Just stumbled a little bit on the first couple inputs.
Yeah, if I
危なすぎるだろ。
the rhythm is like every 7 frames or every 8 frames. I can't remember. And then, like you said, if you do it late, you just don't get as much progress. If you do it early, then you don't get a move at all, and then you have to hit again, which is then going to be late.
Survived. A very little HP.
So yeah, because one thing that I never mentioned earlier that's kind of another side effect of like the skips and the not naming characters is that so each character joins the party at a certain level, right? And that level is like a product of your party's average level. If your party's average level is 99 when you get Sid, then he joins your party at either level 99 or maybe it's like 98 or something. But it's some form of your average party level. And the thing is, though, his character sheet starts him out on level 1, but when the screen comes up to name the character, that is when the game fires the logic to say, what level should he be? And then it gives him experience. It gives him all of the levels to get up to the level that he's supposed to be at, and levels him up all those times at that moment. So, same thing happened with Eris, with her name being Aerith with the TH. She also joined the party at level 1, which I didn't mention before, even though she normally doesn't. And then same thing happened with Sid here. Sid started the sequence at level 1 because we never named him. So he got to level up 4 times from the beach plug fight, but then he died after that. He's not going to get any more levels here. This guy's weak to water, by the way, so Aqua Lung is the best thing against him.
He doesn't like red though. Oh, I knew it was gonna crit.
Oh, the crit!
I knew it. I had a feeling.
Yeah, this dude's dangerous. He does a lot of damage. crit chances not negligible.
This is too risky to keep pressing and just hoping he hits Ares here. I'm just gonna finish the fight. Red is gonna lose a little bit of XP, but I don't think it matters that much. Thankfully I had a lot of ethers. Since I had a lot of money I could buy a lot of ethers, and mana is not really an issue. MP is not anymore.
And then this dude is weak to lightning, and as I mentioned before, Magic Breath is a fire, ice, and lightning elemental ability. Since he doesn't absorb or negate fire or ice, then the lightning weakness is able to plow through and do a lot of damage.
You can just do 4 Magic Breaths, and they cost a lot of MP, so you need to have at least 150 in both characters. Now the final fight is just a dude. Just a regular guard.
Yeah. Oh, and notice, by the way, Ares is not in this cutscene. Normally, both of your characters come out there and in like these cutscenes. But because Ares isn't supposed to be able to get to this part in the game, they didn't attach her model to these fields. And so when the game tries to show her model, it just doesn't work. Luckily, it doesn't softlock the game. Instead, she just simply doesn't exist.
Yeah, if I were to bring her to the Medio section earlier with the Cloud and the wheelchair and everything, it would softlock the game, pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, because there are parts that try to run a script on like a certain character slot instead of a certain named character. Like, there's a lot of parts where the different characters have different dialogue. So the game will just call for like Red do this or Kate do this. And I think this is how it works, where Ares is fine to have in your party on those parts because it just doesn't do a script for them. You know, there's
怖い
no
っすね、
Ares
速
script,
度が
so
上がっ
it
てる
just
と。
doesn't run one. However, when the game says like run script 3 on character 3, well, if character 3 is Ares and she doesn't, well then she doesn't have a script 3 because her
ここは
model
無事に
doesn't
クリア
exist
でき
on
て、
the field because they made
ヒュ
the
ージマ
game
テリアル争奪戦
assuming
に
she wouldn't be
勝
there.
利
And
した
I
んで
think
すかね。
that's what causes soft locks is when yeah, when it calls for a script on her and she doesn't exist.
Makes sense.
So here's another Cloud Surf. So the Chocobo setup that he did earlier to put the Chocobo in a specific spot, what that did was it guaranteed that Sid will stand on a certain triangle. And then once again, now we do a Chocobo movement. This is just loading and deloading chunks into a different order in RAM. So that now that triangle that he touched
イベント
before
スキ
getting
ッ
on
プ
the
した。
Chocobo has now been corrupted once
なるほ
again
ど。
into something where the game always thinks that he's standing on it. Thus it doesn't care that there's
そう
a
いう
mountain here
知ら
because
な、
he's standing on
あ
that
あ、
triangle, right?
知らないで
There
見
we
てる
go.
分
We're
に
able
は
to we're able to
わ
use
からない
that
よう
trick
な
to get back to the Highwind,
短
even
縮
though
要
the
素もあれ
run
ば、
was never
まあ
was
明ら
never
かにこれは
loaded because of
ああっていう
dysfunctional
短縮要
programming.
素もありますね。
It is a very small section that we run through the mountain, but if we do get an encounter, it is a soft lock. Very unfortunate. I'm gonna grab an extra elixir here real quick, just for... It is a bit slow because the dog and the guy had something to say about it. Not that bad. Close to that one. I think we're good to go. Oops. Just making sure because this fight is sketchy if you don't have the right menu, right material equipped.
Yeah, so what Ultimate Weapon does is he comes down, he does Quake. Yeah, he leads with Quake. then he does a physical attack, then he does Ultima Beam, and then he leaves. And the Ultima Beam is kind of weird. It is a, I think, 11th element or a hidden element. It is an element that is never referred to by name in the game anywhere. And you can put, if you attach the elemental materia
ベ
to
コンさんかっこいいですね。
basically any materia that doesn't have an element, then it gives you protection from this hidden element. And so we'll see that in a moment here when it saves our butts. So first, the Quake does a bunch of damage. He does a physical attack. Oh, I guess we won't see the difference here between this Ultima Beam, how much damage it does to one versus the other. But yeah, 638 it did to Red, who has protection. He's got elemental attached to something. But the other characters it would have done like 1200 damage to.
Mm-hmm. So it makes so that a high potion is just enough to with the defend command from the auto attack. Unless he crits the auto attack, then an X potion is ideal. But you would be able to survive all the 3 attacks with a high potion or a cure or any healing, essentially. It is a very cool trick to use the hidden elements to survive.
I think I remember somebody saying that in the original Japanese release of the game, the 1.0 version, that Carry Armor's Lapis Laser is also hidden element, but then they changed it to just non-elemental for this release.
Man, that would have been amazing for this run.
Yeah.
Being able to halve the damage. Never die to Lapis Laser anymore.
The funny thing though is that single Lapis is the fastest open.
おお、
So
今
like it
回。
still would be the fastest thing to just risk it, you know?
Yeah, good point actually. Good point.
I guess you could put it on
あ
and that way you could at least
ー、
like
落ちていってしまった。
if you get double Lapis, you could recover.
Yeah, someone
instead of it
survives.
being instant game over.
Yeah. Then you can
ライブ
recover,
ストリーム
you
っ
can rest
て
the other members and
やばくて、
have a decent fight.
普通の人にとってはちょっと毒かもね、という感じなので、これは大ピンチ。
Oh, we don't have to steal the other curse ring. We would have to steal it in case I missed the dialogue option or I didn't go for it at all. But I think the steal chance is very, very low. It's not a reliable curse ring source.
Yeah, and we only need one curse ring because one of our characters is going to be dealing all of our damage.
Tifa is going to be carrying us pretty much from this point onwards. Tifa is just the main damage dealer. Cloud and Red are going to be doing like a little bit with Aqua Lung and a Magic Graph here and there, but just like a support damage at this point. But we do have another big break. Long cutscene part with a lot of plot points being revealed and everything. Very
Oh,
tricky.
yeah, we're at live stream already. It still kind of trips me up this route and how quick it gets to this stuff.
It's so fast. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do that server for sure. Thank you for the reminder. And I appreciate everyone coming in and enjoying the run. I hope you guys are enjoying the glitchiness that this category is. The awesome commentary that we're getting.
Yeah, as far as Cloud's messed up memories and stuff goes, I mean, it's explained within this game. You know, I mean, we've got this part.
ここは回想シーンをいっぱい見る。
The part that
そういう
kinda
ターン
wraps
で
it
す
up
か
a
ね。
little bit is if you go back to Shinra Mansion after this, and you go down into that library, you get a hidden cutscene that wraps it up a little bit more.
That cutscene should not be hidden, I think. It's so important to the story. Just
I like hidden stuff.
oh yeah, it is cool to find for sure. But I feel like it's integral to the story.
Yeah. I mean, I'm of the opinion that it should be required for the 100% run at least. But it's not. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that though, because by almost the same exact logic, like calm skip then wouldn't be allowed in 100%, and I do like doing calm skip, so.
Yeah, that's a dangerous thing to say.
Well, hey, the thing in the Shinra Mansion is a side quest, and we have to do all the side
いや、
quests, you know.
このクラウドって、
Flashback, that's a main quest thing. We don't care about that.
You don't need to do main quest for 100%.
Yeah.
It is funny how Homescape is actually applicable to 100%. It is an interesting detail. Reminds me of there's another series that I like to speedrun, which is Donkey Kong Country. And the Donkey Kong Country 1 speedrun, the 101%, which is the completion speedrun, you actually don't have to fight a boss, just wrong warp to the next word. So you don't even have to fight all the bosses to reach 100%. One thing we didn't mention at all, but this part it kind of shows like it annoys me a little. Annoys is not the right word. It's more apparent is how weird the polished like PC models look in comparison to the background moving and everything.
Yeah, that's always been my problem. That's always been kind of my main problem with the look of the PC version. Like, I think that the battle module looks really good, and like the mini games look really good and stuff, and the world map looks really good, but these fields where you have the pixely backgrounds with the high res 3D models, I'm not a big fan of. Not to mention the mouths.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna come up at some point.
Oh, you know what's funny also? Okay, so each character has their own XYZ coordinates, you know, and like you can mess with that in Ramwatch and stuff, like moving the characters around. There isn't necessarily a player XYZ. Like the Cloud XYZ that you can move with your player normally doesn't work here because it's actually Tifa XYZ that you're moving around, which is a different part of the. It's in a different place in RAM. So, if you're curious, what does Cloud XYZ refer to on this area of the game? It's actually the big floating one that's up close, the big half-invisible floating one that's up by the camera. That's the real Cloud, using the real Cloud XYZ coordinates.
I wonder if that has something to do with that PC glitch where Cloud appears like a giant cloud on screen for no reason on the Mount Corral section.
Wait, what has to do with what now?
Like the giant cloud floating above there. Sometimes on the PC version, when you enter one of the Mount Corral screens, the bridge, sometimes Cloud appears giant. Just have a giant cloud on screen for no reason.
Giant upside down.
Yeah.
Well, he's giant and close to the camera on all versions, though. I think it's on purpose. You know, it's like an artistic thing.
I wonder if it has to do something. If that's the motto it picks up when the glitch happens.
Oh no, the thing about the models is that it's like, so it's like, if I hope I can remember this right, the reason that sometimes you get giant upside down characters is because on each field has a property that is like the size of the models. Like they had the ability to scale the models up or down, and almost every field in the game, the size is set to 512. And for whatever reason, for some reason, the number 512, instead of being like a 2-byte value or whatever, for some reason it's ASCII text. Like it's ASCII symbol 5, ASCII symbol 1, ASCII symbol 2. You know what I mean? Like 1 byte per character.
That's very weird.
Yeah, and there's only 4 bytes in memory allocated to this value, and so there's like a terminator at the end, right? So it's like you get 512 terminate is like what it reads in order to get the size of the models. But problem is, for a couple scenes, they wanted to set the models to 1024. Problem with 1024 is that it's 4 characters. So the game will read 1024, and because it hasn't terminated yet, it then just reads whatever is next in memory and whatever is after that in memory. And if it doesn't get a number, then it will terminate, which is what happens most of the time, and so most of the time you don't see the glitch. But if the next thing in memory could be interpreted as a number, then it interprets it as a number. And so you end up with models that get so large, I think that they overflow into negative then.
That's awesome. The good thing it's like on a particularly easy screen because you just hold right, so it doesn't really throw you off.
Yeah. One time, you know the helicopter that you can call in Junon to like take you on a taxi out?
Mhm.
I got giant upside down helicopter one time. That was
Oh my
favorite.
god. Isn't... We're almost done with the cutscene already. That was pretty fast actually. I mean, we still have the whole cutscene break without meshing.
Yeah, the tracks in Mount Coral, it happens pretty often. The other spot that I see it often is the Cosmo Canyon cutscene, where like you go up the thing with Bugenhagen and then he shows you the planetarium. Yeah, it happens in there all the time. Sometimes it's like both the characters that you take in go giant upside down.
By the way,
With,
there's oh sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just still talking about that glitch where it's like, I am surprised that it's always upside down. Like, I wonder what the reason is that we never see a giant character that's not upside down.
Good point, actually. I wonder if there's a number that we could it wouldn't overflow and just have like a really big character for a bit. Would be funny. Here we have a really big plot reveal. There's a kind of a big cutscene without any mashing. The text scrolls automatically, so I'm gonna be taking a slight break just to go to the bathroom and grab something to drink. I will be right back.
Sounds good. And yeah, like with what Ace is saying, that's kind of my suspicion is that it's impossible to get a giant model that's not upside down, because I feel like we would have seen it. So there must be something that's being done, like some reasonable logical explanation of as to why they're always upside down. Oh man, my cat jumped on my lap and I pet her for a little bit, and I don't know what the reason. Sometimes I pet her and it's fine. Sometimes it's like today where I pet her for 15 seconds and I am now the cat hairiest person on the entire planet. Like I am wearing a quilt of her fur. Just immediately. She's shedding, man. I guess it's shedding season or something. I'll give her a nice brushing later. It's funny how much they love the brush, you know? Like, it's not something that I ever knew. Like, when you're not a cat owner, you don't think about brushing them, you know? Like brushing a cat is not an activity that you do with a cat when you don't own it. You know what I mean? Like, you generally, you pet the cat, you maybe play with the cat, you try to get the cat's attention, but it keeps ignoring you. These are the activities you do with someone else's cat, right? So I never knew that then, when I got my cat, and like you brush them, dude, they love it. It's like their favorite thing. Like, you could just never stop brushing them, and they will never stop enjoying it. Next, if you guys are cat owners, and you've got company over, and the company wants to enjoy your cat, but your cat isn't giving them attention, you know? Think of the brush. Like, consider letting them brush the cat. Do I have a short hair or a long hair? I got both. I got a short hair girl and a long hair boy. It might depend on the cat, though. Yeah, it depends on how social the cat is, right? We got two very social cats. You got the cat hair glove, but it doesn't do nothing. I don't think I've seen that before. Like a glove for petting the cat, and it takes all the hair.
Yeah, I'm back.
Polydactyl tuxedo. Oh, nice. Yeah, my sister had a cat that
火事場のバカ力
had
みたいな
extra toes.
そういうやつですか
And
ね。
then that cat had a litter, and like all of the litter cats also had extra toes.
We're finally going back to the gameplay section. On the way to the final few dungeons of the game.
Yeah, this is kind of the last like big break. This section of the game is the part of the game that is most often talked about as far as like people want to be able to skip this part because it's, you know, it's like the longest remaining cutscene. Yeah, I'm fine with it not being skipped though, because it's a really nice breather. Like in this category, it's not as significant because there's less preceding it. But like, yeah, in the regular no slots where there's no disc 1 skip, this part is a really nice, like, all right, I gotta psych myself up for the rest of the run, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I think people just have a problem with having to mash all this text, because it is a lot of text.
Yeah, there are some good spots, some good mash breaks though. Even like when you're on Mount Nebel and Tifa says like, "I'm going anyway," or she says something like that. That's a part where you can stop mashing for like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. But there are also some tricky ones where there's no text on screen, but you actually have to press circle to proceed, like on the other crater.
Yeah. On that part, it's right after that part that I mentioned where you don't have to
ま
mash
あ
for a
長い
while.
長い
It then loads you
回
into
想
that
を
scene where it's
や
like
っ
a
て
white background.
クラウド君
Cloud
は
is passed out and
クラウドストライフ
yeah,
君
Cloud
は
and Tifa are both passed
自
out
分
and
を
the
取り
beast are
戻
like
して
finding them. That
帰っ
screen,
てこれ
yeah.
た
If
わ
you're
け
not
です
mashing,
ね。
just nothing happens.
Yeah.
クラウド君はそれじゃあファーストなんかじゃない。そう思い込んでいただけのただの死んだの一般兵だったのでした。
All right, here we go. Kind of the final little sequence of text boxes, and then we are back to gameplay, and it's good gameplay too. We get to go to underwater reactor now. So, as I was kind of alluding to earlier, this is the part of the game where we kind of we get our build online. The way that we're going to be dealing all of our damage for the rest of the game, we get enabled right now. And that's Tifa. Tifa is now suddenly going to be the strongest character in the game. On a run without disc
ま
one
あ
skip,
ただの
this
一
has
般
already
兵
been
と
the
いえ
case
ど
for quite a while.
最
But
終
on
的に
this route,
セフィロスを
now is when we
ポ
can
イ
start
っ
using
てした
Tifa.
後
So
に
why? What's the big reason? The reason
ア
is
ジ
the
ンダに
weapon
捕まって
Power Soul, which
好き
normally
勝
you
手
pick up in front of
いじくられたり
Peter
しそういう
before
素
he
敵
gets
実
that.
験を受けてしまいま
But
したから
luckily, you can purchase a Power Soul
ま
in
あ
Do Not
強いです
Use.
け
What
ど
we're
ね
gonna do. And then, so the Power
お
Soul is
体
a
は強くて
weapon
も
that
まあ
it
中
makes
身
it so
は
that she deals double
一般
damage
兵
if
なん
she's
だ
in
な
critical HP, and she deals 4 times damage if she's under death sentence, and those two things stack.
まあそん
So
なと
a
ころで
critical HP death
フェア
sentence
ド
of
君が
Tifa deals
パ
8
ーティーに
times
復帰し
damage.
ました
So on
よかっ
top
た
of
ね
that, we're gonna have the Gygas Armlet on her, which gives her a ton of strength, and we're gonna have the Curse Ring on her, which A gives her a bunch of every stat, and B automatically puts her into death sentence, so she's always got that quad damage on. On top of that, we're gonna be using the Death Blow materia, which we purchased from Fort Condor. What Death Blow does is it is an attack. It's a low accuracy attack that always crits. So crits do double damage, meaning a successful crit is doing 16 times damage with her. At lower accuracy though. And then the Death Blow, however, is attached to added cut. So after a Death Blow, which may or may not hit, then she follows up her Death Blows with regular attacks also. So yeah, she is going to be dishing the damage.
It is a lot of damage for sure. It is the most reliable way to finish the run at this point. Finish the end game.
習字マテリアはなんかいっぱいあるらしいですね
Just need a couple extra main.
まだまだあと
One more.
2つ
The final piece of the puzzle, the Power Soul.
Yeah, so this shop all the way up here, this is where we're able to buy that Power Soul. She either does crit plus normal or crit plus crit. She either does... Well, 3 things can happen when you Death Blow added cut. She either gets a critical and then a normal, or she misses and then it follows up with just a normal hit, or she hits the crit and then crits her added cut as well, just naturally. So you can get...
Sorry.
Or I guess you can miss the Death Blow and then get a critical added cut. So you can either get miss normal, miss crit, crit normal, or crit crit are the 4 outcomes of a Death Blow added cut.
Missing it was. Oh. Kind of unfortunate.
Is it in your exchange menu?
No, it isn't. Maybe, yeah. Oh, it is on Aerith. Like I can still get it. Okay, I thought I lost Aerith for a second, so I can still do it on the. Does it have to be on world map, or can I do it on save points?
Just go to your exchange menu right now.
Oh, I know anywhere. Jeez. Forgot I couldn't do it anywhere in the game. Okay. No problem then. Fine. For some reason I thought I could just do exchange on the world map. I rarely do it. You don't do it in this category at all. Forgot to remove from Aerith before Ultima Weapon. Oh yeah, for sure. Dash knows a lot more about this game than I do.
so here, Deathblow added cut is nice on these guys if Tifa's going first, because if the Deathblow hits, it'll kill the one dude, and then the added cut will go kill the other dude, which is very quick. If the Deathblow misses, well then she still kills one of them with added cut, and then you can just wait trick a second added cut. Or wait trick a second regular attack, I mean to say.
Yeah, fortunately I do have the limit break, which
Yeah, so in your menu, what you could do is just set her limit back to level 1, and then it'll clear her limit.
yeah, I'll definitely do that. However, I kind of like having a limit just in case for Diamond Weapon if I end up not getting a limit for Cloud.
Oh yeah.
Not a bad thing to have it here. I want to put it on.
I actually did not know that the JP 1.0 version of the game did not have an exchange menu. I am so covered in cat hair, it's insane.
A great thing. To a certain extent. We have one of the coolest screens in the game right here.
Oh yeah, the tube. What the hell is this? Some kind of tube?
お魚さんだ。
Buying batteries one at a time in JP Original. You know what's interesting about that, Zergu? Is that I have always thought that it's weird that the guy in the weapon shop tells you that they're one at a time price. The fact that he tells you that they're 100 each, but then your only option is to buy 3 for 300 all in bulk. I've always thought that that's weird. And that would make way more sense if in the original game you did just buy them one at a time.
Probably because you're required to proceed, so people kept getting confused about it.
Yeah.
We're a little bit ahead on Step Rock because of the extra encounter that I ended up taking. Here's the
So
carry
here's a
armor.
very important.
Safe to save.
Yeah, very important safety save here because the boss that we're coming up on has a approximately 1 in 12 chance to just game over you with nothing that you can do. It's a little bit less than that because 1 in 12 is the chance that he decides to do the killing attack, but then you also have to factor in though that he might not have the chance to do both of those before you can manage it, you know? Oh yeah, you're on A to be active right now.
Oh, that's true. Good point. Was supposed to put it on wait on the save point and I forgot.
But yeah, coming up, it's carry armor and how it works, how the 1 in 12 chance thing works that we're talking about is that he has a 1/3 chance to open with a sneak attack. Once again, sneak attack I talked about during the Heligunner fight earlier, where a sneak attack refers to an attack that happens before the turn Q is even considered, and so yeah, it's like the fight begins and this attack just happens before you have a chance to do anything. So that's a 1/3 chance he has to Lapis Laser you, which does a huge amount of damage to all 3 of your characters. Then he's got 3 pieces. He's got 2 arms and a body. His body has a 1/4 chance on its first turn to also do a lapis laser. So together, that's a 1 in 12 chance that he's going to do both. But the thing that makes it not mean that it's just a 1 in 12 chance for a game over is the fact that while the sneak attack you can't respond to, the body didn't necessarily get perfect RN or perfect ATB or better ATB than you. So you have a chance to respond to the first lapis if it happens. If his ATB rolls slow enough, that is. I don't know if I made that clear enough. If your ATB is better than the body, then you have a chance to respond before it happens. Before the second one happens.
That is a bit low on HP here, so even 1 lapis wouldn't be ideal. Because he lost that XP on the Wolfmeister. So we'll see about that.
And yeah, it's very true. It's a good way to say it that this boss is kind of 2 glass cannons against each other. Exactly. Because like if he does, we need Tifa to be in critical HP, so that she's dealing damage. But that means that if he lapises at any time, it always kills Tifa, which wastes a bunch of time. But also he doesn't have very much health. So if we just get like 2 good, or if we just get a few good Tifa attacks in, he's dead right away. Alright, so he did not open with the lapis laser. So now Doumeis is using an S-mine in order to get Tifa very quickly into critical HP.
Oh, I forgot about that. The detail.
Oh! Red's got cover on?
It does.
ボス戦か、この曲は。
That was my
ボ
bad.
スのキャリアーバーさん
Oh, that pretty
ですね。
Nice crit.
Tifa's gonna be doing her thing in the meantime. Was a slight mistake on my part.
We only have to kill the middle, and I think he has... Is it 24,000 HP? So he has pretty little HP.
No, don't
But
do
Tifa...
that. Okay.
Tifa not being in crit health does mean that she's only doing half damage, which is also kind of a problem because the lower his HP goes, the more likely he becomes to lapis laser. So like as the fight goes on, he's more and more likely to do it. Now this magic breath is very important because it hits all 3 parts. What this does is it gets the arms to
わからない
recalculate
なり
their
に
chance
分かりてえなと
to
思っ
arm
て
grab. The arms
攻略サイトを見させてもらってますが、本作の中で屈指の強さを誇るボスと書いてあり、こんなレノがけしかけてくる程度の
Here we go.
そんなにめちゃくちゃ強かったらダメだろっていうボスだと思うんだけど、
Pretty much, it helped me a lot.
そうなんだ。まあ勝ったから大丈夫ですね。
Because of me not realizing I was the wrong like with the wrong character. Usually I
普
need
通にね、
to throw the S mine with red.
マコーロの保全管理、そういうのをする分にはちょっと武装が過剰じゃないですか。そんなことも思いますけど。
So it's like it's super devastating. But every time that you hit the arms, they recalculate their chance to do arm grab in the future depending on their new maximum HP. And if you leave them with more than 75% max HP after getting hit, they recalculate to a 1 in 128 chance. So if you just magic breath the enemy 1 time, it makes the arms very unlikely to arm grab you.
Now we have a little bit of an issue because only Tifa has a limit break. So Cloud is probably gonna get one on until Rude, but we might have to equip the summon just in case. For a diamond weapon.
I think Lapis is non-elemental magic damage. So yeah, magic defense should count.
hopefully Cloud gets a limit here or in the next couple fights.
It is kind of funny the idea that a laser would be magic, now that I think about it, you know? Because a laser makes it sound scientific, which makes it sound like physical.
That is covering what he shouldn't cover, and he's not covering what he needs to. He feels like a 10 HP. That's the problem with only one cover. It's very selective. Here we take these guys as prisoners, because we have no emotional attachment to them at this point, because we never saw them. But they are the same dudes from the whole general section.
It's just a waste of time to kill him, though.
Yeah, that too. Oh, we read the manual. Oh. I pressed down too early.
So the sub game is funny because you sort of just spawn in at the most tactically advantageous position possible against them, and so you basically just have to mash square a little bit and you just instantly win.
またミニゲームしてる。
PlayStation version, so it's even easier.
Alright, so we now have the submarine. The submarine is only used for one thing as far as the main quest goes, and that's to go find the key of the ancients. So we'll be going in and grabbing that right away. You can also use it to grab the huge materia, but we don't need the huge materia for any percent. And why does the timer keep going on the PC version? Just PC things. But yeah, that is funny. There's also another difference that Ace pointed out recently, where on the PlayStation version, there's like a wireframe of the environment, and the wireframe, you can see the entire arena. It's only what's nearby that gets like rendered into terrain, but you can see the entire wireframe. But the PC version doesn't have that wireframe, and so you can only see what's around you.
I thought it was a one corner way. Now we grab the little small ancient key.
The elevator start floor is not the same. So I know that the elevator starts on floor 6, but does it actually display different? Because I don't remember it ever actually displaying floor 6. Maybe it does.
Probably like
I
counts
just
up
mean
to
like
6. And then
yeah.
starts rolling. We just have a very chill submarine tour here around the world. Back to the highway now.
Oh yeah, and we haven't really talked about how diagonal, like, the thing is, it's kind of just a waste of time to turn the Highwind. So if you hold square, you can strafe with it, and so we just kind of do that all the time. It's also faster to go diagonally than it is to go straight, so that's why, you know, whenever the opportunity arises, we try to go diagonally with it.
Mm-hmm.
The fastest thing to do is to turn so that then you can make a diagonal straight shot toward your goal, but the difference is pretty minor.
Other things.
Yeah, so here we see with Tifa, we want to keep her in critical HP so she continues to do double damage. But but we don't want her to die. So yeah, a few potions just to make her more survivable.
ああ、海底にエメラルドウェポンがいる。
Here's the same thing.
Good
With,
大変ですね。
we're gonna be using either Death Blow or Aqualung to clear these fights.
And yeah, a small thing.
なんかこういないんですか、ウェポンの元締めみたいな人は。ちゃんとウェポンにリードをつけておいてくださいみたいな、そういう気持ちになってきませんか。そんなね、話し飼いみたいなのに。
That will instantly queue up a death blow. Or if is it right for Cloud for you right now?
It's right for Red, down for Cloud, down for
Okay,
Tifa as
yeah,
well.
星
Doumeis knows what each of his
リードが
characters
切れた。
look like.
ああ、じゃダメか。
Character who's coming up first on ATB,
じゃあ
he knows
諦め
what
て
direction to
海底をかっ歩してもらって、
instantly get into the
我々の探索は
that he wants for that.
諦めて。
Either E skill for Cloud and Red or Death Blow for Tifa.
Pretty good fight so far.
Yeah.
Now we have a little problem here.
Yeah, so Sid forces himself into the party here. This is part of the reason that we, on a non-disc one skip
まあで
run,
も
we
無理もないか。
use Sid for the
星を
full,
壊しちゃおうっつって、
it speeds that part up a little bit, and
やっちまおうっ
so
つ
it's
って。
faster to just have him already
メテオが降ってきてるん
He
だから、
thinks
そ
he's
れは
kinda
ね、
useless.
暴走するよね。
We'd rather not use him
びっ
until
く
we
りしちゃ
have
ったん
to.
だね。
Here, Rude dies in one hit if this hits.
I don't have dazers, unfortunately.
Ooh, and Cloud getting put to sleep is really annoying.
Very good.
And then you might notice, so the death blow hit Rude, but the added cut hit a regular dude. The reason for that is that we do not have the long range materia. With long range materia, the added cut would still hit Rude. Now, death
Thank
blow, the move death blow is able to hit the back row just fine, so that's why she's able to death blow Rude, but the added cut goes for the front row because it can't reach him.
I'm gonna do a quick. I have any X potions anymore. Didn't want to be too low for this fight. Not really dangerous, but we're fine. Ooh, really close.
And that's really good to not die in case you need that limit.
Yep. Oh yeah, I should have potioned Tifa one more time. Slight mistake. But we're safe. Go.
Yeah, so the next fight that we're going to have to worry about is going to be Diamond Weapon. And so Diamond Weapon is pretty interesting. All we need to say about it for now is that we're going to want limit breaks on the characters. And so, yeah, that's why it's significant that that she survived. Or it's part of the reason it's significant she survived that fight. Just in case hers is needed. But we only need 2 limits from any character in order to not lose a bunch of time.
Unfortunately, since Red died on carry armor, he doesn't really have a limit at this point. We need to remove him from the party, and all that we don't really get the limit. Unless he did get it and I didn't pay attention. I'll double check. Because it did cover a lot of attacks.
ロケットが飛ぶ。
Finally have the rocket launching.
家が壊れる。
I love the music here.
It's amazing. One cool thing about this category, it's kind of funny. The first time we get to Junon and to the Rocket Town, there's the both have the dialogue from entering for the first time. Same with Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah. Yeah, because earlier I was talking about game moment and how whenever you enter a room, like it uses game moment to decide how to spawn everything in. But yeah, there's a lot of things that aren't tied to game moment, but instead are like single hit flags. Like for example, if you were to go to Calm right now and try to enter, the party would leave the party and they would go, "Hey, oh, Calm, what's this place? Let's go to the inn. Cloud, come tell us about that crazy Sephiroth guy." Like as if you're gonna go do the flashback. Now, if you went up there, you can't actually do the flashback because your game moment is too advanced. But that one-time flag of the party doing that animation at this, or that sequence at the first time entering Calm still exists. And yeah, the same thing happens. First time you enter Cosmo Canyon, it shows you like a special thing. First time you enter Rocket Town, first time you enter Junon, yeah. And yeah, Yuffie, you can, as far as I know, you can never get Yuffie in a Disc 1 skip run, because we skip over all the things that turn on Yuffie encounters.
Very unfortunate because Yuffie is a very good character. Pretty much rivals Tifa as far as speed goes.
Yeah. Yeah, if it didn't like take so much time to get her stuff to set her up, then she would definitely be faster.
Only end up seeing her and Vincent on the Hundo runs. Here you have Shara saving the day. The first time I played this game, I actually thought they were gonna let City die here or leave City back behind.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's funny to think about like the impact of Aerith dying, because if you've played Final Fantasy 1 through 6, like they almost all have characters die in them. Spoilers. Like starting with 2. Like I don't think it happens in Final Fantasy 1, but yeah, big time starting with 2. And all right. Victor develops and folks, welcome on in. This is Final Fantasy VII, any % no warps on PC. And yeah, just kind of a basic reminder of the category for everybody, that this is the PC version. Any % is beating the game as fast as possible, but no warps is because the PC version specifically has a lot of wrong warps that you can do, where the world record, just regular any % is about 90 minutes, because once you get out of Midgar, you can wrong warp to like a developer debug room and then teleport to the end of the game. So this is the category that doesn't do wrong warping, but it does do a very significant skip early on that we are only just now starting, like we have only basically just now gotten past the repercussions of it, where now we're back to usual strats. Well, except for the Cloud Surf to Diamond Weapon, now we get to save time.
Yeah, because now we have a Chocobo to use. And welcome in, everybody. I appreciate the raids, the good lucks. It's actually funny because the reason Aoife is actually stronger, not stronger, but it has a bit of a higher chance to hit. I think she's a bit over-leveled in comparison to those lots. Because we farmed all those encounters during Gaia's and everything else. So I think her hit chance in this category is a bit higher, those lots. But I'm not 100% sure. It does hit for a lot of damage though.
力及ばず、
the replacement thing though, right? 'Cause
ちょっとだけしか
you know, I I mean, we
壊れません。
can name names here. It's a speed run thing. We all know Ball. Galef in Final Fantasy V was like a big one, but yeah, Galef just gets replaced by an identical character. Maybe not identical, but you know what I mean.
.まあ、タイマーは動いてるんで、お待ちください。本家の方が、今頑張ってるから、みたいな感じの、すごいざっくり言うとね、そんな感じのチャットを流してくれてたので、我々は信じて待つですね。
Hey, I see motion. Looks good.
We're back.
いいかな、動き出した。
All right.
Hello,
タイマーも、
I'm
はい、
sorry
再開した。はい、大丈夫そうですね。
Little technical issue. Welcome back.
All right, so as he was saying, we got to go to Cosmo Canyon. What's kind of weird about this is that you can't land the high wind in the dirt, so that little traversal over to Cosmo Canyon is kind of annoyingly dangerous. Not dangerous like you're gonna die, but it can waste your time really badly if you get into certain encounters that are there.
There is one harpy that drains your mana, which is really bad for this category.
Yeah. All right. And then is there a pincer there also, or am I making that part up?
I'm pretty sure there is one. I think it is like a turtle pincer, if I'm not mistaken.
With the turtles.
Yeah. And Tifa cannot attack them, I think, with physical attacks, right? So it's even more annoying.
The lighting here I always think is really weird. Tifa and Cloud look normally lit, but then Bugenhagen and Sid look like they're under like a blue light.
In the meantime, while we were down, we got another raid, so you guys welcoming everybody. We're doing a
And now
FF7 PC any percent no warp speed.
See, now Red and Barrett also look normal, but Kate looks like he's under the blue light. I don't know what the deal is with it. It drives me crazy.
The detail. Does that happen on the PlayStation version as well? I never paid attention.
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
There's one funny thing about the models here on the first train where we do Jesse skip. That guy with the red suit, he has a part of the train coming out of his back, just through his model. That's pretty funny.
All right, here once again, since we don't have access to the PHS menu because we skipped over the part where it gives us that, we have to use the ship's PHS menu to get Red back in the party.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and it's time. We've done Cosmo Canyon. Now we just gotta bring the key to the ancients up to the city of the ancients. Kind of a funny thing about the placement of your high wind there is that when we try to get into the high wind later, it's going to do a little cutscene thing where Cloud kind of runs away from the high wind for like a half a second. If you park your high wind in the right spot and you talk to it, such that Cloud runs into City of the Ancients when he runs away from the high wind a little bit, it will load you into City of the Ancients, and then you can't re-trigger the cutscene in your soft lock or something. I don't remember exactly what the problem is. I think it's that you can't re-trigger the cutscene, right? Is the problem, but you can get into the high wind though, right? It's just Diamond Weapon will never spawn.
Yeah, the music is gonna start playing, like the danger music, but Diamond Weapon will be gone. You cannot respawn her. But I have a funny story about that, because I was curious if that skip actually worked on PC, like if running into the high wind and back to City of the Ancient actually worked on PC for some reason, like didn't despawn the Diamond Weapon. And when I tried it, it worked. And I was like, okay, I just saved like 30-40 seconds of dialogue. But it just worked because of the save states. The Ultima save states, they have like a slight glitch with Diamond Weapon, and she keeps spawned in no matter what. So I thought I found a skip, but it was actually just save state gank.
Oh, funny.
Very unfortunate. But yeah, it is a soft lock. I've only seen it once during, I think, Earmouth doing a MS run. He got it by accident.
Yeah. Yes, that's why you might notice runners parking suspiciously far away from City of the Ancients on this part.
Mm-hmm. Also, there's no encounters there, right? So, no danger of getting an encounter.
Yeah. I think there wouldn't be anyway, though, with the negative 30 fractions you get when you come out of the vehicle and the 140 that you get when you come out of the city.
Yeah, good point.
But yeah, it is funny that there's no encounters there because, like, if you've ever accidentally not filled up Cloud's limit bar before Genova Life, and then everyone says like, "Oh, just force an encounter on the world map real quick," but no, there's no encounters there.
Now we have ancient PowerPoint here. Ancient PowerPoint presentation.
I've always loved this idea. The like projecting onto a waterfall, I think, is a really cool. Like I love like fantasy technology, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Games where you find old civilization
これ
technology
は、
have to figure
な
out
ん
how
だ
it works.
ホーリーの説明をしてくれてるのかな
Suppose you have played Mass Effect then?
Yeah, I played the first Mass Effect and really liked it. I don't know if I remember that being an element of it.
Kinda, a little bit. I think it's more of an element on the second and third one, but the second one is amazing. Really good game. And we're out. And almost one more short cutscene. At this point in the game, we have Kate Sith essentially feeding us information from Shinra and all the things that they are up to.
We get the dialogue about the Sister Ray. I think this is the first time that they call it the Sister Ray in
みんな
dialogue.
はなんだか
Yeah, I think
But
so.
we
立
do
派な
see
も
it.
のを作って
We do
ます
see
ね
it。written on the canon earlier. Which confused me when I was younger because like when I was younger, I thought that it was that at first it was just a cannon. But then when they move it to Midgar and they make it shoot Mako, that was the Sister Ray. But no, I guess it's been the Sister Ray the whole time.
And was not ready for this moment.
I think my interpretation makes more sense.
Maybe Hojo wanted to do the Sister Ray by shooting it twice. And there it is, the big scary diamond weapon. This is my favorite weapon in the game. I think it looks the coolest.
おウェポンさんだ。
I love that roar also.
Yeah. The overworld model doesn't look that good, but
リメイクではこの辺、
battle one is amazing.
ね、かっこいいムービーとかもらえ
Alright,
そうですね。
we're going to be coming up on yet another cloud surf. So once again, remember the steps, right? We need a certain triangle to be loaded into Cloud's last 6 triangles. Then we need to get on a chocobo specifically and move it around in a way that loads the world map chunks in such an order where when we come back and we get off the chocobo, the game first looks at our last 6 triangles to see if any of them are standable.
リメイクで出ないとしたら、
Corrupted triangle
それは
that has
残念ですね。
that says, oh yeah, we can stand on
や
that
っ
one.
ぱ
And
ム
then
ービー
while
欲
we're
しいじゃ
at
ないですか。
it, we can move anywhere within that.
他の子たちが
So that's the
他のウェポンた
basis
ちが
of the cloud surf tech.
なんかかっこいい感じのムービーもらえてるのに。
I mean, it's very interesting the first time we use it to get all the way to City of the Ancients. The second time it's very interesting to get through the mountain to avoid the soft lock problem. And then this time it gets used for yet another totally different reason. So grabbing the chocobo now to use it in a moment.
Our good friend. I'm gonna be saving here though. I was expecting the dialogue for some reason.
Yeah, I was too. All right, so there's a little movement on the grass that he did. Loaded the triangles or stored them. Now this is the movement that unloads and reloads the world map chunks in the order that we want. So now that that triangle that the game is trying to remember is now pointing it's pointing to the same spot in RAM, which is pointing to a different chunks triangle, which now gives us free movement. And so what that lets them do is run out to the edge of the ocean here. Because the thing is, usually we have to wait. We have to wait for Diamond Weapon to walk all the way to the shore to be able to fight him. And it takes a long time. And so by doing this, we don't have to wait for him to walk all the way to the shore. We just have to wait for him to walk to here. And why don't we go any further? The reason is we go so far with the cloud surf. And secondly, if we get into a fight, then we lose all of the time of having gotten into a fight.
海で演歌したはずだけど、でも、いや、海で戦うの大変ですからっつって、地上で戦っているみたいですね。さすがに海上で戦うという背景がないのかな。
Now that we've hit him with 2 limit breaks, his chest opens up, and now he's susceptible to physical damage for the
わかんないですけどね。もうダイヤウェポンと戦うときは背景っていう指定があるのかも。その辺はまあデータの作りを知らないからわかんないですね。
So this is the wait trick, is we do 1 Tifa attack while we're sitting in a sub-menu, then do a couple defense and hold circle, and we can send out a second death blow. So once again, check this out. During Diamond Weapon's turn, we release time, we allow Tifa to fill all the way up, and then queue up a death blow with Tifa, and then hold time by sitting in a menu. That locks Diamond Weapon's ATB down to 0. And so now we can get a second Tifa turn in per 1 Diamond Weapon turn. And now, yeah, because of the 1 weight trick mishap though, because it's really tight. The weight trick is super tight on this fight, and so because of that, now we need to either hit him with a couple more limit breaks, or we need to hit him with magic in order to finish him off.
Actually, if I did 1 magic breath, I think I would have been fine. A bit scary. I think we can do it. But I need XP on Tifa Dome. Hopefully he hits red here. Okay.
Nice.
This should kill, I'm pretty sure. Because we hit twice. Yeah. I should have done it on the previous turn. I knew I had to do it, and then I did select it with red, but he didn't have enough MP. So like I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it with Cloud. And then it was already on 0, and then it just snowballed.
倒した後はかっこいいムービーがありますね。
I think I did the
Good
damage
recovery.
calc. Thank you. I think it was my 510 that I got a few days ago. I did miss a turn because I potioned with Tifa accident. Then I did a magic breath and it killed. So I went to calc the damage and it's just enough. Like both limits and the magic breath with 2 hits is just enough if I miss a turn.
The AP on Tifa there is important, not on Cloud. It depends on how you do your menus, of course.
Cloud is not doing much at this point.
All right. So yeah, for the next little bit here, we have kind of a significant cutscene here. Then we get to fight Hojo. Then there's another kind of significant cutscene, and then we're already on the final dungeon.
Yep, almost done.
Yeah, this is my favorite FMV in the whole game. I love just the sucking up all the power out of the city, so much so that all the city's lights go out here. Like, oh, you really feel the power, you know?
For sure, it's such a nice payoff because like it keeps
Oh,
like showing you the
発射か。
reactors of
発射
how big
か。
and powerful they are. Like you can see you can feel the amount of energy they gather here. I was gonna say that the reason I messed up one of the weight tricks is that I thought I was on red. So I was gonna let Tifa ATB charge up all the way, almost all the way, and then defend. But actually red was the other characters. the ATB filled too fast and I got confused.
And yeah, the other thing to do there too is if you do a row change instead of a defend, then that kind of delays it even more. Their ATB starting to fill.
That was probably the play. It's just tough, especially on 15 FPS menus. Doing fast changes like that is kind of weird.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about that very much. This game's frame rate is kind of weird. Like in the menu, the game is 60 FPS, but on fields, as in like the pre-rendered backgrounds running around with cutscenes and stuff, or in talking to people, that's 30 FPS. The world map is also 30 FPS. Battles are 15 frames per second. And the PlayStation version, though, allows you to still have a 60 FPS menu, even though the battle action is happening at 15. But the PC version, they weren't able to split it up like that. So on PC, the menus in battle are also 15 FPS, and it makes them feel very yucky.
Yes. That's why one of the reasons we try to buffer essentially everything, because going manually to the option you want would leak a lot of ATB. So
Yeah,
then,
especially when you're trying to avoid double input glitch.
yeah, that's it. It's 15
Ah.
FPS plus the double input. So if you want to go just to the second menu option, you need to be very, very careful.
Probably Trank on Tifa also, right?
Yeah, that's good points.
社長さん、思いっきり攻撃を食らってたように思います。いや、まあ、続編ではまあ、
So now we're coming up on like
生きてるん
probably
で
the。funniest major
い
skip
や、
in
な
the
かな
game,
か
which is that what we expect normally to happen here is
生命線が長い人なのかも。
we have to go back to Midgar. We have to
そ
go
う。
through that last
生きてないだろう
before
と
we
思うんだけ
can
ど、
go back to the Shinra HQ
生きてる
and
ん
do
だな。
stuff there. There's like the other kind of reactor area that you go through. You fight the Proud Claude, then you climb up the big tower, and at the top of the big tower is Hojo, right? And Hojo's like the last boss of that sequence. Well, the cutscene here is about to show us Hojo. And what's really funny about it is that this is another spot where they didn't quite freeze our character in place properly. So if you just hold right and run as this loads in right now, oh, we just hit the boss trigger and now we just fight Hojo right now in the cutscene. So it's funny because you actually only have control of Cloud for 1 frame, but they put Cloud 1 frame away from the boss trigger. So as long as you're holding right and X as it loads in, you just hit the boss trigger, we skip all of that, and we just fight Hojo right here, right now. So yeah, it's a great great major skip in the game because it's so easy that like you could do it by accident, you know? You could easily do it by accident.
Hakase.
Yeah, I wonder how many people actually did it by accident on a casual playthrough. Like how many kids ended up on Hojo by accident.
You know what's the thing that I think about that the most is in the original Legend of Zelda, if you put in your name as Zelda and it starts you out on second quest, I wonder how many people, how many kids, when they were told to enter their name, entered Zelda and played second quest without knowing it.
It's not like a hard thing to do. It's the name of the game.
わあ、
That's amazing. Oh, I think that's on
ジノバ細胞さんのとっても素敵な力で、なんか、
So here, we use the
あーって
vaccine
感じの見た目になってしまいま
that
したね。
it gives her the resist status, which prevents her from getting status ailments. This boss does a lot of status ailments, and all of our damage is going to be from Tifa. So yeah, Tifa, keeping her from getting status ailments here is very, very necessary. And as you can see, she's just wailing on him.
What's funny?
これは魔法
Yeah, I'll
魔
be
法も
I think I just did like a
やっぱ良くない。
3 death blows in a row.
あまり
I'm not
人
mistaken. I
の
don't know if we skipped the turn or something.
手には
Or if the potion
余
helped.
りますね。
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, this fight has been trolling me a lot. Last few runs.
あまり良くないですね。
All right, in phase 3, I think you only need to hit 2 death blows. Nice, there's one. And now Cloud's asleep.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Just because I complained.
Yeah, very, very good phase 3. All right, so with Hojo down, that means that besides a pretty lengthy cutscene here, we just have the final dungeon to do. We're already there.
Not even 5 hours in.
これでいわゆるディスク2の部分が終了して、
Another cool thing about the PC version
最後の
that I am a big fan
ディスク
of is
3
you actually keep the music here.
ラストダンジョ
On
ン
the PlayStation version, when you
え、
do the Hojo, or
行
not,
くの
not
かな？
Hojo skip, but when you do the Midgar raid skip, it just breaks the sounds. The music
Yeah.
is just gone.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works, but I think it's something to the effect of like when the game goes to the Hojo scene, it's supposed to be quiet there. And they do the quiet by setting like some kind of flag or bit or something that is like the no music thing. And then because of Hojo skip, you end up like teleporting out of the fight. Normally you would go to the next scene of the cutscene where it would turn the music back on, but instead we warp out from the fight. And so then it's just left that way for the rest of the run. But it's funny the way that battles can still trigger music normally. So like when you finish a fight and it triggers the victory music, then the victory music triggers correctly, but then when it goes back to the field, it doesn't properly untrigger the victory music, and then it just plays for however long.
Yeah, keep hearing the fanfare for a while.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm not sure why it doesn't affect the PC version.
Sadly, we also don't have Vampire Tifa in this version.
Yeah, she's kind of got a little cat mouth instead.
Just have this chill, romancing, I guess, cutscene. The closest this game has to the couple, the main couple actually having a romance section. I guess the date is more appropriate, but this is like the final one. Like
That cutscene actually plays out differently depending on how much affection points you have from Tifa.
Oh really? I never knew that.
Yeah. There's two different versions of the cutscene down there with those two, and if you have above a certain threshold, then it's much more suggestive.
Oh, fair enough. Another thing I'm going to be doing here, I am going to be saving the game on the disk swap again and resetting. And that's to set up a final descent manipulation, or to try to, not super proper manip, but it helps to lower the encounters in the final descent.
And then along with the other cutscene playing out differently, this part also plays out slightly differently here, where they say something, Sid comes over and says something right, and then... Yeah, and then here Tifa says, "You were listening," and then now she's kind of embarrassed. If you got the more suggestive version with the higher Tifa love points, she says, "You were watching," and then she like falls over to all fours in embarrassment over there instead of just a little foot tap.
Yeah, that makes sense. I remember that cutscene. Never noted, like I never paid attention to the speedrun that it's a different one.
Right, and then they all high five.
Yeah, since we skip a lot of the triggers, and most of them we actually don't choose her option. Especially if we were to have the date on the gold saucer, it would be Ares out of Tifa. It's just faster.
Yeah, the only way to get her affection high enough with this route, I think, would be to like spam it in the jail cell. Because I think if you say like "leave it to me" to her or whatever when you're in the jail cell together, that gives you points with her, and I think you can repeat that. So if you sat there and did that for a while, then you could make it work. But otherwise, yeah, the speedrun route just simply doesn't have the opportunity to get enough points. Except for 100%. 100%, depending on how you play, it can get exactly the right amount. But it's like exactly the right amount. So if you were to do one thing different, like say talk to Aris before Tifa in the sewers, then that would make you not hit the threshold. All right, and here we go. It is disc 3 time, or part 3 time. And yeah, so we saw one more save and then Alt F4 of the game. Once again, what that does is it zeroes out the RNG values. And that is going to be very significant for the final descent, which is the part of the game where, right at the end, where you jump down all those 13 rocks, and each one of those rocks has a chance.
ラスターの大空洞に来ましたね。
Remember when we had giant red arrows? Hey, the difference is you can turn the giant red arrows off. The difference is you have to opt in to the red. You specifically have to opt in to the red arrows. But yeah, so Tifa attacking herself here, the reason for that is we once again want her to be in critical HP for the final bosses. And so it's convenient for her to just attack herself. If she dies, it's fine, because then we can just Phoenix down her, and then she'll be at a great amount of health. Without Phoenix downing her, we can just give her, like at 200 HP, we can just give her a high potion, and then she'll have good HP and being crit HP still.
I'm a bit confused with the step route. I think because I got the extra encounter, it's slightly different. Getting a lot more encounters than I should. As I forgot to do. But, should be fine. Taking the steps is too good because of the RNG manip.
And none of these chests have anything worthwhile in them. It's just things like a source here or there, a remedy, you know, a bunch of stuff we don't need. We're already set up.
Have everything that we need except for Mistile. We're gonna be getting very soon.
Yeah, so here we do the save crystal glitch. We're menuing right next to the ladder, and then when he hits save crystal here, he's gonna hold circle. And what that does, holding circle, is it selects the save crystal, and then the held circle then grabs the ladder, which this ladder, unlike others, it auto climbs Cloud down the ladder and begins the cutscene, which then allows us to say no to the save crystal once the cutscene has started, which breaks our paralysis. You know, saying no to the save crystal then allows us to move Cloud during that cutscene. So once we've selected where everybody goes, left or right, because if you don't select where everybody goes, it makes bad things happen. So once we select where everybody goes, left or right, we can immediately then leave that room without watching the rest of the minute-long cutscene. I think it's 40 seconds, right? I just saw a run the other day where they screwed it up, and I believe it was like exactly 40 seconds it costs to not do save crystal glitch.
I'm not sure. We have a giant mecha.
あ、さっきのところでパーティーを分けたか。
Here I'm gonna
All
do
right,
a
this is the last.
bit of fade in, fade out real quick.
For Final Descent minute.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of the step route. So yeah, there are no more hostile screens. Instead, because we sent Tifa to the right and then we went left, when we talk to Tifa, she gives us the Mistile. The Mistile is very important. It is a piece of armor that gives us 50% physical evasion. And the big thing about evasion is that evasion in this game is flat, directly added to your hit chance as well. And that is even after the accuracy penalty on Death Blow. So Death Blow, I've been saying, is a low accuracy attack that always crits. Well, they achieve low accuracy by dividing its hit percent at some point in the function, but it's at some point in the function before the evasion is added as a flat percent. So the 50% evasion from Mistile is a 50% hit chance on Death Blow on top of its normal hit chance. And then here's the Final Descent. So every one of these rocks has an RNG chance to give you a fight. However, that hard reset before starting Disc 3, as well as the little manipulation of running in and out, makes it so that...
You can only get 2 encounters.
Makes it so that we have manipulated to a... Yeah. We've manipulated to a position of getting minimal encounters here on the way down.
Ouch. Also, I did a little double input into materia by accident. Oh, it was too, unfortunately.
I think the reason for the misdial, or the reason for the evasion adding to your hit chance, I think is because it's supposed to interact with the enemy's evasion. Basically, I mean, here's how the entire function works. It's your regular hit percent plus 1/4 of your dexterity plus your evasion minus the enemy's evasion. So the plus your evasion minus the enemy's evasion, I think, is just to make it so that like you can
さあ、いよいよ
counteract an evasive enemy by being evasive yourself.
ラ
Is
ス
the
ボ
idea.
ス
If both of them are evasive, they
に向
cancel
け
each
た
other out. However,
連戦ですね。
if just you are evasive, it's kind of just OP. You know, you just have a really high hit chance. So yeah, now what we'll see because of that is these death blows are always going to hit now. No more missed death blows as a result of having the misdial equipped now. The downside is that equipping the misdial means we can't have the Gygas armlet equipped anymore. So as you can see, Tifa is doing less damage now because she doesn't have the gigantic strength bonus from the Gygas armlet. However, we are going to gain a lot of levels from this fight, and those levels are going to make her do full damage to the next bosses, even without the Gygas armlet. So we don't really have to worry about it here.
Yep.
There we go. Nice Genova fight.
Thank you.
I mean, yeah, now we're fully online to just have Tifa just be doing maximum DPS.
A couple of things still left, and I should have used the save crystal actually. Zergo reminded me in chat, and I told him I wouldn't forget to save, but I did. It's unfortunate, but at least we have the save on disc 3, so it's not that far away. But there's one problem that we can face, which is we don't have the long range materia. I meant to grab it for the marathon, but I wasn't sure if it was gonna affect steps too much. And to grab it just before this stream.
Yeah, and the issue with not having long range is that part ways into Safer Sephiroth's fight, he flies up into the air, and if you have long range, you can still hit him. But if you don't, then you have to wait to get supernova.
Which is essentially a game over.
Yeah, it might be exciting if it happens. I mean, it only does percentage damage, right? So it won't kill us. Do you have a remedy?
I don't think I do.
Because I think there's a chest that's not too out of the way to grab a remedy also. On the way down Northern Crater. But yeah, so we've got Tifa in the front row so that she continues to do max damage. However, that does make her also a little bit more vulnerable to Bizarro Sephiroth doing a physical attack here. Oh man, I suddenly have the hiccups. But here we see the classic weight trick. So Big Guard gives everybody haste, then we death blow, and then the third character he's holding time with. Oh, nice miss. That's excellent. Because yeah, that would have killed Tifa and slowed down this fight a whole bunch.
Yep.
But there's the misdial again. Misdial given a large amount of evasion. So yeah, after his turn, now Tifa gets one turn. And we're
先ほどのジェノバシンセシスから続けてなんかパーティーを作ったり回復したりするそういう暇はくれましたけど、まあそこも含めての連戦が4連戦かありますけど、そのうちの2つ目リバースセフィロス戦ですね。
Does Cloud have the ribbon on?
Red has the ribbon.
Okay, gotcha.
I was gonna heal him if he got hit by Bolt 3.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, yeah, because Cloud doesn't even need to get healed if it doesn't have it.
Yeah. And for the final fight now, my favorite song from this game, and one of my favorite fights in the franchise. As a first time I played this was mind-blowing. The speedrun for this is pretty cool. Hopefully we don't get really unlucky.
All right, so yeah, he has a set pattern here where the first thing he's gonna do is wall.
で、
And
まあ、
so,
事実上
we're
の
gonna be
ラス
doing
ボ
a
ス、
weight trick for the
セーファーセフィロスですね。
first one is going to be, as always, big guard to set up haste because we need haste to do the weight trick. And then we're sending our first death blow. And then with our third character, instead of just doing like the usual defend, we send in a D barrier to make it so that the rest of our death blows are max damage. So here's the D barrier into the second death blow from Tifa that's been weight tricked. So there's our extra attack. Boom. Now, release time, and now we hope that Tifa doesn't get shadow flared.
この後にもう一戦あるといえばあるけれど、
Okay, we're set.
まあ、イベントバトルだから、これがラスボスでしょう。
Perfect. And then we weight trick our second Tifa turn, and now his physical attack coming up here always hits the character with the highest HP, so we know it's going to be on Cloud. So we hold time with red. Oh, except for that. Uh-oh. I forgot about that.
I also forgot about that. That is a
Well,
light problem.
we get to see Supernova now.
Well, should have.
はい、この
Perhaps,
本気の反応は大丈夫か？
perhaps I should have. What's the word? Healed better in the last turn. It was a
Yeah, I-
mistake.
I forgot about that interaction.
Oh,
Because I usually have the ribbon on Cloud, so yeah.
yeah. Forgot I had a Cobra on. Should have just taken it off.
I think killing Tifa and reviving her, will that take Frog away? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure.
Let's find out. We might have to do this whole thing again, guys. Just letting you guys know. It's very unfortunate. But the fight was great into the cover. What I should have done is just not defend with anyone.
Yeah, the S mine was maybe better used on safer.
Oh yeah, good point. I don't think we have enough damage to kill though. Maybe I should just reset. Or do you guys want to watch the whole cutscene?
演出長。
Elixir, someone who can magic breath. We
かっこいい
can
けど
get a
ね。
lot of magic breaths in.
とてもいいなとは思いますよ。
Let's try it.
Or maybe
でも、
uh,
でも、
so
RTA で見たい演出ではないよね。
HP or MP, I mean, and I don't know if it does more than twice as much damage. It
Red?
probably doesn't. So Aqualung is probably better, right?
Red has the ribbon, so he can be silent. I'm holding with Tifa though. She's gonna get S mine. Which is unfortunate. This is a very cool animation, by the way.
Yeah, as long as we survive this, it's fun that it happened.
For sure. Not as fun if we don't.
Oh yeah, you can actually use Shadow Flare also.
Oh,
I
that's a
don't
good
know.
point.
I don't know if the MP to damage ratio is better than Aqualung though.
I'm gonna try to
But
Shadow
Shadow
Flare.
Flaring him would be sick.
For sure.
Alright, there we go.
演出に対してさ、
Okay, so there's the
なんか
S.
当たるダメージの量が
He
さ、
which he covered. Awesome. You
という
love
か
to see it.
メテオ
Do we love to see it? I'm not sure.
メテオより強そうでさ、まあいいけどね。まあいいよ。
I would
か
say
っこいいからね。
definitely Elixir with
かっ
Tifa.
こいいからいいよ。
Oh wait, no. You have to elixir with red because red will cover it otherwise.
そうですね。
If
HP
you want
は
to elixir
まあ割合
not red, you have to throw the elixir with
で減る
red. Otherwise,
か
you
ら
cover it.
Even if I elixir
そんなにねって感じだけど。
If they elixir themselves, that's all.
ああ、
Oh? Maybe? We might have a chance, boys. Boys and girls, are we doing this?
いや、派手な
That would be
技
really
を
funny if,
どんどん使ってくれます
Oh,
ね。
I
セフィ
thought
ロ
it
ス
was
さん
See,
は。
that's what I told you.
セフィロスさんは
I thought it was
見せてくれますね。
No. It's fine. They have us
Yeah,
now.
so for some reason in this game, I don't know whose decision this was, but cover
Oh,
can
we did it.
cover elixirs. Oh yeah, all right, there we go.
Easy game. Well, I was 100% sure I tossed it with Cloud. It was like my brain is completely melted at this point. So
お、
that was
タイマー
fun.
が止まった。
See, I told you guys he covers when he doesn't need to.
なるほど。
It happens every
この
time.
タイミングでグッドゲームのようですね。
That is actually something I did lab out. Like I thought about it. Oh, if Red gets Shadow Flare and then covers, that's really bad for the fight. But I completely forgot about it.
Yeah.
It was really funny. Oh, the time is not yet,
Yeah.
by the way. There's one more cutscene.
Yeah,
before
yeah,
the final boss.
correct. And then, yeah. So to explain also the thing at the end there about the cover is that it's like the sort of the strat that like you're supposed to do is you need to wait and see if the cover happens. To where it's like if he hits Cloud, then you want to hold time with Red because Cloud is going to get paralyzed. But if Red covers, then you want to hold time with Cloud because Red is dead. And you have to really quickly recognize it, and it's very annoying.
Yeah. I should have tossed instead of defending with Cloud, I should have tossed an elixir on Red. So he would have been able to take the potential cover on the wing attack. That was very funny though. I'm kind of glad we got Shadow forgot the term.
Supernova.
Supernova, thank you. I'm kind of glad.
タイマンは
Oh,
見
man,
せて
what
く
a
れる
run.
のかな
But yeah, this is
ど
the
うか
final
な
cutscene. We are being transported to Cloud's mind. We are definitely, absolutely 100% doing the right move to do here. Unless you're on PB pace, but otherwise this is the right move. It's okay. I should have
お、タイマーが動き始めた。
clarified that the time was not
何
there yet. That was my
みんな
bad.
グッドゲームした記憶はちょっと封印してくださいま
Yeah,
し。
I'm gonna take a
もう一
little
回グッド
moment
ゲームしようね。
to
みんな
thank the whole FF7 community. It's been a great fun route in this category, and we've been getting a lot of help from everyone. Thank you very much, Dash, for joining me here. It was a pleasure having you.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. I always love doing commentary, so I had a great time. And here we go, the Omni Slash. So time is on the final hit of this, which is the big dramatic one at the end. You'll know it when you see it. This hit right here, when we see when this hit connects.
Bye.
Boom!
Thank you for all the GGs, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed this run. It was very, very fun. Thank you for having me as well. The Question for Glory Marathon. I appreciate you guys.
今度こそ
Yeah,
グッドゲームですね。
please go check out Dash and his videos and his stream. Hope you guys enjoyed all the content. And if you are interested in learning this run or any other runs, feel free to check the Discord. We have a huge community that's always available to help people out.
Yeah. Everything that I know about the game, I learned from the community, you know. So everybody's very helpful and always willing to talk and teach about the game and its mechanics and the speed run and routes and all that. So yeah. Definitely hit us up.
Incredible job, by the way, and I appreciate you being flexible with the RTMPs. Apologize for those hiccups and whatnot.
Oh, no
But yeah,
problem
you
at
guys
all.
did an incredible job, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, with that, if you guys don't have anything else to say, I can transition y'all over. And once again, I appreciate you guys being here and rolling with the punches.
Yeah, thanks again so much. See you later.
Thank you very much. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the marathon.
はい。というわけで、感動のエンディングでございましたが、まあ、自分で確認しましょうね。ということで、ファイナルファンタジーVIIでございました。次のタイトルの準備に移りますので、しばらくお待ちください。